It all kicks off with a kid who's been craving those wild, fantastical buildings ever since elementary school. After countless attempts, he finally forged the perfect structure he'd been chasing. Or at least, that's what he convinced himself of. The story kicks off with a marriage proposal that hits like a lightning bolt, a scene he'd done so many times it felt like autopilot. You could call this the instant dream snapped into reality, because in Japan, virtual reality took root inside the world of massive multiplayer online games. Rival fights lit a spark in every dedicated player's heart, and the game's wild freedom free to craft furniture or even build whole buildings pulled crafters from every corner of the world, including Miyabi. He poured every spare moment into sharpening his craft. At the very end, he finally crushed his childhood dream, turning what he built into a real romantic sanctuary. At first, all that attention grated on his nerves, but before long, he started to get used to it. Turns out, Miyabi was stuck in a brutal corporate grind, but crafting for himself anyway made it all feel worth it, because he got to spread joy to everyone around him. He reveled in the fact that he'd earned this win. One day, he got an email from the game's admin with the shocking subject line, *Guide to Special World. Even if it felt way too early for answers, curiosity still grabbed him and made him crack it open. The eel raved about his insane architectural creations, then practically winked like it finally saw him for what he was, a matchmaker, which lit him up with pure joy. So the admins, feeling grateful, invited him to a one-of-a-kind world. The message hit him with a question: let his data get transferred, promise of something even deeper, so there was no way he'd stall. He clicked *yes. Instantly, his presence started to crumble and vanish into nothing. When he forced his eyes open, he jolted to a start and realized he was trapped in a forest. He figured the weird server swap was the culprit. Then he dove in, testing every option he had. Suddenly, he caught the bandits' voices ordering someone to freeze in place and leave the carriage behind. Miyabi spun in confusion. Why were bandits even showing up in a so-called safe zone? He figured this had to be one of those ultra-realistic game updates, because right after spawning in, a girl appeared and squared up against the bandits, and their eyes slammed shut in a tense standoff. And she flashed him a strange signal, like she was trying to warn him or lure him in. It looked like the quest kicked off the moment he stepped forward, then her signal hit him like a question he couldn't answer. With 8 or 9 bandits closing in, he burst into the open and bellowed, demanding to know what they were up to yet. The bandit leader didn't even flinch. Miyabi got challenged to a fight, then the guy snapped and ordered his men to wipe everyone out. Now that wasn't the kind of answer Miyabi expected. With gratitude blazing in her chest, the girl introduced herself as Liz, and then she launched herself at the bandits, spear first. Then he unleashed a stone bullet ability. Yet Miyabi's eyes went wide as a tiny rock slammed into his arm, dragging him to a stop and making real pain flare. Even with all that game wizardry, there's no way pain should have been possible. Right then, Nibi's eyes widened. He finally realized he wasn't inside a game anymore. He was trapped in the real world. After the list was done, he tied up the bandit. She told him they'd hand them over to the authorities in town, then apologized for dragging him into it, finally introducing herself the right way. Miyabi waved away her worries and slid right into an introduction like nothing could shake her. He couldn't believe he'd ever seen a battle like this. Liz froze in place and asked if he was an adventurer. Then, when he said he was just a civilian, her heart sank like she'd messed up everything. Seeing his confusion, she leaned in and told him straight up that his killer armor made her think he had to be a fighter. Even with his soft, non-fighting look, Miyabi dropped to his feet and apologized for the whole misunderstanding. Liz asked if he was headed toward Angela and whether their routes matched, then offered to walk him there as her apology. He thanked her, but confessed he was already totally lost. Then he asked for a quick pause before he left to take care of something, and Liz nodded, waiting for him. Miyabi slipped into the forest and started scavenging, snatching sticks and stones like she meant business. He yanked at his headset to get it off, but it wouldn't budge. And the moment he realized he was trapped in a world he didn't recognize, he went into full caution mode, moving carefully so no one would catch him. With his first step, he tried to feel out his powers. Then he lunged for his inventory and got hit with the ugly truth. This world played by totally different rules than Yuma Sakai's. Believing it can make everything easier, he silently fired off a command in his head. In the blink of an eye, Yuma Sakai yanked him into a massive, endless stretch of space. His inventory didn't pop up as a neat window, it floated inside his mind, and every rock and branch he'd grabbed was right there with it. Then he couldn't resist and dove straight into crafting, testing his skills like it was a thrilling challenge. Building something simple sent his nerves into overdrive, but with branches and rocks, he managed to make a real table. He checked the crafting system was working, and honestly, it felt way more convenient than in-game crafting. He could just summon the recipes in his head for whatever he wanted, and even if a few mechanics were different, it still felt instantly familiar. Next, he forged a stone axe, one tough tool for chopping wood, and, when things got dangerous, turning into a weapon too. With just 10 little branches and 30 small rocks, the axe collection would have ripped through the task so much faster. He swung the axe, watched it hit perfectly, and felt the harvesting speed spike like it had been upgraded. And those automatic collection features proved he could keep himself alive out here, fueled by nothing but the crafted items he made. He could snag any materials he needed to forge whatever he dreamed up, turning wild adventure into something gentler while building a home for his family. He could hardly contain his excitement. His wild dream was finally becoming real. He bolted back to the carriage, and when Liz saw the stone axe in his grip, her whole body jolted because his face looked completely wrong. Miyabi snapped his attitude into place to dodge suspicion, then said he'd forge the axe as a possible weapon. Liz, totally thrown, pointed out that he'd shown up with nothing in his hands. Then he shrugged and explained he'd build it with rocks and branches, like a real crafter at work. Liz couldn't shake the weird feeling that he'd gone out unarmed, and when Miyabi asked to swing the axe, she just said, like it was nothing, "I'm a magician." The guards demanded why Miyabi, a crafter, didn't hire protection in the first place, and Liz snapped back hard at their rude treatment of a stranger. Miyabi only nodded, thinking, yeah, this is what people like them always do. After Liz confirmed he had packed everything he needed, they fire up their quest again, clutching the map tight and plow through goblins step by step until the path clears. Eventually, they finally spotted Angel's massive city gate looming ahead. The place was locked down tight like someone was expecting a full-on attack on a major city. Just as they closed in, soldiers slammed their way in and stopped them cold. Miyabi tensed up, but Liz shot him a calm look and told him not to worry. This was just routine. Angela, the squad captain, fired off a heartfelt thank you for taking down the bandits, then leaned in and demanded to know who was steering their group. Miyabi finally exhaled. Those soldiers weren't here to hunt her. They were here to grab the bandits. So she stayed alert while Liz stepped forward and proudly declared, "I'm the leader." Liz's soldier check eyes her C-ranked venture record. Then she snaps back when they ask if the group's got 6. Miyabi's a civilian. So no, not 6. And the rest of the crew just shrugs and lets Liz steer the whole operation. Miyabi froze in shock because Liz calm time broke it down. When a role isn't said out loud, the top-ranked member becomes the leader, and Miyabi's rank was higher than everyone else's. Another teammate pointed out that Liz's sharp focus was lifting the whole crew, and Miyabi shot him a quick apology. He admitted he was shocked because he never expected a woman to step into the lead, yet he praised her for winning the trust of even the most seasoned adventurers. Her cheeks flared red the second his praise hit, and it hooked his gaze instantly. The soldiers hauled the bandits off, and the fight adventurers got their reward. Then the Adventurers Guild promised they'd come back later. One rider from the carriage bowed and thanked them for the help, and the other adventurers slipped away until Liz and Miyabi were finally alone. Miyabi leaned in and asked Liz if she'd need identification just to get into town. Liz blinked, asking how he could lose his ID when he even had an inventory. Then he confessed he'd never had one at all, and Liz snapped back that entry only happens after you pay. But the truth hit hard. He had 0 money. He laughed and dubbed it a double miracle. No ID and no funds at all. After that quick, awkward silence, Liz snapped at him, hesitant in her heart but unbreakably firm, and set up a 3-day temporary pass for her. Then she told him, if you want to stick around longer, you'll have to hit the Adventurers Guild and apply for an ID. Inside Angela, Miyabi shot Liz a grateful look and thanked her for helping him and for the money she'd loaned. Then she reminded him, "Pay me back," and promised he'd follow every one of her terms. Liz laid down 2 brutal rules. First, register at the guild as an adventurer and team up with her so she could track you through the guild. Then he knew she'd make sure you couldn't just bolt, because crafting demanded gathering materials. Registering as an adventurer came with 0 trouble at all. The second condition, Liz needed help for a while. He'd tag along with her requests, mainly so she wouldn't have to lug all her gear alone. Miyabi's attention got snagged by the town shops, so Liz had to shout his name just to yank him back to focus, because with zero combat skills, he told himself he could still shine as a support. Just as he thought he'd sprint straight to the Adventurers Guild, Liz grabbed the reins and told him, "Nope, come in first," insisting he needed somewhere to rest before anything else. The in-charge charges 5 silver coins for each night. A gold coin flipped open to reveal the truth. 1 gold was worth 10 silver so. He compared it to that business hotel's 5,000 yen price and figured a single gold coin came out to roughly 10,000 yen. Marwing nearly lost 20,000 yen to a girl's stun still. It was an absurd hit for an adventure so back in his room. He vowed to repay her kindness with everything he had. The very next day, right back at the Adventurers Guild, Miyabi stood there, completely blown away by the crowd. Liz clocked his reaction and blurted out whether it was his first time there. Miyabi, acting like he had to be cool, said he came from the sticks, with no towns around, so everything stunned him. Liz warned him not to get so dazzled he'd wander off on his own. Liz flashed a smile at Eleanor and told her straight to the point that their escort request was finally finished. Eleanor swept her in, smiling bright, and asked if Miyabi was someone she knew, clearly dazzled by her beauty. Miyabi flashed a charming smile and stepped in with his name, claiming he'd register as an adventurer on Liz's advice. Eleanor gladly took his courtesy and introduced herself, eyeing Miyabi like she was reading every move. Then Liz teased that his nose was stretching longer. He swore that this was just the usual greeting, because meeting Liz meant there was no time for calm introductions. Then Eleanor demanded Liz's adventure card, told her to hold still, and checked on the status of her requests. Meanwhile, Eleanor shoved an application form into Miyabi's hands, and that strange, unfamiliar script turned out to be weirdly easy to read. Probably because of how fast he could move that data, plus the guild had 7 ranks that shifted based on how much you delivered when it mattered. A double this ID adventure card, a bank-style tool for depositing cash, and the whole idea of lugging all his money around during every request? That sounded wildly impractical. The form demanded you stay civil and steer clear of fights, but it still left people wondering if some adventurers were just plain rude. Liz caught him red-handed. Turns out he devoured every page, and her jaw dropped at how seriously he dug in. Miyabi bragged that his corporate past made him a total perfectionist, and Liz shot back that 90% of applicants never even read it. Miyabi kept doubting it, until Eleanor stepped in and confirmed the truth, and she wasted no time thanking him for taking care of things, especially since he already had a solid track record with Lisa. Miyabi realized the form's plain wording was basically screaming that Eleanor couldn't handle it, so he pushed through and finished the application. But she caught that he'd signed it in Japanese, while Liz totally missed the blunder and told him to write down the supporter for his job. Puzzled, Miyabi finally got the explanation, and she immediately realized that long escort missions make it brutal to keep weapons and armor in top shape, so they bring in a temporary supporter to help out. Miyabi let out a huge breath of relief, because Liz hadn't caught him slipping in Japanese. Then he asked if she meant an adventurer that works in the shadows, and she confirmed it, warning that the backers might still have to fight. They'd still have to do jobs like hauling water from streams and helping cook, but he wouldn't have to take nighttime guard duty, so he'd be a lot safer. Miyabi couldn't stop wondering if supporter duties were way too easy compared to everyone else fighting, but Liz shot that down. Those long, drawn-out requests had her clawing for help, and every escort task kept her on edge, every single second. Supporters act like the quiet safety net that keeps every request from falling apart, handling the everyday chores. Because once fatigue hits, tempers flare fast, and those helpers keep arguments from igniting. Miyabi nodded, followed her lead, and signed up as a supporter. Then he slid the party application forms over to Eleanor and Liz, wrapping up the escort mission. They broke apart. There she snapped a goodbye into the moment, then turned and vanished. Eleanor shoved Miyabi his adventure card and demanded his temporary pass. He yanked it out of his inventory, and when he flashed his producer status, it totally stunned her. He asked if it was rare for producers to dive in as adventurers, and she nodded hard, praising his choice. Then she warned that most producers stick to registering with commercial or production guilds. She said that when some producers go chasing adventure, their short stamina gets them shut down fast. Yet Miyabi didn't even flinch, acting like only a handful of producers could match his fiery drive. She said the production guilds have finally started teaming up with adventurers, and she practically cheered him on for winning. Then she leaned in and reminded him that time stands still inside inventories, so stuffing demon meat and rare parts in there could jack up their sale value. She told him to remember that every time he goes item hunting, he swore he'd hunt down a massive variety of materials with relentless focus, and he vowed to clear his deck to Liz fast. No matter what he built, the grind started with one thing: gathering materials. When people asked, he'd collect on the spot fast, efficient, and unstoppable. He didn't join a production guild, because that could tangle things up, so he chose the Adventurers Guild instead. He pressed her for safe spots beyond the city walls, and she pointed straight to the east, saying it was the safest place to gather. In the next chapter, Miyabi stormed out of the Ventures Guild and suddenly felt completely lost. He couldn't track down his car because every building in the city looked almost identical. Everywhere he turned, the world looked exactly the same. And for a Japanese guy like him, that was downright brain-melting, especially since he'd relied on Liz earlier and couldn't even remember the name of the place at the end. As the sun dipped low, he couldn't stop wondering if Liz was starting to worry about him. Suddenly, he spotted a girl with animal ears swinging a sword, like the ultimate adventure just walked into his life. No one else around, so he leaned in and asked her, "Hey, can you point me to my inn?" She jabbed her finger toward something, but he still looked completely lost. He never spelled out what he meant, and suddenly, she looked like she might think he was talking about herself, right? Because her face went shocked at his request, and in his gut, he worried he'd walked up to the wrong person. With 0 options left, he blurted out an apology for possibly scaring her, then shoved his adventure card in front of her and admitted he'd totally lost the inn where he booked his room, begging for her help. After she checked his card, she flashed her own adventure card back at him. When he peeked at her card, his eyes widened. She was a B-ranked venture. It stunned him. This adorable kid-looking girl outmatched Liz. She jabbed a finger at him, branded him a lost adventurer, then introduced herself as Mel, claiming she'd help him out, and he didn't let her odd way of talking shake him. He just thanked her with real gratitude. She pressed him for a hint about the inn's location, and he snapped back that it was near the east gate, then confessed he got sidetracked by another adventurer and blanked on the rest. Mel's smile vanished fast, and she demanded to know if that adventurer was a girl. He checked she was around his age, and Mel snapped that the answer lived in one specific direction. Then she took the lead and guided him straight to the inn where he was staying, leaving Miyabi completely blown away. She told him it was simple. This was the only stretch near the east gate where girls could pass safely. Alcohol was banned, and it stayed protected enough for low-ranked missions. So Miyabi knew Liz picked that end to keep him out of danger. And he thanked Mel, who kept pushing him, telling him not to give up and to keep grinding harder. To finally show how much she cared, Miyabi decided to surprise him with a gift. He thought about slipping her some coins, but his pockets were empty, so he decided to make her something special instead. With only forest wood in hand, he grabbed the perfect piece and got to work. He snapped his material disassembly skill unlike a weapon. An inventory extension feature kicked in, automatically breaking down every material he had stored, and then he snatched up the wooden block and started carving it into shape with the right magic. He carved a charming animal figure from the block, and when Mel saw it, her cheeks lit up with a blush. Then she beamed and gladly accepted his gift. Just like the moments from Sakai, no matter how many times he forged that kind of thing, it always meant something to him, because in Sakai it was just cold data. But here, watching someone truly treasure his gift lit up his whole heart. That night, the brutal cold wouldn't let him sleep, because the room had no stove and no heater. He grabbed breakfast to warm up and, boom, he ran straight into Liz. They slipped into the dining area, trading laughs about the freezing weather, and he practically pushed her into a seat before dashing off to grab food, then came back with steaming soup and warm bread. He bumped Liz's hands by accident, and that cold chill shot straight through him. Liz admitted her circulation was terrible. She sighed with relief. Warm food right away felt amazing. Way better than those miserable squirt missions. Because whenever she had to wait, her hands and feet would freeze so hard she could barely rest. And that's exactly why Miyabi finally understood how much she needed a supporter's help. He decided she'd love it if he hauled extra blankets for her, so she happily paid him a silver coin every day to lock in priority access, even as he fretted that everyone else might think he was gouging her. Liz snapped back that he wouldn't dare after that rainy morning ordeal. Then she teased Miyabi with 2 brutal choices: A story about the ground getting slammed by a heated body, or one about lying on unforgiving terrain. And when Miyabi heard that, she told Liz to halt the squirt missions for now. After they finished breakfast, they zoomed to the guild, ready to grab their very first joint request off the board. They told the Adventurers Guild to sort ranks first, then started flipping through the C and D rank options until Miyabi spotted Eleanor hanging items on the board, turned to leave, and the second she did, the adventurers erupted into arguments. Liz broke it down. These were the best-paying E and F ranks requests they were all fighting for, and Miyabi's gut dropped. Because as a solo adventurer, he'd have to dive straight into that kind of chaos. So he made up his mind he wasn't leaving Liz's side. Liz seethed because the request papers were a total mess, even though they'd been posted to help someone who needed it, and then she snapped them into neat order right on the board. Miyabi couldn't stop admiring her, and when she asked which request she'd choose, he guided her through the options step by step. Just as a furious man clocked them, she made her move. Miyabi pressed for the details, and Liz snapped that the job meant wiping out the ground sheep. Even with that laid-back name, the rewards had just shot up, so Miyabi started to worry if it was even doable. But Liz shut him down, telling him she'd already beaten them before, even if this time it could take days. While she waited in line, Liz stopped in the middle of the crowded crowd, even though a calmer line sat right there, and she insisted she wanted to stay in this one. Miyabi spotted Ellen Rathick throwing down a counterattack, and kept poking at Liz like she was a fan. Then Liz flushed with embarrassment and snapped back at him. She asked if he wouldn't want some beautiful soul to see him off. But Miyabi shrugged it off like it was just a frail old man's fantasy. Liz shot the idea down, calling it just like my little sister getting sent off by her perfect older sister, and to Miyabi that comparison sounded downright weird. Then, when it was finally their turn, Eleanor lit up to see Liz and Miyabi kicking off their party activities. But the second she spotted the ground sheep request, her expression soured instantly. Liz admitted it's going to eat up her time and keep her away from the guild for a while, and Eleanor warned them to watch out. The ground sheep's charge attack can slam you out of nowhere. Lately, every C-ranked venture that tried to cash in on the higher reward system has been going down hard. She pushed Miyabi to go all out, but not to burn himself out, and she sent them both off with one last burst of luck. Miyabi finally got what Liz meant back then, and when Eleanor flashed that gentle smile, it lifted his whole spirit, because something that kind hits hard for a simple heart. Liz clocked a shaky little sway in Eleanor's sprint like he couldn't even hide how her admiration got under his skin, even after he just criticized it. She teased him for having an old man's mindset, and honestly she was spot on because he was only in his 30s. On the Western Plains, Liz and Miyabi finally stopped to catch their breath. Liz stared in shock at his insane endurance, especially for someone who was just a producer. They trekked all the way from Angela, and he still wasn't even tired. Liz couldn't believe an adventure could feel that effortless. Miyabi snapped that he wasn't running on sheer grit. His gear was doing the heavy lifting, packed with stamina boosts and fatigue cuts meant for producers who worked themselves to the bone. Liz stared in awe. Magic gear like this didn't come with those perks, and in Vanguards, that kind of boost is what makes stamina stay steady. Liz couldn't force herself to ask for a break, scared it would mess things up for her companions. But every now and then, she drove her body past its limit, especially when jealousy sparked over Miyabi's insane endurance. He insisted that breaks were the key to staying safe, but Liz couldn't bring herself to admit how drained she was. When she was the only one truly exhausted, she finally understood why everyone else kept rushing home. At dusk, the city gates slammed shut, so any late arrivals had no choice but to bivouac out in the wild like a broke salesman who just missed the last train after overtime and got stuck trudging home on foot. Miyabi had been through that nightmare too, and compared to what he'd survived, he couldn't help but feel blessed to be here, right now. Sure, life still tossed a few headaches his way, but nobody screamed at him or caused those annoying customer meltdowns. No boss dumped mountains of work on his shoulders, and his teammate, a genuinely kind woman, kept the vibes steady. His mind finally felt lighter, sharper, and way more stable. And that kind of calm is exactly what people today chase with everything they've got. Lost in his own thoughts, Liz blurted his name and snapped him out of it. She'd spotted the ground sheep and she needed him up fast, so they leaned toward the bushes. Then he spotted what Miyabi swore was a deer. Liz snapped in and said, "Nope, it really is a deer." while the actual ground sheep sat farther back, hidden in its shadow. They stare in shock at a massive ground sheep, feared as demons that crushed the vanguards and left them begging for mercy. She'd heard the rumor 10 soldiers couldn't even bring one down, and there was a legend that a single beast slammed a castle gate to pieces with its horn. The catch? It wasn't just power, it was their brutal, sharp intelligence. Liz snapped that they'd team up with others to flank the enemy, the exact move they'd seen earlier, because some swore they'd been hunting magicians in the back, flipping through the underbrush under everyone's noses. Liz pointed out that when it was just them, the move was always the same hit from a distance, because those monsters roamed around unchecked. That's why the roads were totally blocked, and Miyabi was sure that nobody could possibly live through a direct hit from their charge. He asked if any non-adventurers got hurt, and she shook her head. Nothing had been reported yet, but those roadblocks still didn't sit right with her. Liz pointed out a tiny village down that way depends on this route for supplies, and they've been struggling ever since the demon showed up. This twist made their mission a matter of life and death for the villagers. Even in her supporter role, Miyabi stayed razor alert, eyes locked in. She promised, "Don't worry, I'll never be a burden." Then he pressed for any other key details, and Liz snapped back that they couldn't afford to miss dodging that charge at all costs, while he brushed it off like it was nothing. She barked a warning not to ever underestimate them. Keep charging unless you're critically wounded, and this request turns just as brutal as a B-ranked mission. Miyabi understood the terrifying truth. If you don't land a fatal hit, their momentum doesn't slow down. Liz stared at him, utterly bewildered by what he'd just said. He told us that ground sheep were easy prey for surprise attacks. With a grin, he whipped up a stone shovel and told everyone, "Let's dig, then set a pitfall trap right there." Liz shot back that demons weren't some lame fairy tale, and if those pits worked that well, people would already be digging them. Plus, they didn't have time to start carving out some huge pit anyway. Hashi snapped that Miyabi had carved a massive hole in just 1 second, and the shock left her completely speechless then. He admitted her logic made sense, but said it didn't factor in how her supporters' special skills could change everything. He flat out declared he could build a pitfall trap that would totally work. Liz stared in disbelief at what she'd just seen, teasing him, "Were you a mole in a past life?" While Miyabi chuckled he set out to smash the traps, fast-slapped huge plywood over the pit, then buried the whole thing under a thick layer of earth. He tossed meadow grass onto the top and warned that if they didn't blend it in, the growth would look painfully off, so they used magic to stitch the cover together until it looked natural. Liz stood there in shock as he cranked out a safe, reliable reverse donut pitfall in under 10 minutes. She stared at it, half convinced the trap might not even exist. Then she remembered the pitfall was already set. Liz hesitated, not sure what to do next then. Miyabi pressed the question, would ground sheep really charge if they felt them coming? He told Liz to use magic to bait them into making the first move. She nearly choked on her own shock when he suggested using themselves to hunt those beasts, acting like bait against the ground sheep. Sounded totally insane, but once she saw how hard he believed they could pull it off, Liz reluctantly gave him her trust. Even though it felt risky as hell, she hurled her stone bullet spell to snatch their attention in an instant, and it hit them instantly when the sheep locked eyes on them. Their horrifying look sparked pure panic in both. Liz's fear skyrocketed when one of them started charging straight at them, and Miyabi hurried to calm her down. But when he spoke, it didn't matter. Those sheep charged in and pressed closer anyway. Liz's confidence crumbled so fast that they knew no matter what they'd have to face the plan head-on. Liz yanked his arm on instinct as the ground sheep stumbled away and let out a bleeding cry. Against every fear, it crashed straight into the pit the moment its foot hit the trap. Liz couldn't believe it fell without even sensing the hole, and the other sheep were the ones who finally noticed, leading Liz to believe that she'd have to go toe-to-toe with them directly. To her total shock once again, they pulled it off. She watched the sheep come spilling into the pit the moment they charged in, and Liz just stood there, stunned that the plan worked this well. Miyabi even explained how the pitfalls work, like she was acting like it was no big deal. He called it a simple pit, but the deeper it went, the harder the fall hit, crushing them more with every step down. He straight up eliminated anyone who fell, leaving them with zero strength to fight back. Even after he explained it, Liz couldn't wrap her head around how they wiped out so many sheep that easily. She wasn't sure she could trust the crazy power Miyabi was throwing around, and the moment Liz said they needed a serious talk later, Miyabi snapped into childish mode thinking she was about to confess feelings until she set him straight. It was all about that deadly pitfall. She claimed she'd finish the sheet first, and then he'd have to spill everything he knew about the trap. Liz planted her stance, then tore into the air with her magic as she watched her spell flare with terrifying power. Miyagi went for the weaker move since the sheep were already hurt, but she shut that down fast because even ground sheep can take a beating, so she needed to end them in a single strike to keep the materials perfect, and that meant charging up a spell to hit with maximum power. She hurled a perfect javelin and wiped them all out with one brutal strike. Once the fight ended, Liz couldn't shake the weird feeling that beating the sheep was way too quick and not nearly brutal enough, so Miyabi reminded her she could use crafting to turn that advantage into something bigger. Liz watched him shove a whole ground sheep into his inventory, and when she blinked in confusion, he shrugged like, "Yeah, it's on supporters to haul the dead monsters, right?" Liz nodded along, but she snapped. What inventory could possibly hold a ground sheet and all the dirt they dug up? Miyabi just stared, totally baffled, like, an inventory is an inventory. That's it. She got it, but she was talking about his inventory's sheer space, not the way he thought. Then she cut herself off halfway through because she could already tell he wouldn't get it. Liz decided to round up the sheep and finally take a breather. During the break, she devoured warm bread, savoring every bite like it was a reward. Miyabi lit up watching her love it, and since they were still in town, he kept the whole thing tucked in his inventory. So Liz pressed him again, asking just how much he could carry in there. And he shot back that he was probably tapping just 1% of it. She didn't get it, but she pushed to move on. Then frustration hit him as he explained that your inventory slots expand as your skill grows. Liz froze, totally confused, and demanded, "What even is a skill level?" Miyabi realized this world had no skill levels at all, so he explained it straight. Once he used crafting skills, his inventory would grow, and Yuma Sakai's daily gathering would naturally keep expanding his capacity. In Yuma Sakai, this cranks up his gathering skills until he turns into a full-on walking storage unit, and that kind of knack is basically a badge of honor for any true dedicated crafter. He figured maxing storage was the norm here, even though he couldn't shake the thought that the game might do it differently. Then Liz showed up looking deep in thought. When he finally asked, she broke it down. It all came from how she sees crafters, and she even apologized if her explanation upset him. Sure, blacksmiths and seamstresses got respect, but most crafters churned out everything, just not very well, making bargain furniture or patching up walls for tiny pay. She made it sound like crafting was one of the few production jobs that barely paid. She had no clue about Miyabi's past, so she figured he couldn't step out and move around without someone escorting him. Wolves and goblins were terrorizing innocent people, and even when he forked over money for protection, his inventory kept swallowing up all sorts of storage-heavy loot that most crafters couldn't afford to keep. Daily gathering turned into a brutal struggle, and Miyabi just couldn't find the words. In their world, life experience couldn't be more different. Yuma Sakai could grab materials with a simple rule, steer clear of demon-packed areas, but the crafters here were trapped, only allowed to patch walls and furniture, and there was no way to level up his skills, so he looked at them and felt real sympathy. But it wasn't something he could just fix. He was buried in his own busy work, and Miyabi finally admitted that earning money was brutal in basically any job. Thinking back on her ruthless escort missions, Liz nodded and said that when you go adventuring, death is the real guarantee, and only a rare few manage to crawl out rich and famous. He dodged the awkwardness by changing the subject, bringing up a favor he wanted about the ground sheep, and she snapped, "What's going on?" And he basically demanded their wool, while she shot back that he could take anything he wanted. The guild only sold the core parts and tossed the wool aside, and Miyabi turned to Liz with a full-hearted thank you. He kicked off the work, smashing up the ground sheep stuff he had stashed in his inventory, and Liz couldn't believe they'd really hauled back an entire ground sheep. Turns out, the haunts weren't just creepy, they were packed with medicinal value. The claws and bones were perfect for forging weapons and armor, and best of all, the meat was edible. This haul could rake in a record-breaking fortune for them. She'd already started daydreaming about going on a spending spree this early year, upgrading to an inn with a hot spring, And Miyabi Chinden just went on about how a real bath would be amazing, since he'd been scrubbing himself with nothing but a bucket of hot water. Liz realized hot water alone was already a luxury, and the second her mood flipped, she snapped that for now, she wasn't letting him ruin their party no way. Even after he paid back her loan, she wouldn't let it end. She insisted they'd keep their partnership going. Miyabi lit up because she finally trusted his skill to lug demon materials for the rest of their stay. And yet he wished she'd soften the blunt way she said it, but deep down he was still hoping their party could go the distance, especially since he refused to clean up the pitfall. Then he shook her hand and told her he couldn't wait to keep working together. Liz swallowed her impulsive words with an apology, and since they matched the truth anyway, everything was fine. When Eleanor came back from the request, she froze in surprise at how fast they were already there again. Then she demanded, "Did you finish it already?" Liz shot back that the sheep had handled everything on their own. Miyabi leaned in and whispered, baffled that they weren't telling the whole truth while Liz clung to her pride like an adventurer's oath. Helena looked completely thrown off at first. Then her shoulders dropped with relief when she saw them both unhurt. She ordered them to hand over the materials as proof the job was done. Liz didn't know Miyabi had already taken the sheep apart, so she blurted out the idea of using the dismantling room. But then he dropped the bomb. He'd already processed everything and started dumping materials out of his inventory right there in front of Eleanor. She stared at 3 sets of jagged claws and horns, then clocked meat from 2 sheep too. It stunned even the nearby adventurers, and Miyabi quickly apologized for the materials spilling over the tray, then asked if he should carry them somewhere else. Helen flashed a grin and told him it was totally fine, then promised they'd process the materials right away and judge their value immediately. Right then, a bunch of people stormed into the guild, and when the newcomers laid eyes on that mountain of meat on the counter, they froze, then burst out in excited screams about how incredible the haul was. Miyabi clocked their reactions and shot, "Is ground sheet meat even popular around here?" Liz leaned in and told everyone it was a lean, healthy meat with a soft, mild flavor. They even craved it like crazy because it hit the table within 3 hours of the kill. It was jaw-droppingly fresh, and the guild locked it up to stay safe to eat raw, turning it into a prized delicacy with a loyal fan base. Miyabi replayed Liz's earlier words in her head and couldn't help guessing she was totally into ground sheep too. She made it crystal clear she wouldn't touch it raw, and then Eleanor came right back. He slammed the 45 gold coin request reward into their hands, then tossed in 60 more for the well-preserved Hans, and Klaus only for Hans and Klaus to go fetch 10 gold coins. Alamet came with a price tag of 85 gold coins. He ended up with 200 gold coins, and Miyabi immediately pushed for 30% as pay for hauling the luggage. But Liz wouldn't back. Down she insisted he earned 70% for all his hard work while Miyabi snapped back, refusing to take it, saying grabbing 70% would crush his integrity. Liz chewed him out, demanding he repay her loan tenfold and telling him not to hold back because taking it would mean he was basically confessing he was a mole. And when Eleanor Curious pressed her about that comment, they both pretended it was fine even outside. Liz refused to split the money, swearing Miyabi did most of the heavy lifting, until Miyabi snapped back that it didn't matter since he only played the support role. Liz could see the danger, and that's why he insisted she should get paid more yet. He swore he'd still settle his debt, and when Liz heard his logic, it just sounded like he was already paying way too much. She asked how they'd split the reward, and he tossed out a 6-4 split. Then she shut that down fast, pushing him to take less while she insisted on a clean 5-5 tie. Even so, he couldn't shake the feeling he didn't deserve even half that kind of support. Liz wouldn't take no for an answer. She pressed him to agree and swore it was totally fine because they'd raked in extra from the ground sheep. Miyabi and Liz sprinted straight to the hot spring as soon as they could, but he totally misread the lodging cost, ditching the base place for a luxurious hotel again, and his wallet took the hit. Still, he couldn't help loving how these familiar faces welcomed him with open arms until Liz practically shoved the idea in his head and told him to try the hot spring. But he insisted on shopping first. Liz looked at him, confused, then told him to warm up and stop worrying about her. The split up, Liz went to the hot spring, and Miyabi headed off. Major requests like the one from yesterday were probably few and far between, and he finally understood just how brutal venturing could be, so he knew he had to get his life organized, fast. Hunger hit his mind, and he knew some orders wouldn't be ready when he needed them, So he had to stock up while the money was still there, because if a request got delayed, grabbing enough food would turn into a survival-level priority. Miyabi wouldn't even touch that sweet and spicy sauce. Plain saltwood was all he'd allow. Then he paused at a stall and bought every single condiment they had. The vendor figured he was only browsing until Miyabi flashed 10 gold coins. The vendor snapped back and reconsidered in a split second. Next, he ducked into a condiment shop, snagging salt and pepper, and then he swung by a dry goods store to pick up the last of the essentials. After the shopping spree, he was left clutching just 49 measly gold coins. But he told himself it was a win, worth every last bit. Now it was time to tackle the rest of what they desperately needed. He stormed into the blacksmith shop and started rifling through everything like he was hunting for his next weapon. Blown away by the craftsmanship, this is pure work from a real master. The stone axe he carved couldn't even hold a candle to the shop's brand new knives. Miyabi finally admitted his craft skills weren't on par with real weapon forging. Then a man strode up and asked if Miyabi was the producer. Miyabi snapped back in shock, staring like, "How does this guy know I'm a producer?" The man just told him to watch closely. Weapons aren't mysteries, they're tools. Size up their weight, feel their handling. And that grin? Only a weapon fanatic or a producer would stare at weapons like that. Miyabi didn't even realize he was smiling until that man called it out, and the moment he did, he bowed his head and apologized. But the man waved it away like it was nothing, insisting there was no need. Then he admitted he'd been inspecting other blacksmiths' weapons, because craftsmen always compare and study the blades. Miyabi shot him a grateful smile and told him straight up she needed a knife for self-defense. He even asked the guy if he could sell him some ironware, and the man grilled him by demanding his name first, so Miyabi introduced himself as a supporter. And Wise, the man himself, finally spilled the truth. He's the third-generation owner of this blacksmith shop. He didn't even realize people were making weapons these days, but once he heard it, he was all in and gave it his full approval. Weiss demanded Miyabi show him the weapon he'd built, and Miyabi froze in shock, realizing Weiss had completely misread his real intentions. He just wanted the basics like a stove to whip up Jingishikhan, but this wasn't the time to bring it up. Right when Weiss leaned in to inspect it, he whipped out his stone axe like it was about to strike. Miyabi hoped he wasn't being dismissed as crude, but then he couldn't wrap his head around it. Why did they tell him to follow? Weiss marched him into a room overflowing with iron ore. Miyabi stared at the mountain of ore piled in front of him, completely stunned because he'd never seen stacks like this, not even in the game's virtual world. Weiss stacked up a hefty box of iron ore, then pointed out that he split the same kind of stash with his rookie blacksmiths. When Miyabi asked the price, Weiss snorted a laugh. People don't expect a payment from someone out here carving a stone axe, and he already knew Miyabi, the adventurer crafter, was running low on cash. Miyabi was trying to save every yen, but the idea of taking free money made his stomach twist. He insisted on paying, so Weiss leaned in and told him, just take it. And if Miyabi melted that ore into a weapon, Weiss practically couldn't wait. He wanted to see the finished result. Meanwhile, Miyabi's thoughts were laser-locked on the Jingyushukun he was about to cook. He swore he'd build something so impressive he could hand it to Weiss without a shred of embarrassment, and he admitted it might take him a while to get there. As he stepped away, Weiss kept staring at that stone axe. Stun scraping was normal for chopping trees, so who in their right mind would use a stone axe for it? Now, in his later years, he finally had something to look forward to. Meanwhile, Miyagi got turned around again, but at least he still remembered the name of the place at the end. So he started moving, and out of nowhere, Mel showed up. Miyabi's eyes immediately filled with tears, relieved to see her after he got lost again. He begged her to lead him again. Nell pointed straight at the inn, but he shut it down and said he'd switch to a place called Ferrata. She leaned in and told him, I'm staying here too, then pointed back and said she was headed right back. They trudged side by side, and when they finally hit the end safe and sound, relief crashed over Miyabi like a wave. He shot Mel another grateful look, then grabbed her hands and shook them hard to thank her again. She stared at him like she'd been waiting for something bigger than this. Once he realized he could spoil her with his brand new crafting materials, he went all in crafting something special just for her. He poured magic into the shape and sliced through the material with razor-precise control, molding it exactly how he wanted. Hand sewing was a grind, but his crafting talent let him pour magic straight into every thread. You steer the thread along a magical road, right to the exact spots you want to stitch, and the yarn obediently follows that glowing path. In just a few minutes, he whipped up an adorable plushie from scratch. Miyabi gave it one last, signature touch, the kind of technique only true crafters know. He spread magic across the surface, grinding up sheep's wool to pop a thick, fluffy layer down all at once. After the final tweaks, the plushie was finally done perfect down to the last stitch. He totally missed the crowd surging in, the people grilling him with questions and showering his work with praise. He slid an apology to Mel for the delay, then thanked her for steering him all the way to the finish. She flushed, then shot him a grateful smile for using her name for the first time. Yabi's jaw dropped when he realized Nell remembered his name. He secretly hoped that plushie gift would stick in her mind of him, and he prayed she'd love it just as much. Liz, still fresh from her bath, slid up to him with a grin and demanded to know if she missed anything. Miyabi acted totally clueless right there above the crafting scene. He redirected the whole conversation by chatting with the sheep and then spent his time soaking in the hot spring while he was gone. She said she'd gone in 3 times because the hot springs were just that good, and seeing how relaxed she looked made his heart race a little harder than usual, so Liz pushed him to try it too. But Miyabi, cheeks burning, couldn't stop staring at how grown-up she looked. Then Liz slapped his cheeks, gasped at how cold they were, and told him to take care of himself as an adventurer. Miyabi snapped back into focus. Liz looked at him like, "What's wrong?" And he admitted he was beating himself up for letting his thoughts get in the way. That huge age gap made his stomach twist, so he decided to head for the hot springs and wipe his mind clean. In the next chapter, Miyabi and Liz tumble into a lumber paradise. An hour earlier, Liz warned Miyabi that the day's requests where a mess-heavy rain had turned the ground treacherous, so half the jobs suddenly looked like a bad idea. A round-trip run was their best bet. She refused to camp in that muddy mess, even as they frantically sorted out the request papers the others had totally scrambled. "I'm fired up to list the gathering materials I can't wait to use for our meetup," and Miyabi's there hyping it up too. She was stunned by his wild enthusiasm, and when she questioned it, he shot back with a defense. Not a single crafter could keep their cool once gathering was mentioned. In that wild forest, towering trees with wildly different needs somehow thrived side by side, and when I crafted, I could feel every tree's unique color, shine, and texture calling out to me. The more he kept rambling about trees, the more Liz's gut twisted into unease, so she snapped, "Take what you need, but keep the logging right here in this area." Like falling trees could summon demons, and when she said it, the tree Miyabi chopped just disappeared. Miyabi told her, "Don't worry, I didn't fall asleep." And the real twist hit as his craft collection skill kicked in. Liz erupted into laughter, swearing that no tree could crawl into his inventory without toppling over. She insisted it had to be a dream until Miyabi pulled off the exact same stunt and proved, without a doubt, that it was real. She chose to drop it for now because one wrong move and she'd need to stay razor sharp or everything could get dangerous fast. Miyabi kept hammering on until his stone axe finally snapped, because every item's durability is tied to its material, and once it hits 0, it was game over. He wanted to forge an iron axe, but iron ore was too rare to waste here, so Liz told him they'd move only after he finished with the current tree, and Miyabi couldn't help but ask, "Why?" She told me the forest was packed with demons, and that chopping too much would wreck the ecosystem, so there were strict rules. You couldn't strip one place. You had to harvest a little at a time from different forests. Miyabi finally clocked it. He couldn't just start gathering like the game let him. Liz pointed out that this rule slapped down reckless, large-scale logging by whole countries, so it was wild for an individual like Miyabi to even stress about it. Spotting his worries, Deering finally found the right way to go after them. Liz suddenly slammed to a stop and he leaned in, straining his ears for any sound. She crouched behind the bushes, channeled her magic, and unleashed one brutal strike to drop the huge animal. Miyabi stared at it like it was huge, but Liz shut her down. "Nope, that's just a smaller wolf." He stared in shock that she could sense it coming while he noticed absolutely nothing, and Liz snapped the truth. On windy days, sounds get swallowed and mixed into the rustle of leaves. So they pushed the detection idea harder. Miyabi tried to listen, but it just didn't work, and she figured it took straight-up experience. And he pointed at another wolf lurking nearby. Liz told him to stash the wolf in his inventory and cash in, and he didn't argue, so they pushed onward. After a while, Liz called for a breather, but Miyabi refused to slump down on that damn ground. Liz admitted the ground was still slick with moisture, then pushed for a lunch stop along the route. The second lunch got mentioned. Miyabi lit up and told Liz, "Trust me, you've got me." He tore down trees, flattened the land, and built a whole pergola, and Liz's jaw dropped in total disbelief. He insisted that building a grand gazebo deep in a wild forest was way too much, and Miyabi just didn't get it. So she pressed him to think again. He realized a blanket would save him from the cold, and Liz is still fuming with frustration. She didn't hate his skill. She just stared in shock at what crafting could become. She grudgingly admitted the cushioned seat felt amazing warm. Tu and Miyabi's setup was so cozy Liz feared she'd doze off and miss the demons, until Miyabi snapped that she stay sharp, because he definitely didn't want demons barging in and crashing their lunch. While Liz finally relaxed, Miyabi hurried into the kitchen, whipping up food fast because wasting time could spell trouble. Miyabi forged a stove, then flicked open a list and asked for it to catch fire. But she stayed in total bliss, cozy and wrapped up in that warm blanket. He lit the fire himself. He sparked fire to life by threading magic through a circuit in the materials, giving them the exact power he wanted. But if the attribute and the material didn't match, trouble could explode. Drenching wood with too much fire can spark it into dangerous overheating fast. He tried that trick for the weapons in Yun Sakai, and it worked at least a little, but here it just wouldn't hold up, so all he could do was plant himself by the stove and start crafting. Now it was time to gear up for Jingu Sukan. He laid out Jingu Sukan, black tea, and note bread on the table. Then Liz shoved her overthinking aside and dug straight into the meal. That food was unreal tender, odor-free ground sheet meat, a pinch of salt that turned every bite up to full flavor, and even when Miyabi paired it with vegetables, it still hit hard. She'd never tasted anything like it. That bread basically screamed for attention, and the milk's sweet flavor hit like a warm treat, soft, fluffy, and absolutely irresistible. Miyabi didn't just make bread, he crafted it with his own hands. Liz pushed him to whip up a bigger batch next time because hers tasted way better than the store-bought stuff. And then she told him to grab some extra seasonings too. Miyabi Grindle pulls out the sauces he just bought, and the whole crew can't stop munching, lingering in the forest until the sun finally drops. They stuck together most of the day, and Liz noticed Miyabi was clearly having a blast the whole time, so he grinned and told her, "Yeah, I had an amazing time." But he still gave her credit for it. He had a blast because he couldn't sense demons by himself, and he didn't even know the logging rules. A talent like Liz's was worth its weight in gold for adventures. Miyabi gushed that making, hunting for, and savoring great food was the exact life he'd been dreaming about for years. He leaned in and asked if Liz had a dream, and right then she froze, unsure what to say. Heat scared him, but Moker swallowed his fear and swore he wouldn't quit. She laid out her dream: become an A-ranks adventurer, forge her own brand new magic, and unleash it to help a whole lot of people. Miyabi found her dream blazing bright and was sure she could make it happen, counting on the help she got that day, while Liz let doubt swallow her whole, because that A-rank status suddenly felt way out of reach. She could barely pull off intermediate magic, wrestling each spell like it fought back and from a branch like hers. Hitting A-rank felt almost unreachable. She stopped mid-step and admitted adventuring ate talent for breakfast, and she could feel she didn't have enough. Miyabi, oozing confidence, swore she'd climb all the way to A-rank. He jabbed at the muddy chaos waiting ahead and told them he'd already traveled far just to deliver that request. They fought a demon in a muddy forest, their footing getting chewed up in the sludge while mud flew in every direction. Pure, brutal struggle. Even the archer who swore she'd stay back was already caked in mud, hair and all. They crushed the demon, and with curfew creeping closer, they finally had a moment to scrub, rinse, and dry their hair. They argued about lugging their gear and scrubbing it in a river outside the city, because if things got tense, they could sprint back fast, even with their clothes soaked, and Liz flashed a smile. Miyabi admitted he'd just made it up, and still the request totally worked. But that kind of failure could have turned into something way worse than just injuries. Meanwhile, a bunch of adventurers ditched the whole request because the weather turns ugly and their parties in chaos. He asked who had the steadiest adventures like Liz, who trusted herself to lend money to people who really needed it. He set out to twist her intermediate magic skills into a reason to crush her dream, But Liz, blushing and a little nervous, snapped back that she'd never once said she was quitting. That deal's strength wasn't the whole story. Liz told him to hold up, then step toward the muddy chaos ahead. Next, Miyabi whipped up dinner with fresh fish. Liz stared in awe as grilled trout hit the table fresh off the fire along with salt-crusted fish. While they're on the road, they chow down on plain food because cooking smells might lure demons right to them. Namiyabi churned out a brand new gourmet feast every single day. Liz couldn't shake the feeling that she'd never claw her way back to her old life at this pace. Because Miyabi was right. She didn't need to. After yet another request, Eleanor snapped back a grateful thank you, praising how perfectly they all moved together like one unstoppable team. Sure, can I get credit for Liz's pick of the requests? But she shot back that Miyabi's carrying capacity was the whole key, and Eleanor noticed Liz grinning way more often lately. Miyabi told him she'd always grin nonstop, but lately she's been snapping at him nonstop too. And Eleanor swore it's because Liz really, truly cares about him. Liz blushed and Eleanor paused. These two are about to steal the spotlight. At first, Miyabi figured Liz only had eyes for Eleanor, but then he clocked it. Eleanor wasn't the only one keeping watch. Still, when it came to describing Liz's concern for him as caring, it didn't quite nail what was really going on. Eleanor then snapped her fingers and told Miyabi he'd been grinding non-stop on related requests lately, urging him to try fresh types soon, and those words hit him hard, making him realize Liz wasn't chasing her own goals at all. It meant she was still guarding his safety because he knew that keeping long-term requests alive while protecting a supporter could get deadly, and Liz had been so careful to make sure he never got hurt. Now that he understood her dream, he was ready to help her reach it. The last thing he wanted was to slam the brakes on Liz's dream. So when Liz asked what he was doing next, he had to face the answer head on. With a little free time on their hands, Miyabi decided to sharpen his enchantment skills. Liz told him she might dive into magic, and when he begged her to rest, she snapped back, absolutely not. They started needling each other with fake arguments, then both cracked up laughing like they couldn't hold it in. Miyabi tore himself away to work on his enchantment only to slam face first into how hard it was. Enchantment is a nasty Maze 1 missing key material, or the wrong attribute clash, and everything instantly becomes a brutal struggle. Even when they matched, the magic slid through with ease, but the moment the attributes clashed, one careless brush against the circuit's walls sent magic spilling out, and that spill could wreck the material itself. He needed razor-precise control, and it wasn't easy, so sometimes he even messed with the timing, skipping the heat trick like before. But today, that wasn't the point. He focused on creeping forward with brutal care, dead set on reaching the material's core using the bare minimum of magic. His stubborn drive finally crushed the problem, and he forged a tiny thermal block. The blocks were meant to warm Liz's room without a heater, but they barely worked outside, so he left unsatisfied. He took it upon himself to invent a wearable that wouldn't mess with travel, so he tucked the idea into the extra shirts and called it perfect. With a burst of excitement, he strode up to Liz and begged to borrow one of her spare shirts to test an enchantment only for Liz to snap at him like he'd lost his mind. Miyabi didn't realize that asking for a girl's spare shirt was a total no-go. Then he crumpled in pure embarrassment, replaying his mistake in his head like no way it could work, and the fact it wasn't underwear just made it worse, because he'd already been told that only a robe or main gear was meant for heating. A guard blared that the city gates were shutting, and he slipped inside right as they came down. Usually, he'd lose his way. But now he had a real map, so he wasn't about to make that dumb mistake again. He ran into Mel again, and before he could even speak, she pointed him toward the inn only for him to shut that down fast, insisting he wasn't lost this time. Mel's face fell anyway because she'd been hoping he'd stop by for another crafted reward. He carved her a tiny bird figurine. Then Miyabi shot her a question. Why was she out so late? And she answered, I've got to fix my weapon, it's got a chip in it. Even then, it was nowhere near minor. Her sword looked nearly shattered beyond any meager repair or chanting skills. After getting her sword repaired, he jumped in and asked to tag along, and she agreed without hesitation. At Weiss's shop, the second he reacted to Mel's sword, Miyabi jumped because Mel always puts repairs off until her blade is practically finished for good, and that shock hit hard. Then Weiss's eyes snapped to Miyabi. He hadn't made Miyabi's weapon yet, but Miyabi was there to scrub the repairs. Weiss asked if they were already acquainted, and Miyabi answered that they absolutely were. After Mel got reprimanded, Wise leaned in and told him, "I've got tons of repair orders, so you're going to be waiting a while." He asked if Miyabi could at least run the material synthesis, then Miyabi snapped when he realized Weiss was pushing him to do the repair, completely stunned. He refused to let a busted synthesis wreck the materials, so he checked Noel's sword and saw it was built from top-tier stuff. He couldn't stand the idea of causing her trouble. Weiss insisted these repair openings were one of a kind, and that magic control was a real crafter's edge. But Miyabi still hesitated, like something inside her wouldn't let go. To calm his nerves, Weiss told Mel she could get replacements even with her track record of breaking things and hating delays. Miyabi breathed out in relief and asked Mel straight up if she was okay with that, then pushed for what war Mel wanted. When he said the prize was a dragon fang worth a fortune on the market, Weiss and Nell burst into cheers as he got ready to make his move. It looked like pure sorcery in motion, so he zeroed in and focused harder. He cracked the circuit open and wired it back together. Now he had to pour magic into the busted spot. But unlike a simple enchantment, he had to master the material's magic, and that made everything way more complicated. Miyabi was so panicked he nearly forgot how to breathe. But he told himself he'd be fine as long as he could talk. Then Weiss dangled the prize. One shot at a success, and he'd get dragon fangs to keep him going. Weiss's encouragement hit hard, and Miyabi jumped right back into the repair work until the clock finally slammed into midnight. When Miyabi finally finished, Weiss leaned in, studied the sword, and asked if he could do it again later right after that. Miyabi couldn't believe it. With Weiss practically wiped out, the idea of repeating the job sounded insane. Turns out the task was 100 times harder than he ever expected. Weiss snapped that fixing high-quality gear usually wasn't a crafter's responsibility, and Miyabi went speechless because it sounded like Weiss was flat-out undoing his earlier encouragement. Weiss threw an apology at him 2 dragon fangs, and Miyabi hesitated, guilty all over again for breaking one during the last repair. Weiss snapped it into place. For that kind of sword fix, he typically needed 4 dragon fangs. Miyabi's efficiency was crazy impressive, and though he didn't want to, Miyabi took the dragon fangs and hurried back to his inn. When the ride ended, he crumpled onto his cot, and Liz stared in shock thinking he'd just been burning himself out on enchantment practice. The next morning, he jolted awake sore as stone, realizing he'd accidentally crashed in the lobby overnight. Then they headed straight to the guild. Liz tapped in for another gathering request, and Miyabi pushed for something different, asking if a Jade Forest investigation would fit only for Liz to look uneasy. She pointed out that taking an investigation request could shake up the ranks of other requests, and she'd never even tried one before. Still, she felt it was way too early, because demons were probably going to show up on their own. Miyabi clocked that her hesitation wasn't fear at all. It was pure concern for him. Liz said the sheep fight went great, but her stomach still churned, because if anything went wrong, she feared she wouldn't be able to protect him. Even so, she admitted his harvesting skills were cashing in. Yeah, she couldn't deny that. But Miyabi leaned in and told her straight. If she wanted to climb into an A-rank adventure, she had to chase every kind of experience she could get. They didn't have to battle demons or even trek through the forest. They could just crawl underground if they ruined a rose, and that's exactly why Liz was left completely baffled by the whole underground hiding thing. So he joked that he must have been a mole in a past life, and somehow he got her to agree to take the request. For their first investigation, Miyabi braced for trouble, but leaned on Liz's lead like it would carry them through. At the guild counter, Eleanor leaned in and asked Liz if this was her first investigation order, and Liz grinned. She wanted to switch things up and try something new. Eleanor looked totally confident they'd gotten away with it, but she still warned them, stay sharp during the investigation, and if danger creeps in, hit the retreat fast. Liz asked what was wrong, and Eleanor snapped that the other adventurers who went into the Jade Forest never came back. Miyabi paused in the next scene, replaying Leonard's warning in her head. Her words turned everything sharper and more dangerous, yet the forest stayed weirdly calm. They hunted for half a day and not one demon showed up. Then Liz snapped that something felt off, because the Jade Forest and Worth east of Angela had been way too quiet. The forest was bursting with life so packed with demons, it practically hummed with it. That herb haven was a gold mine for medicinal plants, pulling in adventurers by the dozen. Then people started vanishing, so they slammed the doors and restricted access. Demons and humans were built to hate each other. Natural foes, no truce in sight. So Liz leaned in and asked Miyabi, what happens if humans stop coming to visit? He said it would help demons grow, like throwing gas on a fire because demons break fast. Some even slid in from other forests. You'd expect their numbers to explode, but this time they sent out an investigation request instead. A pack of wolves from the Jade Forest has shown up in the northern Kaliana steppe, and now the forest's ecological balance is in question. So someone has to head out, investigate every odd trace, and report back what they find. Trust me, this is a weird one. Liz said they'd need a bunch of samples to track down any problems, then she snapped at Miyabi to scoop up animal droppings from the ground. Miyabi played the paw and begged for a little grace, and Liz Grain snapped back, reminding him he was backing her straight toward that A-rank goal. That night, they crashed at the local inn and forked over 5 silver coins to get their beds. Miyabi was wiped out after the day's investigation. Every tree sample they pulled up showed nothing weird, just small animals. It was full of weird little oddities, but zero real leads. So he braced himself for the grind, yet somehow it felt like it would drag on forever, and even after they finished, they still had to compile a report. Think about that. He finally realized he had no clue how to report it, because you can't just dump random proof and be done. And all he'd collected were samples with zero notes or records. He let his guard down because Liz never gave any orders, and he made sure not to blame her since they were both rookies at investigations, because mistakes were always going to happen. The sun had barely slipped away when he grabbed paper, a pencil, and Liz's map. Then he crushed demon bones into glue, mixed it with wood to forge real paper, carved a pencil from charcoal and wood, and even brewed colored pencils by stirring flower dye into the pencil. Miyabi dug up the paperwork and knocked out the overtime like it was nothing, like his past life had already trained him for it. And somehow, just like that, it didn't bother him anymore. He had zero idea that the skills he learned in his past life would come back to save him in this new world. Even out on the road of adventuring, he got slammed with one job after another as he traveled. Morning came and he shoved Liz a rundown of yesterday's investigation, stressing that keeping solid records was the only way to report accurately later, while Liz fretted that it must have taken him forever to pull it together. Miyabi promised her he'd finally rest easy after clocking out before midnight, and then once she reviewed Liz jumped in and decided to help him with it from that very day. Miyabi, worn out from scouting and everything else, tried to say she'd handle it solo, but Liz snapped back that splitting the work would get it done way faster. Liz jumped in and said she wanted to learn how to make the summary book, and Miyabi was shocked by how hard she was trying until Liz made it clear it wasn't about diligence at all. She said adventurers usually just spat out verbal reports while the guild filed the written ones, so she never even thought they should write their own. And Miyabi Panicked suddenly realized he'd burned hours on something that might have been pointless. Liz leaned in and reassured him, praising how incredible his work really was. Then the summary hit like a spotlight, so clear and vivid it showed patterns she hadn't even seen before, leaving him flustered by the praise. Miyabi stared as he unveiled the underlay he'd built to keep her paper rock solid, while she took notes on the move. Liz couldn't believe what she was seeing. These innovations blew her mind. She asked, "Can I log the demon signs for you, just so I can jot them down fast?" Then promised they'd sort it all together later that night. They decided their mission was simple: tear into the guild's doubts and prove that Liz could crush investigations and shine. They tore through the forest for 5 straight days, searching nonstop. 5 days later, they stumbled on a campfire and froze who lit it. They tore through the area, hunting for any clue that could explain it. Miyabi tossed out a casual thought that the missing adventurers might have made it. Maybe they were still stuck somewhere in the forest, and Liz just didn't know. She pointed out it was too risky to leave a campfire burning. One spark could light everything up, so it had to be stamped out or buried deep. That twist of the unexpected might have stopped them in their tracks before they could even do it. He decided to stick close. Liz watched Miyabi whip up a shelter in seconds, magically sewing leaves he'd gathered from blogs and tucking them over the branches. Then he turned it all into a camouflage base, padding it with a wool cushion. It's got that cozy, made-for-a-long-haul comfort, plus a killer river view right outside the window. Liz admitted she'd stopped being shocked by his genius, even as he teased her, wishing she'd still pick a surprise for him while they watched the situation unfold. While Miyabi stood on guard, his eyes started to droop then. Liz snapped him awake in a heartbeat. A chilling warning hit someone called out that a Black Hawk and a Crank Demon were closing in fast. She'd feared there was a monster trail, but she never guessed it led straight into that area. Then Miyabi finally breathed easy, flooding the woods with enough magic to mask their scent. Liz, though, went still when she realized Black Hawks weren't even supposed to live in that forest. Miyabi dared them to ask, "Are we really pulling other demons off your trail?" She couldn't say for sure, but her gut screamed it was true black works, and those mutated species are big, social, and smart enough to build their own settlements, which meant they likely had a nest hidden deep in the forest. He ordered Miyabi to track it down and bring the update straight back to the guild. At the Blackwork settlement, they stumbled on a whole horde of orcs and Liz like the place was under siege. Liz watched them multiply at lightning speed, like they'd been hiding in plain sight, and realized the Blackwork population was way bigger than anyone expected, and it was about to become a nightmare. She said that once their numbers hit the right mark, a smarter, higher species would crawl out of the shadows, and they'd need an AA rank squad to tear that demon down. And Miyabi? The thought made his stomach drop. They agreed to head back to the guild, but Liz cut in and reminded him of, they warned about the demon's breeding frenzy, and if the conditions stayed right, it could spiral out of control in just a few days. She said building a strike team would take no less than 3 days, and that's when the urgency of their discovery hit like a truck. Liz warned Miyabi that Delane might be doomed if they waited too long, and she even confessed her regret, saying she may have put him in danger yet. Miyabi only shook his head, convinced there was still a move they could make right now. When he asked Liz if there was any way out, she shot back with a solution. Miyabi reported that he'd mapped the cave structure enough to make his plan work, and he was sure the Black Orcs would never see their tactic coming. Then he whipped up a map of the underground Blackwork settlement, and Liz, shivering from the cold, pointed out how fast Miyabi had done it, considering how massive that underground maze really is. Miyabi admitted he never expected it to get this brutally cold, and Liz snapped that they'd have to tough it out till morning. For blankets, spotting a crafter, Liz pressed him hard, asking if he really planned to stay overnight in weather like this. He told her to watch closely as he built a warm, comfy little hideout. Miyabi kicked things off by laying the groundwork, slipping in smooth, curved beams and sturdy columns, then wrapping the walls and ceiling in heaps of wood. In chant and magic, he planted a glowing tree right at the heart of that massive underground void. He told Liz that this tree would flood the room with a cozy golden glow, and since she always felt cold, he made sure it hit her extra warm. They finished their cozy little underground dream house complete with a comfy double cot, a quiet corner for peace, and a glowing tree that lit the whole place by burning bright from a single log, while heat blocks stacked like firewood made the living space feel like a real fireplace. They heated people with bad circulation, underground, safe. No flames, then built in a dining corner with chairs and a round wooden table to keep everyone warm, plus a water basin for quick hand washing with fresh water ready to swap in. Miyabi was convinced his masterpiece would blow Liz away. She was finally getting used to his incredible crafts. Liz couldn't believe it when he told her she was blown away that he built it that fast. Miyabi's face fell hard. She couldn't believe she didn't get more spark out of him for that luminous tree, even with his impressive head-of-use enchantment magic. Liz realized he had warmed the floor without a single hot spring, so her hands felt cozy and her whole body relaxed like she'd stumbled into paradise. Miyabi confessed he quietly slipped fire elements into the floor, and Liz burst into pure joy. She teased him not to build a room more cozy than a top-tier hotel, then promptly forgot all about the Black Orcs looming overhead. Stretched out on the warm floor, she figured that a simple cushion was all she needed to crash and rest, but Miyabi snapped that staying there and doing nothing was absolutely unacceptable. He proudly showed her a plush wool cot, and when she sank into those cozy fibers, she couldn't help but gasp, wrapped in warmth like it was magic. Liz said it felt like the catch was snuggled up in a futon, just right for the cold weather, and then she asked, "So, is it expensive?" But Miyabi shot it down fast, insisting she not overdo it. She declared she'd rise as a C-ranked venture, no pushing, no overworking, because her own body would wake up on its own. The next morning, Liz finally slept in, and Miyabi totally expected it. When he tried to wake her up, she groaned at him to ask Dad for one more minute, leaving Miyabi baffled about who Dad even meant. And then right there, she smiled shyly. She begged him to restart the wake-up, but he shut it down, so she slipped away to splash cold water on her face as the sun finally climbed. Miyabi grilled Liz, "Are you good?" And Liz snapped back, fully awake and ready to go. They pushed ahead, glaring at the Blackhawks as they hovered through night shift, right on the edge of a shift change that already had them seething. Miyabi and Liz ripped into their attack, catching the Blackhawks completely off guard. Liz throws an ice jaddle spell, then the Blackhawks snap back with a vengeance. It smashed down into a hole, and Miyabi went with it. He praised her ever to the skies, then told her to pull back sooner next time. Liz's plan, Operation Mole, called it out fast. A straight-up attack was basically doomed because the enemy outnumbered them. They didn't have a frontline fighter, so their whole plan was to dodge hits until Liz had to steal a few seconds to charge her magic. And in that brief gap, she left herself wide open. They'd forge even more tunnels, letting Liz bait enemies with magic from afar, then vanish underground before anyone on the surface can figure out where she went. While everything spiraled into chaos, Liz ripped through the darkness with brutal, high-powered magic to wipe out the Blackworks. They'd hit the same trick again and again, cut down the enemy, until they were outmatched, then slip away and escape. Miyabi demanded to know what they'd do if a higher species slipped in unnoticed, because that cave had way too many entrances and exits. So figuring out the whole cave map immediately became priority number one. Turns out the Black Orcs were pigging out then. They started digging a brutal underground tunnel fast, hunting for other escape routes. Liz swore she'd come up with the plan, but Miyabi's sudden presence threw everything off. Miyabi leaned in and asked if they were really going to carry out the plan that very night. Liz shoved him into position at dawn and told him straight up. She'd been wearing a smell mask for a while. She had no mana to fight a Black Orc, and she desperately wished she could cast magic forever. They were counting how many Black Orcs they'd have to smash, then they spotted the fifth, and Liz figured that keeping the herd small enough would stop the bigger species from showing up, and that meant they'd stay alive. Suddenly, Miyabi slammed a block into place, and Liz realized he'd beat her to the idea saving them as their plan just barely dodged the attack. Liz leaned in and asked Miyabi if she could say something weird, and he shot back, "Go on, talk." She leaned in and asked him straight up if he knew that Black Orc meat was insanely delicious, and if they wiped out enough foes, they'd rake in tons of meat prime for selling, with a big share saved for themselves. Fuel's fire lit Liz's ruthless drive to destroy every single one of them. Miyabi froze, stunned that Liz was trying to wipe them all out, and Liz straight up confessed that firing multiple high-powered ice javelins back-to-back was draining her. For the last 5, she wasn't sure she could land every single shot, so she pulled me in and asked Abby to help while Black Orc grilled someone else about Liz's location. Liz screamed that she was right there, then dropped an orc with her last 2 shots left. She snatched them away, one by one, like she was ending a fight before it even started. 2 orcs wailed because they knew she wouldn't get away. Then they tore after her as she sprinted for her life. Meanwhile, Miyabi Duga was tearing into Duga Hole to rescue Liz from them. Liz demanded to know if he'd stuffed everything into his inventory, and he nodded like, "Yep," then pulled out a sword etched with the words, "May God bless my beloved husband," stamped with Theodora's. Liz found herself torn, relieved it had been found, but crushed to realize Miyabi thought the Black Orc knife belonged to someone missing. They realized they could hand the sword back to whoever was waiting, right for its true owner. Miyabi nodded at her viewpoint. Genuinely seeing her side then, they decided to finish the survey and head home. Miyabadi refused to blame himself, or Liz, he said it was just brutal bad luck. He tried to shrug it off as no big deal, but the moment wouldn't let go. He kept wondering who owned that sword, and while Liz stayed crystal clear in her head, he grilled her, asking how she managed to keep her focus so locked in. Liz told everyone that heading back to the guild felt like slipping into her real life again. Even if it didn't happen overnight then. Right when they finally arrived, they went straight up to Eleanor and greeted her. Liz let out a breath of relief, then immediately pointed out they'd blown past the scheduled days, admitting they stayed extra cautious at first until they got used to the task. Eleanor breathed easy when she saw them untouched, then demanded their investigation report. Miyabi snapped back that Black Orcs had shown up near the forest lake. "You got a whole haul of Gilia wolf bones stuffed into your bag." He thrust the compiled notes into Eleanor's hands for their report, and she blinked. She hadn't expected anything written, but it still felt oddly polite. Then she offered to have the guild prepare one herself, And after that, she dove right into reviewing their notes. The guild nearly fell out of their seats when they heard Miyabi built the whole thing by himself. He broke it down like this. He took care of the plant life and soil data, but when it came to guessing how many demons were out there, he leaned on Liz's expertise. Liz couldn't tell if she'd made a difference, but they looked her in the eye and promised her, yeah, her input helped. Eleanor lit up, praising their super detailed documentation, swearing it would take guild staff a full month, yet they hammered it out in 10 days. Then one guild member couldn't believe how fast their Black Orge settlement report was finished, and Miyabi and Liz just smiled like, we gave it everything. Eleanor leaned in, eyes locked on the report, and started reviewing it. To 11 Blackworks alarms, so intense an A-rank adventurer could handle them, no B-ranks needed, and then Miyabi countered, claiming he'd already wiped them all out. Guild staff didn't buy it, some swore it was a lie. Others insisted they'd confused a different demon with black orcs, and a few believed they were just making it up. Eleanor grilled Liz for the basics, especially what rank you need to take down a black one, and Liz told her straight up C rank. Eleanor leaned in and told the guild staff that Liz could take down one. Then she snapped back that going up against 11 black orcs was a whole different beast. It was way past what a two-person C-Cranks party could survive, and the guild staff couldn't stop asking what they messed up. I believe Miyabi and Liz were padding their stories to snag extra credit, and some folks said their impatience caused the whole mess. Then Eleanor snapped at Miyabi, and Miyabi whipped around and fired back, yes sir. She ordered him to haul up the meat and call every single mathling on the team. They declared the meat prints were back, and the whole team went wild, guessing what kind of flesh it would be this time. Eleanor told them, Miyabi says it's blackwork meat, and then she shoved the task onto them check the proof of subjugation. They were sure they'd rake in a huge bonus, all because the meat prince busted his butt. Meanwhile, Miyabi caught the crowd's whispers. Some swore he was the legendary meat prince of the meat kingdom. Others bragged that his inventory could store endless meat, and a few went straight for the question. So, will you sell us some? After that ground sheet fiasco, Eleanor told me the dismantling teens started calling him Meat Prince. Rumors started flying about a rivalry with the Cupid of the Love Tower, and then Miyabi looked crushed and begged, please, give me a flashier nickname. Something better. Liz tried to shake the gloom off him and get his spirits up. Miyabi laughed that it was rare for a fan to hold a title like that, then teased him as Meat Prince. But the moment tears hit, she blurted out that the real thing was even better, like 100 times better. The dismantling team's chief leaned in and swore no doubt at all that every last pile of meat was hauled from black orcs. The chief demanded to know how Miyabi pulled off those spotless cuts, no knife scrapes anywhere, even on the nasty joints that were a nightmare to take apart, and Eleanor knew right then this was pure world-class craftsmanship. A godlike dismantling technique, paired with an inventory pulled from another realm. And she said Miyabi's reports were as razor-precise as anything coming straight from the king's office. Then she stared off, voice dropping, and wondered what kind of person Miyabi really was. Eleanor caught that the other staff were already gossiping about it, and even though she'd kept the ground sheep incident under wraps, she knew she couldn't hide this one for long. The guildmaster smirked and said, looks like we've got another troublemaker on our hands, and I need to talk to both of you. Eleanor told them the higher-ups wanted to go over the report down to every detail, and Miyabi and Liz instantly started shaking with nerves, staring at them like, did we mess up somewhere? Liz was buzzing about black or barbecue, grilling Miyabi like, what tops top-quality premium ME after a brutal day? But Miyabi only shrugged and said he'd be totally fine as long as he got paid, since the meat was good. It only made his wall's emptiness feel crueler. Liz's eyes widened when she realized he was so stingy, like he'd forgotten how to spend, and she pushed him to finally enjoy life instead of hoarding every last coin. Zion, the guildmaster, demanded a meeting with Miyabi and Lizzo. Now they're heading over to meet him. He introduced himself, then he leaned right into C-Crank Adventure Liz and addressed them head-on. They pushed to talk through their Jade Forest findings and file the report fast, and Zion grilled the group asking if they were getting any outside help to finish the job. Miyabi's rage flared because it felt like they were being accused of cheating, and Liz snapped to Zion that it was just the two of them. Miyabi made it crystal clear to Eleanor that she would never do something like that, and through the whole exchange, Eleanor just stayed silent. Miyabi caught the guild staring at their work in total disbelief. Yes, even Eleanor looked stunned. The guildmaster only had their paperwork to go on, so it made sense he'd assume a C rank and an F rank couldn't possibly pull off results this incredible. Zion told Miyabi that the guild treated survey missions like gold-only experts could judge how monsters cooperated and how safe the area really was, and Miyabi only had to wonder why Zion kept pushing them to prove they were telling the truth. Zion swore he'd never beg another adventurer for help again, then demanded an oath could they swear, in clear truth, that their report had zero lies. Liz tore the cloth off her sword and told him that every official report missed this one last piece. She'd found it in the Blackwork settlement and swore the design was everything. The guildmaster leaned in, eyes locked on the sword, and studied it like it held a secret, and claimed it was enough, pointing out that the inscription matched the name of a missing adventurer. Then he told Eleanor to reach out to the adventurer's next of kin and shoved the sword back into their hands. Eleanor pressed him, demanding to know if he was really certain about his choice, and Zion snapped back that they had the report, their past guilt history, and Eleanor's own testimony backing them up, admitting he hadn't even questioned it much at first, thanks to Liz's proven skill. Eleanor shot a concerned look like, "You're usually way more careful than this." Then they dug into Liz's mission stats, and the success rate hit an insane 98.2%. Miyabi leaned in, dying to know why everyone was suddenly dissecting Liz's mission statistics. Zion told them how Liz rose from the bottom, climbing rank by rank and racking up insanely high success rates the whole way. He shoved a book into her hands and said the monster parts and the party supplies they'd scored were top tier. Then he pushed hard for Liz to stay put and not sell her skills to another guild. And finally, he insisted that only someone who'd been right there at the site could have written that report's razor-detailed info. Zion declared, "I'm seeing no deceit here," and he stood by it innocent until proven guilty. End of story. He held up 2 pages from the book, and boom, there were years of heartfelt thank you notes from clients, and he trusted Liz's word like she was an adventurer who'd already proved she could be relied on. Still, he muttered that beating 11 opponents basically solo sounded unreal. Liz admitted she wasn't sure she could have pulled it off herself. Zion then asked straight up whether Miyabi would step into the vanguard role. Liz snapped that the fight was basically finished before she even got a chance to swing. Miyabi bragged that he'd handed all the fighting to Liz, and Zion deadpanned that they should take a second to make sure their stories matched. Liz swore Miyabi must have taken down at least 2 works while Miyabi insisted, "I only lent a hand, that's it." Then Zion couldn't help joking. "Wait, are you two secretly a comedy duo?" Liz cut Miyabi off cold, telling him his view was wildly tilted, and then she straight up called him a walking, talking storage unit. She told Zion she'd seen the Blackhawk meat Miyabi hauled in, then watched him scoop out a massive hole and dump every bit of dirt into storage in about 6 seconds like that was just support. She figured he'd stocked so much timber it could choke an entire forest, and she claimed his storage space dwarfed even the production guild's gigantic warehouse. Then Angela snapped, "Miyabi," and Miyabi interrupted, telling her to keep talking about him like he wasn't even there. Zion demanded she replay her side of the story, but Liz snapped back that he'd heard her fine and that by then, logic had already walked out on her. Jen asked Eleanor, "Do you think Miyabi's storage is capped for me?" And Eleanor shot down the rumor fast. Those stories were just that, rumors. Miyabi cut in fast, bragging that his extended storage could fit way more than just meat. He offered to sell off anything he didn't need, then leaned in and told Eleanor to take the lead and guide everyone to the warehouse. Liz dipped her head to Zion, pouring out real gratitude for the faith he'd given her. Then Zion told her he expected even more brilliant work from her. And just as Liz caught him staring, she snapped, "Is there something else you need?" He tried to shrug it off, saying it was just nostalgia and nothing else then. Zion smiled and told her she'd inherited his gear the way she'd inherited his spirit, because every piece had once belonged to her father. He looked at that relentless man and saw the proof in his daughters. She'd grown up with the same grit, hardworking and truly admirable. Meanwhile, Miyabi and Eleanor pushed into the warehouse and Miyabi's jaw dropped at how massive it was. Eleanor muttered that it didn't even come close to the production guild's facilities. She said that, back in the day, most adventurers lived off mission rewards. So even she felt like every payout was just a short-lived bonus, not a real steady job. And then Miyabi cut in, asking if she was an adventurer herself. She told me she landed her current role only after her party collapsed nearly 3 years ago. She ditched the adventurer's life, but those dismantling skills didn't bounce back overnight, so Eleanor grilled him, wasn't this way too easy to hurt yourself? He insisted there had to be a safer technique, and Miyabi froze, thinking she'd get lost if he mentioned his material acquisition skill, but instead, he just grinned and said it all came down to one thing. He was simply skilled with his hands. She wondered if it was really all about sheer manual dexterity. Then he dodged the question and blurted out that, with Liz absent, he had something to ask. He asked if he could hand his cut from the survey mission rewards straight to the family of the sword's owner. Eleanor pointed out the reward would be split evenly, about 100 gold total, and she pressed Miyabi, "Are you sure?" Miyabi nodded back that he had plenty of money for the raw materials, so he was all set. She saw his gesture as sweet but clueless, and she couldn't help wondering if he really planned to skip his pay after every mission that ended in casualties, while Miyabi wrestled to find the words for what he was feeling. He admitted he didn't know what the future held, but right now his mind was locked in. He'd trust his instincts and move on his own terms, no guilt weighing him down. He admitted it might sound selfish, but it wouldn't smash his finances, and he made it clear he wasn't planning to permanently hand over half his income. Eleanor brought up a non-profit fund for families of fallen adventurers, then promised she'd line up the donation for him this time. She warned him not to forget that reward money was fair pay for the life-threatening dangers adventure brings, and he had no right to treat it like nothing. Their talk fizzled out, and Eleanor turned and left. 2 days later, she pulled Liz and Miyabi aside and told them their work on the mission blew past expectations, so they'd get an upgraded reward. Miyabi sat there, crunching the math to figure out how much their 910 gold coin reward would be in yen. Eleanor offered to stash the guild's deposit for them, and Miyabi only hoped that the cash could ease the bereaved family's pain, though it still felt like it wasn't enough. On top of the money, Miyabi got a shock upgrade. She was promoted straight to D rank. A shock hit both him and Liz. Miyabi froze, stunned beyond belief, utterly baffled. Eleanor watched that leap slam straight past E rank. Skipping ranks is almost unheard of for a support, but his insane contributions convinced the guild to bet on his next level. He couldn't stop wondering what the guild masters were really trying to pull off, and Eleanor warned him that if an F ranks ever got a prize that huge and everyone found out, trouble would come fast. Now their pay dwarfed what even the usual B rank adventurers pulled, and Eleanor included. Miyabi lit up, thanking her for the kindness, and with a warm, polite smile, Eleanor told him straight if he kept backing up in that support role, the guild would rake in big benefits from everything he'd been doing. After thanking the guildmaster, Eleanor swung toward the door, then suddenly remembered she had to clear something up with Liz before they left. Still riding on Liz's earlier words, she shot a question back. Did Liz want this donation to stay anonymous? Liz panicked and blurted that the instructions were right there in the report, but Eleanor just flashed a smile and apologized, and Miyabi, still confused at first, finally caught on to Eleanor's warning about not constantly burning half his salary. Miyabi was left in total awe, and she couldn't stop staring at Liz. It made her blush hard and snap at him. And just like that, their mission was officially over. It was Liz's very first time crossing paths with the Blackhawks and her first face-to-face with the guildmaster, to the point where her nerves screamed so loud she thought her heart might actually give out. Miyabi nodded and said it was time for something fresh. Liz frowned, asking if he meant the gathering. He wanted that too, but he kicked things off with a victory celebration first. He whipped up a wild visual and culinary feast with a special black work meat Chinese style. Liz puzzled and totally blew minds with it because he had no idea Chinese cuisine was anything more than plain old cooking. Miyabi dodged his questions and told him to grill her favorite meat cuts, then refused to let him do it solo because she demanded to be the only one manning the grill, and Liz just couldn't wrap her head around it, thinking it would be over way too fast and somehow rob the whole fun. Then, she caught sight of something that looked like bread and bit into it without hesitation. Miyabi told her these weren't just any buns, they were savory filled, made for chilly weather, with a filling stewed until it turned fork tender, and the moment she bit in, her delight hit like a warm hug. The sweet filling slid into the smooth dough like it was made for it, tender, not airy like regular bread, so the texture hit perfectly, and Liz couldn't help falling in love with that juicy, sweet bite. After that mouth-watering bun, Miyabi was completely hooked, and she couldn't wait for more. He slid out another delicious dish, and curiosity surged through her like wildfire. she spotted the table turning as the plates glided around, and Miyabi snapped that he'd never served traditional Chinese food without it. Even though Liz had no idea what it meant, she still liked how it worked, especially when the table started spinning and Miyabi snapped, telling her not to spin it back to the start, right as Noel suddenly burst in, scaring them out of their wits. Liz was munching meat buns and greeted Miyabi like it was nothing, claiming she just followed the meat scent while Miyabi froze. Shocked Liz actually knew her, and even more stunned to learn Liz knew Mel, that notorious B-ranked venture everyone talks about. They finally sat down and traded stories about that wild run-in, and Nell blurted out that Miyabi always manages to get lost. Then she remembered the blacksmith had a bone to pick with him and asked what it was about. Miyabi, clueless but curious, asked Liz if she knew, and Liz froze in total shock that he even knew Master Weiss. Did he really understand who Weiss was? Miyabi tossed off a casual description of Weiss like he was some legendary blacksmith, then asked if he was famous. Liz and Nell shot each other a look and decided, right then, to escort him to Weiss. When White caught them together, he snapped, "Where's Liz? Why's she with Miyabi?" She shot back, "They're at a party." Weiss blinked in shock and asked Miyabi to let him borrow him just for a bit, and as the talk dragged on, Miyabi felt pushed out, so he jumped back in. "Liz, how'd you even figure out Mr. Wise?" Liz dropped the bombshell. He wasn't just any craftsman. He was Black Iron Weiss, a royal recognized master of the forge, and with a bit of her adoptive father in the mix. Miyabi froze in shock, while Weiss straight up thanked him for keeping Liz safe. Miyabi's head spun, but just as he was about to ask about Liz's biological father, Weiss finally revealed why he'd been watching him all along. He tells her, Angel is the regional Lord Duke Baldini's planning to renovate his mansion, and fired off a question: was Miyabi down to take on the task? Liz and Miyabi both froze in disbelief. Miyabi couldn't make sense of it. Why did she pick him? She laid it out. He had the job of choosing the personnel, and he could pick whoever he wanted. Miyabi felt like he was about to step straight into danger. Then Liz cut in, snapped at him, and told him that custom work for the Duke could open doors to connections worth gold, and that Miyabi would be working under a project manager. Miyabi had no choice. She had to go all out to make a real impact, and with no other option left, she reluctantly stepped up to take the job. In Angela's western quarter, aristocrats built their grand homes sprawled across a gentle hillside where the land dipped like it was inviting power to rise. Right in the center of it all loomed the grand estate in Duke Baldini's realm. Miyabi, Weiss, and Liz pulled up, and Weiss sent them off when he said work would start in 2 days. Lodging was already handled. Miyabi exhaled in relief because he'd actually stuffed spare clothes in his bag. He barely snagged this chance, and it never even crossed his mind it would happen. Still, he knew he'd be an idiot to let it slip, because touring a noble's young lady's estate like this was a once-in-a-lifetime privilege. While he strolled with the group, he spotted a flower fading fast, its light slipping away right in front of him. A man stepped forward and called it a CF an infamous cult known for surviving anything and adapting on the fly. Even though that rose came from a far warmer land, Miyabi leaned in as the man spilled the story of its struggle, then tried to figure out who he really was and why he hovered so close. Weiss came back fast, warned that showing up to meet everyone face to face could spark trouble, then dropped the bombshell about the man. Was Duke Trent Baldini, and that name hit like a title from legend. The night before they left, Liz forced Miyabi to drill the Duke's details so she wouldn't get humiliated. Then she hit him with an "I'm quizzing you," demanding to know what he really knew about the Lord of Angela, the ruler who governed the whole territory. Miyabi snapped back that the Belfini house was one of the 5 legendary Duke families the central government of 40 handed full control of the Northern Territory. To then, she added that their current lord, Duke Trent Baldini, was famous for equal measures of fire and reckless audacity. Liz told him to remember this. Running a major noble house meant you had to graduate first in Angela's territory at the Royal Academy of Magic. He helped 3 powerhouses of guilds rise to the top, and if he had to, he could clamp down on other nobles' territories. With Angela by his side, he pushed hard for free trade to smash into bigger export markets. As long as you met the rank rules, you could grab any job you wanted. And with enough cash, you could get your hands on basically anything, from goods to services. Miyabi couldn't help but admire it, especially since Liz came to this town, fell headfirst in love with adventuring, and made it all feel possible. He couldn't miss it. The Duke's men stood there, rock-solid loyal. Liz wasn't exaggerating one bit. His eccentricity was wild, and right now, Miyabi stood with Weiss's chosen team, his nerves jangling. Even if that feudal lord was a little peculiar, he could still deal with someone who treated strangers like old friends. But what really worried everyone was the workman's cold, overly serious vibe. Duke Trent Baldingy shot off an apology for the delay, then stepped forward and introduced himself. He bowed in respect to Weiss for saying yes to his request. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Miyabi, and she blinked like, "Wait, what?" Then the Duke leaned in and said the mansion's outside was gorgeous, but the inside hadn't been touched in over 30 years, and you could totally feel it. Even the Pratlin wood looked worse by the second. At first, they thought a simple man of refresh would be enough. Then modern life demanded more, and he pushed for interior designs packed with fresh, contemporary innovation. He pushed them to trust the road they picked, chase their goals full speed, and rely on their own skills to break every barrier in their way. Miyabi's cheeks burned red from that speech, and he couldn't wait to team up with the other craftsmen. In the storage room, someone snapped and launched a hammer straight at his head. A scary-looking man lunged in close and blasted at Miyabi, yelling that he'd better not try to butter up the boss because he claimed he was the chosen successor. Known as Ironskin, Sid Miyabi was so stunned she just blurted, "Okay," because yeah, getting a cool nickname like that was honestly impressive. Then another guy stepped in and revealed Sid picked it himself. He stepped up and introduced himself as the brother of that self-proclaimed Iron Skin Sid, and Miyabi quickly apologized for showing up, insisting he wasn't here to mess with anyone's work just then. The brother waved it off, saying it was totally fine and that Weiss had a damn good reason for bringing him in. Right then, Weiss stormed in, snapping at them for wasting time, reminding them this was a job meant for a close friend and that his business's reputation would live or die by whether the renovations hit. As project manager, he handed out rough outlines of the client's wishes for every mansion area and told them they'd go over everything later. Then he barked, "Start working right now." Miyabi leaned in, eager to prove himself, and asked what he should do. Then Weiss thrust a paper and pen into his hands. Miyabi blinked in confusion when Weiss shoved a paper and pen into his hands, like he'd been sent into the wrong mission. Then Weiss explained he had something special in mind, naming Miyabi as the project lead. Miyabi snapped, saying Weiss never gave her a blueprint, so he couldn't just whip up a design out of thin air. Yet Weiss stayed stone calm, admitted he'd tried to come up with something the Duke would love, but hit a wall, and then said they had to start building that very day. Miyabi stared in disbelief, insisting there was no way White hadn't plotted this long before. Weiss pointed to a boy and told everyone to team up. He and Miyabi would be in charge of the main bathroom. The shy, shaky boy blurted out a greeting and Miyabi froze, totally caught off guard. After Weiss stormed out of Miyabi's place, she couldn't shake the thought, why was all of this happening to her? Miyabi clocked that the boy seemed decent enough, and she couldn't help but marvel at how his tiny frame curled up so tight, hogging almost no space at all. That bathroom was the hardest boss fight. He couldn't bluff his way through its crazy design rules. Then it hit him. This was the perfect chance, because the whole structure just needed a quick refresh. So most of it stayed untouched, while the real spotlight went to the interior style and look. With his favorite area and no budget limits holding him back, he went all in on creativity. Then, the moment he started sketching, the boys practically buzzed to talk, and Miyabi asked what he needed. Then it hit him. He never introduced himself. The kid, Karen, was trembling with nerves, and Miyabi kept slipping up, blurted Karen over and over because she couldn't stop. Miyabi snapped that they needed a design first, so Karen should start tearing things down while they worked. Yet, every time she called him Karen, the boy's irritation flared hotter and hotter. Miyabi couldn't even figure out why. But when they showed their work to the Duke, he pointed out one design that screamed Elven Tribe, and another that looked like it had been pulled straight from old, saved architecture. She waved them off like they were nothing special, and Miyabi just couldn't believe what she was hearing. He fled to the bathroom to rethink everything. He'd poured every ounce of imagination into those over-the-top designs. But the Duke just shrugged like they were run-of-the-mill, stuff he'd seen 100 times, and that's when it hit him. In this fantasy world, even wild, dreamlike architecture was nothing special. You remembered the Dream World, this high fantasy game where the visuals were sculpted by the industry's best graphic designers to match the genre perfectly. Miyabi started cooking up ideas built for this world because it basically screams Dream World. At the same time, Karen fought demolition with every step, but progress crawled slow. Miyabi clocked Karen lugging materials all by herself. No joke. That's brutal, so he suggested she just stash them in his inventory. But her reaction made him worry he didn't even have one. So he asked, and thank the stars, Karen really did have inventory. But every corner was packed with lunchboxes and enough fresh food to last 2 whole weeks. Miyabi couldn't stop remembering Liz's warning crafters weren't exactly prized in the production crews, so she decided to step in, and she borrowed Kyron's hammer to help. And with one ruthless strike, he shattered the entire floor while Kieran kept barking. Master! Miyabi hated the title, but Karen had already set his heart on taking him as an apprentice. He dropped to his knees and begged Miyabi to teach him the technique, and Miyabi told him it came on its own as his skill levels rose. If he kept grinding and crafting hard. By the time Miyabi was wiped out and ready to rest, Karen's non-stop excitement kept him locked in, hungry to learn every last bit of what his abilities could do. Miyabi couldn't even tell if it was real talent because every time he thought back, his early struggles came crashing into his mind. He said Karen might be hiding the same kind of potential if he would only take a shot. By morning, the demolition was done, and Karen couldn't believe how fast it all happened then. Miyabi's mind snapped back to a question. He pressed Karen to explain what that pit-like structure was for, but before she could even answer, the Duke suddenly showed up and snapped that it was a reservoir meant to boil the water. Miyabi gasped again, but the Duke stayed stone calm and explained that they hauled hot, boiling water to the bath bucket by bucket. Miyabi blinked in shock. No. Running water meant every task turned into a grind, and then the Duke casually pointed out a servant with fire magic who heated water so perfectly it was like cheating. But old age slammed the door shut and forced him to retire. And that unglamorous job was brutal to even find someone to do. The Duke pressed Miyabi, asking if he'd finally cooked up a good idea. Miyabi smirked and said he'd already revamped the plan, polishing the original into something even better. The Duke decided to play it calm and wait, acting like a normal person for once. Dreamworld's devs didn't just dream up a fresh look, they borrowed ideas from another game made by a totally different company, and Miyabi was sure it would blaze its own trail. But the Duke stared at the buildings and could tell they were soaked in Elvish Masserini flair and Dynasty style. When the days finally wrapped up, Weiss burst in with an update spelling out that the bath ran perfectly smooth. He warned that winning over the Duke too easily would suck all the fun right out of the challenge. The Duke nodded and approved the bat's final design drafts, but he could feel Weiss's curiosity burning in the air. Deep down, the Duke confessed his one flaw. Once a project had real promise, he refused to quit halfway. He taunted that Weiss's push for originality was molding him into a stubborn old man, just like the others. And Weiss shot back that even with a Master Craftsman title, he still had a lot to learn, because success only comes when you nail the client's vision. He was brimming with high hopes for the brand new squad of rookies he pulled in. When Liz finally showed up at the park, Eleanor was so locked into her book that she immediately blurted out an apology for being late. Eleanor waved it off and praised Liz's outfit. Then Liz laughed and said it had been ages since their last date. She'd worried that looking too much like an adventurer would embarrass Eleanor if she didn't dress up. While she spent ages picking out her outfit, Liz realized it was way easier when Miyabi was around, and the second Ellen asked if raiding someone else's inventory for a personal wardrobe was really a good idea, Liz's nerves snapped. Panic hit hard, convinced she'd just been rude. While she was lost in thought, Eleanor realized the hard truth: Miyabi hadn't shown up at the guild lately. Liz told him he'd been invited to jump in and help with the Lord's Mansion renovation. Eleanor's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the news she just got. Meanwhile, Miyabi was on the brink of giving up on the renovation. 3 brutal days went by, and the Duke shot down every single design he brought, so the bathroom renovation finally ground to a complete stop. So he dove into the Duke's library to study the world's native architectural styles. He couldn't count on Karen anymore. She'd been yanked off to another project, forcing him to lean on his own magic. Yet the Duke's shadowy order to invent something nobody had ever seen still rattled his nerves. Because the brief was way too vague, turns out the Duke's only rule was one thing. The design couldn't look like a bathroom. And that was the problem. It just didn't work that way. and the frustration hit him like a time-worn memory, like back in his old life when his boss demanded on-spec deliverables and never once moved the deadlines. My friends kept pounding this into me. Understand what the client's really seeing, then listen hard to what they need. Miyabi drifted into her own thoughts, wandered off, and realized she was truly lost while those lavish halls of Tidentical kept looking the same. It threw him off balance, but the moment he spotted an outdoor path, he bolted toward it just to steady himself. A sharp maid stormed in and snapped that the construction site wasn't anywhere near where he was looking. So Miyabi, seeing her at last, let out a breath of relief and confessed he was completely lost. But the maid gave him a frosty welcome and told him straight up only household members could go past that point. He asked how far the bath was, and she smiled and said, "It's right next door," then offered to walk with him and show the way. Miyabi told her he could follow her directions to save time like he assumed she was swamped, but she refused to let him go and insisted on escorting him as they walked. When Miyabi introduced himself, he bragged about his construction project role, but every time he tried to talk, the answers just went dead silent. Sensing the conversation die out, he got trapped there with some painfully awkward stranger. Fumbling for small talk, he couldn't stand the silence for a second anymore, so he pushed forward straight for the bathroom. Luckily for him, he caught Nell right there, playing with her puppies. A striking woman sat beside Mel, teasing and playing with her, then leaned in and demanded, "Who are you?" Mel introduced Miyabi to that always lost guy, then bragged that Miyabi had just scored a fresh D-rank promotion. Her elegant dress and refined voice left even the doubt struggling to breathe. Shiffin Baldini Miyabi's jaw dropped the moment she realized the girl was the Duke's daughter. He changed the subject, asked what they were up to, and cracked jokes about going after Mr. Bear. She fawned blurts out that she and Mel always do this playing pretend. Just like that, over and over. In the blazing rush of it all, her grip slipped and Mr. Bear crashed straight into the dirt. The strict maid Alicia snapped that they should have called her instead of scrubbing him themselves. Then Chiffon shot back that Alicia should start cleaning her own mess once in a while. Nell fired off, asking why Miyabi was here and joking that he'd gotten lost again. Then Miyabi shot back that stumbling into the Lord's mansion like it was nothing would be a real mess. He admitted he was lost, but insisted that wasn't the point. Then he finally revealed the truth. His had sent him to help with the renovation. Then he blurted out that he'd been assigned to design the whole main bath and it was a disaster. Shiffin, somehow, clocked who he was. Noting he'd need top-tier skill to pull off that tiny full design phase, she admitted the real fight was matching her father's exact tastes. She watched her ever-busy father, then held on to those rare bath moments she'd been craving because Miyabi's special creation was almost here. She cut straight to it. She couldn't step in with direct help, and it was on them, not her, to handle it. Melange Kiffin kept scrubbing the bears, and Miyabi just couldn't stop replaying Chiffin's words in her mind. Ideas erupted in his head, sparking pure inspiration like lightning. He jerked up on his feet and demanded Alicia guide him to Duke Baldini right now. He bursts in and pitches his wild new idea to the Duke. He finally laid eyes on the Dukes for the first time, and their pleased-faced expressions hit him like a shock. Karen bolted to the bathroom, stunned that the design got the green light, then burst with joy, chatting with Miyabi and apologizing for the long wait because at last they could finally kick off the real construction. Corinne showed up in all of Miyabi again. He could hardly believe it. He'd cooked up a design the Duke praised, and now he was itching to jump in and help. Karen leaned in and asked, "So how do I master that special technique Miyabi just showed you? Would he one day rise to become a master craftsman just like Miyabi?" He kept badgering Miyabi to teach him, sick of feeling completely useless. He really valued Master Weiss for giving him a shot, but while everyone else in the workshop tore through things with real magic, his own spells fell flat worst of all. He hated standing there, doing nothing, while they busted their asses. Miyabi caught it instantly. Karen's eyes weren't playing around this time, and because Karen was the very first craftsman he'd ever met in this world, Miyabi couldn't stop wondering, what if the tables were flipped, and he was the one walking in with nothing? He threw himself into it, with a shaky kind of hope, uncertain, but ready to try anyway this thrill. Karen. Miyabi kicked things off by asking, "So what can you do with your skills right now?" And Karen grinned, saying he always managed to make hammers. He was hauling wood, carving every piece into shape and snapping it all together. And Miyabi couldn't hold back, asking why he didn't rely on crafting skills at all. They warned that using them backfires hard, dragging down the results with shaky, low accuracy. And those shade fixes dragged on so badly they wiped out every second they thought they'd save. Miyabi figured his skills might be special, but with Karen holding a working inventory and class-specific magic, he knew the answer was basically already on the way. That solution was a straight-up power-up, turning the bathroom renovation into the perfect proving ground that used exactly what he needed, and showed him the next step without any doubt. Miyabi gave Karen a brutal mission. Use your crafting skills and churn out 5,000 tiny blocks. Realizing hand-making them at that massive scale was a total nightmare, Karen had to grind his way through his craft skill because it was the only way he could get better. He made it crystal clear. This was the soul of the bath's design, and he urged Karen to throw everything she had into it. Even with her nerves screaming, Karen vowed to deliver, then slipped to the corner to get things started. Miyabi couldn't stop wondering if Weiss paired them up because they were both crafters, like, they could team up and back each other no matter what. While Karen stacked the blocks, Miyabi tinkered with an automatic, temperature-controlled bathtub, and the pieces were simple stone blocks etched with either water or fire magic. Water-enchanted blocks blasted fresh water, and fire-enchanted blocks fine-tuned it to the perfect heat the moment they were switched on, so he lined them up like a living circuit along the tub's edge, alternating for a steady stream of hot water without the endless bucket runs to the forge. He might have been mapping out wells. Then while he was at it, he scoured every building material he could get his hands on. Weiss showed up out of breath, already buzzing with excitement after hearing the work got approved. He couldn't wait to see the design for himself. Before he could share anything, Miyabi grabbed him and told him, "Be kind to Karen, the poor girl who'd been stuck taking his brutal demands." Weiss let out a sharp chuckle, stunned by how that machine pumped out and heated water on its own, while Miyabi Rara as it gets stood there, beaming like she'd done it herself. He explained that splitting the enhancements made everything way simpler and somehow squeezed out even better results. Then he lit up, absolutely beaming with pride in what he'd built. Abruptly, the Wise One thrust the command into their hearts: return right now, no questions. Karen rushed and snapped into action, reporting the problem. The bath was overflowing, spilling over the edges like it couldn't hold back anymore. Alicia and the other maids finished cleaning in a flash, then slicked out and disappeared. Miyabi swallowed his pride and apologized for the mess he'd torn up. Weiss snapped that you can't conjure endless water and skip the drainage. Miyabi felt like she'd just been caught and scolded like a kid. But Karen couldn't shake the weirdness. Bats always guzzled scorching hot water, so she stared in disbelief, thinking, how did they even drain it before? Weiss snapped that the mansion's ancient 30-year-old plumbing didn't drain it all magic, just yanked the water up and out, so a real drainage system was never built. Miyabi suddenly realized plumbing wasn't just there for the taking. It was another whole feature he'd have to build from the ground up. I had to break the whole concept down for them from scratch because they'd never even heard the term before. Weiss tore into Miyabi's plan and pointed out two fatal flaws. First, the original bathtub design flopped hard. Miyabi even asked whether the checkerboard pattern looked ugly, but nope, the real problem was the cube alignment. Miyabi was sure his water job was perfect, so why did Yui hit him with, take off your shoes and test it yourself? When Miyabi tested the bath, the water burned his outfit so badly it came back scalding hot. And that's why it proved you can tweak enchantment power just by changing the magical input still. It was wild to see it boil water using the spell by itself. Those blistering heat blocks could scorch right through your skin. The second issue hit hard, that stone-heavy foundation. The Duke's mansion was built like a fortress, with huge stone blocks stacked 3 deep, and the builders had to pull some of them out just to let the drainage work right. Yet Miyabi couldn't see why that would be a problem. Karen beamed and bragged that his master's special technique would crush it without breaking a sweat. To clear the confusion, Miyabi showed the move only for Wise to stare even harder, now even more baffled by what Miyabi really was. After he finished digging, Miyabi suddenly blurted out the wild idea that hit him mid-excavation. With a wise look and a grim stare, it felt like they already knew what was coming. And Miyabi had grown used to reactions just like this. He argued that the block's heat was set in stone, so they might as well slap in a separate water heating tank to do the rest. He broke down the mechanics, step by step, like he was pulling the whole thing apart in his hands. Miyabi didn't just wonder. He demanded answers, asking why the water drained into the river like it was automatic, admitting he couldn't stop it because the water kept generating non-stop. Wise snapped back that letting all of it disappear felt wasteful, and to people like them, that kind of water use looked downright extravagant. He flashed back to his early days at that lonely inn, where all he had to wash with was a cold bucket. He warned that pouring scalding hot water into the river would be a disaster, because it could wipe out the local fish populations. Karen pitched the idea. Cool the water before it even hits the river, like blowing on hot soup to make it finally tolerable. The trail started firing off wild ideas and brainstorming solutions right away. That evening, Eleanor sprinted back to Zion, desperate to deliver the news. The Adventurers Guildmaster gripped an intriguing rumor sheet and snapped it shut like he was herding a secret into place. She said this adventurer was taking contract gigs for the production guild, no official request ever filed. At the Duke's mansion, 2 workers clocked that Miyabi and Karen stayed up working late every single night, and they couldn't stop wondering what they were really doing. Miyabi leaned in and told them he was building a prototype of those reliefs for tomorrow's construction. They urged him to rest, warning that late nights would wreck his health, but Miyabi snapped back, claiming he was fine and that he was almost done, but still couldn't carve the peels right because every single one came out looking all wrong. The other workers couldn't stop staring at his prototype, dying to know what it could do. Sid was right there, and when Ostaba lit up with excitement, he offered to share all that hard-earned expertise. Then Sid stepped in and declared with total confidence, "Leave it to me," blowing everyone away with his jaw-dropping, beautifully crafted work. Miyabi stared in awe at how delicate and shockingly vibrant those pearls looked. Even the blacksmiths never guessed they could pull off something like that, and when he saw it, the workers burst out laughing at his shocked reaction. And Sid's brother shot it straight. Sid wasn't a blacksmith at all, he was a sculptor. Miyabi blinked in pure shock, thinking everyone must have worked in some smithy, until Sid's brother snapped the truth. This workshop wasn't just for blacksmithing, it was a flexible hub for all kinds of work. He hired a whole swarm of artisans, straight up weirdballs too, like that sculptor who couldn't resist dipping his hands in smithing. To them, official class labels didn't matter. One Bitney craftsman could build with freedom, and that shared power forged fierce loyalty and plenty of hard-earned wisdom. Miyabi finally learned the truth. 3F, the Richest project to renovate a lord's mansion. It pulled in workers by the dozens. This was one of those rare, once-in-a-lifetime chances for the craftsmen who wouldn't back down. They were locked in to defend the Black Iron name with top-tier work, because everyone counted on them. Karen's scream jolted Miyabi out of his focus, and you could tell it wasn't for nothing. He'd just slammed down an instant block with his skill. Miyabi caught up to Karen's rising excitement as he pulled the stunt off again, right on her heels. Karen's progress lit Miyabi up, and then he saw it. He leveled up. Karen was beside himself because now he could mass-produce blocks. Miyabi demanded he pour wind magic into everyone, and the shock didn't just hit Karen, it stunned the whole room. But everyone there, they all felt it too. Turns out enchantments were already brutal, and cranking out hundreds in a single day was considered advanced-level magic. The very next day, Miyabi leaned over the prototype SID and studied it with laser focus, deciding to go straight to him for sculpting advice. Sid couldn't believe it. Miyabi had barged onto his turf for this, because he saw zero reason to help, especially when nobody even thought her draft looked ugly. So surely that should have been enough. Miyabi snapped back, that sure, his work might pass, but he wasn't here to coast. He was going all in for the very best. And for a moment, Sid's face actually lit up like he was moved. Then, the kid started needling Miyabi, calling him a sore loser and saying he didn't have the real talent of a sculptor. So Miyabi shot back that there was nothing wrong with chasing success. He insisted that ambition was the spark driving every bit of progress in the world. In the end, Sid finally agreed to teach him sculpting, no lessons, until after work, and Miyabi nearly dropped the whole idea. Sure, he'd get a hard no, but Sid just shrugged and said, no big deal. And he savored every second of crushing Miyabi's confidence. After work, Sid jumped in and started teaching him the sculpting basics, while the Duke watched silently from his room. Karen, Miyabi, and their team worked themselves to the bone day and night, and their relentless dedication earned nothing but well-deserved praise. One evening after work, Sid and his brother leaned in and traded stories with the other workers. It turned out the only thing left was one last construction job from side to finish the whole project. Sid couldn't believe it. He blurted out that it was way too unusual. So the Duke had to personally show up for the site inspection because only Miyabi's bathroom was left to be checked. The Duke and the Wise finally crashed into the bathroom entrance. Miyabi confidently asked, "Are you ready for my grand reveal?" And he fired back, "I can present it anytime the Duke wants." They kicked things off in the dressing room. Then, while the inspection rolled in, Kyron leaned toward Miyabi and confessed his nerves, and Miyabi admitted he'd felt the same jitters from the custom of steering client evaluations. The Duke swept his dressing room approval through with zero trouble. But Miyabi still felt her nerves spike, because even when your work is brilliant, one tiny miss against expectations can shatter everything. They sprint to the next spot, the Duke's mansion's huge main bath, just renovated and gleaming. Right before the inspection, Miyabi pointed out every crucial detail and unveiled a breathtaking relaxation and healing center built to restore peace in your very soul. The space felt like an open garden, with Karen's tiny blocks pumping fresh air to keep the water flowing, so bathers could glide between the main soak area and a sleek steam sauna for peak health and pure calm. The first design relied on normal sculpted details, but the new one lit up with 4 totally different indoor hot spring vibes, so that greenhouse garden could be savored even when winter slammed the door. The Duke clocked your shaky start, then leaned in and said the project still crushed proof it all worked out. He told me about a whole new plan feature I still hadn't even laid eyes on yet. Miyabi barked a signal to the roof workers, who swooped in and smothered the glass roof with a huge black sheet. During the formal inspection, every single detail had to lock in, no mistakes, no wiggle room. Even though it started from blueprints, the way nature's soft light spilled everywhere was absolutely breathtaking. Miyabi spotted a statue from the original public baths too stunning to throw away, so he slipped it into the new design to pay tribute to it. Healing body and mind, first without sacrificing style, because elegant decor makes it look as good as it feels. It was exactly what the Duke craved, and with it, a whole new era detonated into existence. The Dukes thanked Miyabi with real sincerity for his hard work, and somehow he'd taken the job on a pure whim. But just when it felt impossible, he stumbled into his first fellow crafter, found someone who opened up after keeping their feelings locked away, and ran into good-hearted people who pulled him through his hardest days. Even with those setbacks, he'd never swap the experience for anything, because just the joy itself was reward enough. The Duke slammed in the official inspection's start, and Miyabi nodded, swearing the plumbing hit every spec. Then she challenged them to test it. The Duke slipped into the warm bath, and Miyabi froze silently, wondering if he'd actually come for her, or just to be there. At dinner, Miyabi couldn't shake the shock of how the Dukes acted so different from their official roles, and it left him wondering, did they really belong at an aristocratic arch reception? Scared the commoners might stir up trouble, he hesitated. Then Whist reassured him, saying they were invited, so he shouldn't pull back or hold back for politeness. He couldn't believe Miyabi had never made bathtubs before, and then Miyabi admitted his hometown spa was the spark that inspired it. His first design pitches bombed hard, so he couldn't shake the worry that maybe the Duke had seen something strange in them. But the plan missed the mark. These Dukes were overflowing with encyclopedia-level knowledge and art-filled mansions. He basically seemed like the type who'd crave something way grander. Chiffon's throwaway comment about her dad never slowing down instantly made it clear. He wasn't just relaxing, he was escaping to something calm and safe. The waterfall's soothing roar, the tiny visual details, and that noble presence all blend into something that could have held you spellbound. Like every sound and shadow was forcing it to feel unified, even when a simpler traditional Japanese look would have been easier. Yet it still wouldn't capture the truly unique way he thinks. He figured Sid would roast him again as a sore loser, and Weiss felt a burst of pride for taking the job. Sid and his brother waved Miyabi over, gushing that the food tasted absolutely incredible. Chiffon slipped into the bathroom and greeted the Duke with confidence. She told him she'd already tossed the last guests out, and the Duke finally exhaled, because his daughter had saved him from the Lord Chamberlain's endless chatter by just shifting the subject. Chiffon realized that with winter creeping in and the night running late, the bathroom still stayed weirdly warm. The Duke bragged about his genius setup. He routed the leftover bathwater under the floor like a hidden heater, keeping the whole room toasty so even tropical plants could flourish. Those struggling CDR roses finally got replanted and burst back to life, and Chiffon couldn't hide her joy. She pictured those roses bursting into bloom in spring, just like her father's curly hair, and she couldn't stop wondering if they could actually grow royal capital flowers right here. She asked him if he was going to bring fresh plants to the garden, but he clammed up and kept the whole thing secret even from her. Chiffon snapped the original blueprint into view and jabbed her finger at a line that pointed straight toward the city. The very next day, Liz was practically dragging me along, pushing me to hurry up. Miyabi was already frustrated with how slow he was moving, and after pushing himself the day before just to get home, he felt no rush at all until Liz snapped that they absolutely couldn't be late. Liz, curious what it all led to, jabbed a finger forward, and there it was, a crowd already packed in like they'd been waiting for something big. It was the grand opening of a steamy hot water soak pool where people climbed in and let the warm water melt their exhaustion. Miyabi remembered the enchanted masonry couldn't hold back the heat, so it kept pumping out hot water nonstop. Then the overflow ran through miles of ductwork, bleeding some warmth into the greenhouses before it finally poured into the river. He even pitched a public wading pool for everyone to enjoy, and Liz had been counting the hours, while Miyabi totally lost track amid the chaos. They sink into the warm water, kicking back, and start chatting like the world can wait. After that, Liz dropped the bombshell. Eleanor wanted Miyabi to come see her the moment he got back. Liz wondered what Eleanor was up to, but when she asked, Liz admitted she didn't know only that Eleanor had set a specific time and date in the guildmaster's room. Liz, Miyabi, Zion, and Eleanor sat trapped in a super awkward silence. I slammed the silence shut, then backed off, leaving them completely alone. Zine revealed the Adventurers Guild got hired by the production guild behind the Adventurers' back. Without his say-so, Liz and Miyabi scrambled to apologize over and over. Miyabi admitted he'd completely missed how big it was and never thought through the fallout. And Liz, drowning in guilt, confessed she'd pushed him to take the job without checking the consequences. First, then Zion owned up to his part too, saying he didn't mind, but he wanted a heads up next time. Master Weiss put in the request, and suddenly they were out of danger, at least for now. And Zion had already learned from Miyabi's habit of bulldozing right past permissions, so he knew exactly what he was up against. He warned them to stay sharp because they were drawing way too much attention. Zion slammed together the request paper and spelled out the omissions, calling for both of them by name. Then, straight after that, they met the client face to face to lock in every detail. As the client duped his crown off and stared down at his own thinning hair, stun hit them and whispers erupted. "Dukes just show up like this?" Miyabi asked, but the truth cut straight through. Yeah, they really do. And Liz couldn't believe it. Her advice actually impressed the Duke and dragged everything this far. With their gossip practically screaming, Zion leaned in and told them to whisper way more discreetly the second they were in the Duke's presence. Liz steadied herself and introduced her name. Then the Duke waved off all the formalities and urged them to kick back and relax. He praised Miyabi's insane craftsmanship, stunned to find out straight from Wise. He was mostly an adventurer, not a craftsman by trade, and when he realized Miyabi's party had another member, his curiosity went through the roof. Liz tried to play down her abilities next to Miyabi, but the Duke shut that down. He'd already studied her record and told her to drop the modesty, even if her experience usually wouldn't be enough for a noble's request. That 150-strong lead trek to the capital demanded real, no-nonsense protection for his daughter. Miyabi saw it as Liz's opening to shine, and Liz boldly said she was ready to take his request until she warned that a long escort mission was brutal, because a squirt usually needs a mage, a rearguard, and extra hands. They'd at least need 2 for the vanguard, plus more for the rearguard to make it work. And if they couldn't staff it properly, they couldn't accept the job ethically. The Duke lit up as he praised her thoroughness, then revealed he'd already locked in even more members. With an A-ranked party backing them up, Redcliffe and Nell, a B-ranked venturer who was finally ready to speak up, Miyabi and Liz, got their marching orders from the Duke. They proved their worth without even a heartbeat of hesitation. They kicked off a brand new mission escorting Dup Chippen's daughter no matter what. He sprinted straight into the Magic Academy in the royal capital. Miyabi and Liz could barely keep up with how insanely capable the rest of the escort team was, so they felt almost extra wild. The Duke also dropped a fresh order, demanding they prove they're worth the trouble. As they tore away from the Duke's manor, Miyabi clocked Lizzie's eerie silence, and the way she couldn't even offer reassurance. He reminded her if any doubts clawed at her, she could still refuse the escort mission, and that truth hit hard. Liz, though, shot back that she wanted in, because chances like this don't come around often. But she admitted, through shaky breath, that she still had doubts. Right before they could even trade words about her concerns, they spotted Eleanor, so the guildmaster's instructions kicked in, and she instantly stepped in to guide them through every procedure they needed to finish. As they walked, she fired off congratulations about the douche request and pointed out how wild their career paths had turned out to be then. She admitted Miyabi's spark was nothing like her own, leaving Miyabi wondering if a noble's plea was truly as special as everyone claimed. Eleanor made it crystal clear: only adventurers ranked B or above people everyone knows, trusts, and respects for big, proven achievements get requests like that. They never faced anything like this before. Once they swallowed the reality, they'd stand out from everyone else. Liz figured this whole thing was mainly a setup to see if they'd prove they could be trusted. Eleanor pressed, "Did the Duke say that word for word?" And Liz quickly clarified, "Yes, he did." He leaned in and demanded they prove they were worth more than words. So if he couldn't prove his worth, that whole useless list would have him marked like nothing. She also clocked that he skipped the departure date on purpose, and she knew it had to be deliberate. Miyabi snapped back that Liz was overthinking it, insisting the details weren't a test meant to trip up real adventurers, and that the Duke wasn't hiding as some sneaky villain. The women melted at his sweet phrasing and his spotless innocence. Miyabi admitted that nobles seemed to run on a totally different wavelength, yet they still played by rules of their own logic, because that was the whole difference in how they were raised. But couldn't shake the question: how did nobles really see their place in the world? And deep down, he felt like asking that would come back to haunt him. While they kept moving, they finally ran into the other adventurers locked in for the escort mission. Liz spotted them and shoved Miyabi into silence, urging him to freeze and hide behind her. The adventure squad raced right past us, but Miyabi couldn't help it. She blurted out if Liz was okay, because Liz was sweating buckets. The moment someone in the group heard Liz, she snapped to a stop and spun around, her whole attitude changing the instant she confirmed Liz was there. She snatched Liz into a hug right away, laughing as she babied her like she was still a tiny baby. The other group members looked just as pumped to see her, and Miyabi froze in shock as she watched them go for it right in front of her. Liz leaned in and told everyone the Redcliffe crew were nothing but old friends. She brought them in Laura the healer, Tyson the burly tank who looked like he could shrug off anything, and Dart, the swashbuckler with those unmistakably long ears. Miyabi's guest, Laura Ann Elf, kept talking in a Kansai dialect, and somehow that just felt wildly out of place. I should have made it crystal clear. Laura slips into a perfectly normal elven accent. Dart demanded, "Who the hell are you, Miyabi?" And the stranger immediately introduced himself, told him he was teamed up with Liz, and promised he'd be their support. Laura's dramatic shock nearly threw him off balance. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that their party was just one boy and one girl alone, and Eleanor backed it up with a firm confirmation. Laura wrestled with a jolt of disbelief. She couldn't shake the thought that the sweet girl she helped raise was out adventuring with a boy. Tyson straight up told Liz that if she was truly serious about this relationship, he'd have her back no matter how much he didn't want to. With a hard stare, Dart demanded to know if Miyabi would stand between Liz and death. Then Miyabi shot back, asking whether they even grasped what it truly means to support someone. They just brushed him off, so Dart slammed the same question again, the same brutal intensity. Miyabi stuck there, forced to say yes, 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 because what else is there to answer? He shot back that he had no clue what they meant by being ready to protect Liz, because she was clearly way more skilled than him calling her a strong, capable adventurer. And he told her his job was simple: keep her comfortable on every adventure, because that was his way of helping. Even though Dart thought his answer was flawless, Miyabi read it as if Miyabi wanted Liz to be the happiest girl alive. Dart leaned in and snapped that he'd take Miyabi's challenge, because if she was going this hard, he'd prove what real adventure comfort looks like and show her just how determined he was. All eyes would be on him the whole journey, checking whether he was truly worthy of their cherished lyres and ready to meet the standard if he valued their bond. Miyabi stared at Dart's conclusion, stunned. But she had no choice. She reluctantly nodded and agreed. They dodged Liz's old friends and pushed straight to Weiss, scrambling to get the story together right after everything went down. Wiz fumed that they showed up right when she'd begged the universe to keep them away, and Miyabi leaned in, asking if her bond with them had always been this wild. Liz told me those 3 Redcliffe guys weren't rookies at all. They were battle-tested, famous adventurers, and it made me feel like I didn't belong. Her biological father wasn't just connected to Red Cliff. He had been one of its own. Back when she was little, the teen kept her smiling between missions back then. It was nothing but warm, gentle fun for that sweet kid. 8 years back, her father died on a mission, and Miyabi finally understood what Liz meant when she introduced Whis as her adoptive father. Everything clicked in her head. Liz kept going after her father died. The team clamped down and smothered her with protection, and it drove her nuts trying to keep her distance, so she apologized to Miyabi for the confusion she caused. Weiss made it clear her staff was forged for her father alone, then playfully shoved her to quit sinking into heavy thoughts. She'd vanished to chase adventure and only come back to fix her weapons, and Weiss looked downright annoyed by the whole routine. Even so, they stayed on good terms. Miyabi just had a gut feeling that Wise and Liz's father used to be tight once, but he kept circling the risky gap between Liz and Wise in his mind. As Miyabi sat there thinking, Weiss leaned in and grilled them about the escort mission. Did they really turn it down just because Red Cliff was in the mix? She fired back that she was moving forward with Litza Farms, since skipping a chance like that would be plain foolish, even if her nerves were whispering worries under the surface. Then she dropped a sharp remark, and the tension spiked. Weiss couldn't help it, he joked his way into rating Miyabi's answer with a straight face. And somehow, it still scored a 9 out of 10 for disaster potential. Unless they clear the misunderstanding fast, Miyabi was terrified this whole mess would spiral out of control in seconds. He couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't made it clear he was just support, and it hit him. Red Cliff wasn't listening. Liz said it so calmly, but the truth hit hard. She'd swallowed his words, and that's why they were stuck like this. In his head, Miyabi sketched out a wild relationship diagnosis chart. Then he asked Redcliffe whether they were dating, and Liz shot back, yes. Now she pushed him to fix it, and fast. After he paused and really thought it through, Miyabi flashed his dumb grin and swore his past ideas weren't all that bad, but Liz cut him off and declared it pure bonkers yonkers. He swore he had cooked up a smarter plan, one that would wipe away the misunderstanding without anyone having to clean it out. He decided to let the Red Cliff stay stuck in their wrong idea. Back at the guild, Eleanor hammered away while everyone traded rumors about Red Cliff, but while they ate it up, she wanted none of it. 8 years back, Red Cliff cut through a monster stampede in the world capital, turning into heroes overnight, and the whole world started calling them respected adventurers, leaving her completely baffled by their latest stunt, trying to act all cute just to squeeze information out of Liz. Later, Liz lunged to the door and knocked it open, and when Eleanor showed up, Liz practically burst with joy, spinning with excitement as she asked what brought her here. They pulled her in with tea, and Eleanor immediately blurted out an apology for barging in. Miyabi waved it off and said it was totally fine, like she already knew the scolding was coming. Thinking they'd messed up again, they were ready to apologize. Eleanor stopped them and told them she wasn't there to reprimand. She needed them to urgently confirm a mission parameter update. The second Eleanor dropped the big news, Liz's scream tore through the whole city, and she couldn't process it at all. She'd just been appointed mission leader. An hour earlier, Red Cliff had cornered Eleanor and asked for a favor when she fired back. "What are you planning?" Dard snapped that he wanted Liz as the mission leader, and Eleanor's eyes widened as she demanded, "Wait, do we all actually agree?" They all nodded in lockstep and threw their full weight behind Liz to lead Chiffon's escort mission. Eleanor pointed out that the top-ranked party member usually takes the lead, and Dar clarified that it's more of a loose guideline than a hard rule. When they were asked why, they just said it was a fun surprise for Liz until Eleanor realized Liz hadn't been told a thing. Liz's stomach dropped. She had no clue how to take command and keep up with a crew of rank adventurers. Eleanor told them she'd secured the client's permission and even said it was optional, so Liz could straight up refuse if she wanted. List couldn't believe it. Duke Baldinia had pulled off the impossible and made it real. When Liz looked crushed, Miyabi stepped in fast to lift her spirits. Taking that role meant the Duke was counting on him even more, and every moment after was a shot to dazzle him with exactly what he wanted. But it didn't help at all. Liz fretted that everyone would start whispering about an A-rank party like Red Cliff handing over command to some C-ranks nobody. Everyone shrugged it off like it was no big deal. Then the moment she imagined public scrutiny, her nerves shot up. She was completely drained, and those sudden problems kept crashing down on her without warning. Meanwhile, Duke Boldini leaned in to talk with Alicia. She pressed him to tell her exactly what she needed to verify. She'd heard about the latest updates and immediately clocked his motives in appointing fresh, untested people. So she pushed back only for Baldini to explain that Redcliffe demanded it with such relentless enthusiasm that he couldn't bring himself to say no. Alicia wondered if she was about to overreach, then accidentally crossed the line by asking whether personal whims mattered more than her daughter's safety. Caught by Baldini's sharp, stern glare, she suddenly realized her mistake and went stone quiet. Baldini flashed a smile like, "I get how it looks," and then thanked her for always worrying about Chiffon's safety. He told her to drop the questions about his choices and lock in on her duties the moment the preparations were finished. At the city gate, the whole crowd surged together, filling the air with anticipation. Miyabi lit up when she saw Liz and blurted, "Is that backpack your only luggage?" Liz nodded, and that was it. She shoved it into his hands and said she was leaning on him like he was her lifeline. Redcliffe rolled in with a mound of a luggage, like he was daring Miyabi to handle the whole mess. Liz snapped at them, especially Dart, because his weird way of talking was completely out of place for someone his age. Dart snapped that they wanted Miyabi to show what comfort really meant, then dared him to prove it, because if he couldn't haul a bit of luggage, he had no right to call himself support. Miyabi found Dart's bold move hilarious like, who did he think he was? Daring to challenge him, especially when Miyabi knew exactly what that reputation could do. Miyabi strides in, all confidence, and closes in on the Dart's luggage. He stashed it like it was nothing in his inventory, then slid Laura's and Tyson's bags around with the same effortless control. The group leaned in and whispered, stunned that he could cram everything into his inventory. Turns out the rumors didn't even do it justice, and then Liz called, "Come here." He tore into them for hauling way too much stuff, calling it straight up irresponsible for anyone who's been on real adventures. She realized Miyabi's inventory could pull it off, but under normal circumstances that would have crushed the carriage with the weight. She pushed them to face what they'd done, and they listened immediately. She reminded them they'd picked her as their leader, so they better show some respect and act like they mean it. Miyabi leaned in and told Liz the client. Duke Baldini, Chiffon, Alicia, and the guildmaster huddled together, all in the same place at once. Liz dropped to one knee before the Duke, swearing she'd protect them on the grueling 2-week trek to the capital. Then the Duke nodded and introduced his daughter, Chiffon, along with her maid, Alicia. The guildmaster confessed he was nervous as hell, then said this A-rank escort mission was the perfect shot for Liz to step up and learn leadership firsthand, and he couldn't wait for her success report. They got ready to leave, and Miyabi demanded, "Where's Mel?" Liz grinned and said, "She's crashed in the carriage." She volunteered for the night shift, while the Duke leaned in and told Chiffon to write home often, and the Esquirth mission kicked off. At lunch, Miyabi hunted down the perfect spot to eat, and Redcliffe nodded, ready to go. Then Lord snapped that it was time for the second trial food prep, where Miyabi would play a support role, and everyone's expectations were sky high. When he finally exposed his setup, the whole room froze in shock. Liz swore it looked nothing like his usual one, and Miyabi jumped in, saying his normal setups were way too tiny to fit all those people. Redcliffe demanded answers, but before they could speak, he told them to hold up while he cooked lunch. Miyabi grinned, thinking his clever plan was already roaring to life. Guilt clawed at him for dragging Chiffon and Alicia into their petty mess, but he swore he'd make it right then. He politely offered them seats. Alicia snapped her head up and realized she was sitting right next to Chiffon. Chiffon hesitated for a beat, but she snapped that Miyabi would handle it. Soon, Dart's nose twitched at a mouth-watering scent, and he hurried over to investigate. He spotted stewed veggies and oxtail on the table for lunch, then demanded how Miyabi even found time to cook, only for Miyabi to grin and say it was already pre-packed in his inventory. Dark snapped at the idea of cooking up those strong-smelling foods in the woods, convinced it would summon monsters. But the second they took a bite, every single person went dead silent. Mel was laser-focused on eating. Then suddenly she rolled up and asked for seconds. After lunch, Liz studied her map and couldn't believe it. This trip was cruising way smoother than expected, and she'd already made better progress than anyone predicted. Dart jumped right back into teasing Miyabi even while exhaustion clawed at him and said there was zero time to rest, so Miyabi shot back that he still had plenty of energy to burn. After the sun went down, he said a cozy camp was a must, packing up luggage and food first, then facing the next obvious test, so Miyabi leaned in and told Liz to let him step up and shine. Dirt ordered him to drop his tent right there, eyes sharp with the weight of everyone's expectations. Miyabi blew the whole thing wide open. She revealed the entire house she had brought along. He swung the door open and ushered them inside, promising them a full tour. They stared, mouths hanging open because the campsite was inside a full-on house. They demanded an explanation, and Miyabi, misreading the moment, thought they were talking about the horses. While Dark stepped in and made it clear, they wanted the full rundown on everything he'd seen. Like it was nothing. Miyabi snapped he'd forgotten to pay the path from the house to the stables, so he immediately started making it right, and Dart just stared in disbelief. Because while Miyabi was suddenly locked on the ground, something totally unprecedented finally happened. He couldn't believe it. A house just popped up out of nowhere, and Miyabi's calm, nonchalant face made him snap with irritation. He shoved for Liz to step in, but she was already locked in with Miyabi, trading details about cop-trim dibs under the tower. Miyabi practically buzzed with excitement because his strategy was finally working. By baiting their Red Cliff provocations into looking harmless, he was banking on them eventually dropping the doubts and stopping the endless analysis. He called it the "if it makes no sense, just surrender" tactic. Liz snapped into the new routine fast, way quicker than her first instincts ever suggested. But those Red Cliffs are still refusing to give in. Dart said that basic hardly counts as comfort, but Liz shot back that as long as it keeps the rain and wind off them, it's enough. She admitted that the brutal truth of adventuring was simple. Cold bites hard and hunger gnaws louder. If the place felt cold or drafty, he'd never hand Liz over to Miyabi for Claire's sake. They pushed inside and instantly felt the place wrap around them in cozy, warm comfort. That house blew them away, and Miyabi shot a glance at the Red Cliff. Heat crashed over them, but they clenched their teeth, promised themselves they'd bounce back, and started cooking dinner right away. Meanwhile, Alicia sat there, totally baffled, still smelling like fresh soap after a warm bath. She was stunned. She could even take a bath while traveling. She quizzed her about where they'd sleep, and Alicia snapped that it was their own cottage while Chiffon had somehow thought she'd be lodged in the main house. Miyabi pitched a secret slumber party, just the two of them, so they could finally rest in peace. Alicia's chest tightened with regret, and she rushed to apologize for not being there. Chiffon grabbed Alicia's attention and told her, "Don't skip meals, carrying that carriage all day must have wiped you out." As Alicia's soul came alive, she refused to sit still and waste a single second. Chiffon straight up confirmed her feelings, telling her she'd never once doubted how powerful those delicious capabilities were in all her years of service. Chiffon sat right in front of her, pulled her into a tight hug, and reassured her that she was doing an amazing job. That journey grinds the body down, no matter how noble the blood runs. While Asha caught his breath, he realized the mattress felt way softer than the mansion's cots. As the day faded, guilt crushed her. She hated that she didn't do her part, and even when Chiffon brushed it off, Alicia couldn't let it go. She decided, right then, to keep her cool all night and hit tomorrow like a whole new person. On the second day of the escort, rain came crashing down. Yabi jolted awake to see Mel drenched, shoved a blanket over her, and asked what the night had cooked up. Mel shook her head, saying nothing happened. Just Red Cliff snoring so loud it nearly drowned the rain. Liz rushed up and warned Miyabi, "Hold up, our departure might get pushed back until the rain finally eases." Miyabi demanded to know how brutal that long downpour would wreck their plans, and Liz shot back that it was only going to get really rough right now. Because the weather here never behaves, she decided to swing by around noon to see if it finally calmed down. If not, they'd just stay one more night. Miyabi whipped up breakfast, then leaned in to watch what happened next. She grabbed her soul's freedom with Nightwash and earned herself a sweet special treat. Miyabi whipped up some seriously delicious ramen that hit so hard you'd swear it was magic. Spotted Mel's dish, Liz begged for one of her own, and Miyabi quickly grilled her. "Are you sure that won't be way too heavy for morning?" But she couldn't wrap her mind around it. Turns out he'd seriously underestimated what a teenager could eat. He decided to wake the old-timers, and the moment they showed up, boom, he got them knocking. But still nothing. No reply. At first, Miyabati figured the Red Cliff was overrated, but the day was already slipping away, and it was too late. Alicia burst into the scene, lured by the noise. Miyabi greeted her, asked what time it was, and Liz flashed a calm smile telling her not to stress as they waited for the rain to finally ease up. Miyabi caught that Red Cliff's numbers were soaring past Overest. Alicia asked about breakfast, and the Abbey snapped back that it was ready and waiting. He asked her if she wanted to switch up her hair or fix it first. She snapped to it. She was stuck in sheer pajamas, and her hair looked like a total disaster. Alicia slammed the door and backed away fast. Then Liz snapped at Miyabi, calling him ruthless for his cold, tactless move. After getting ready, Alicia shot out an eager apology, desperate to fix every mistake she made. She offered to cook whatever he wanted, but Miyabi shut that down fast. Cooking wasn't her problem. She stood her ground and snapped that she didn't split the work into categories. Chiffon stepped in, stumbling through shuckles, and praised the taste like it proved she'd never betray her duty. She proposed, "Let Alicia go ahead if it doesn't mess with anyone." He couldn't stop grinning about working with Miyabi, but the rain wouldn't let up, so they stayed one more day glued to the weather. Redcliffe finally apologized after resting until late afternoon, and you could practically see the embarrassment crawling across his face. Miyabi slid the ram right to him, and he'd set it all up for Liz. Once they finish eating, their energy snaps back and their usual attitude floods back in. Miyabi waited on the edge of their seat, determined to dull the danger in Lake Liz someday, and the very next day the sky finally looked safe for travel. Liz darted up to Miyagi's window and asked for food. Alicia yanked him into the kitchen, vowing he'd never let it happen again. Chiffon let out a mischievous giggle, then slid Alicia down on the floor to dodge those ridiculously soft pillows. Knowing Miyabi's tough, no-nonsense streak, she swallowed her words because she refused to make things even more embarrassing. Olachin snagged some breakfast supplies to kick off the morning while Miyabi quietly clocked how charming she looked. Right then, Guildmaster Young clashed in the middle of it all. Production Guildmaster Georgie cornered him and demanded to know if he'd been waiting long while Zahn desperately tried to stall the moment. But now it was unavoidable. He bowed with real respect, apologizing for the mess the renovation contract brought, while Georgie, all knotted temper, snapped that the whole thing was just a pointless hassle. He ripped into Zion for losing control of his guild and for hiring an idiot, then lectured him like, "Be thankful you're not blacklisted or shut out of guild business." Zion seethes but keeps quiet, refusing to make the fight worse. Then admits he should have been more careful and promises to be more diligent from now on. Meanwhile, Georgie stays grumpy, still left hanging with no reply. Duke Baldini suddenly showed up, and he bluntly said Georgie's hate for crafters was still the same. Zan finally showed up, and he grinned. Then he couldn't wait to tell him about something he was dying to show him. Zion hesitated as Miyabi guided him into a bathroom she'd crafted just for him. John stared in pure disbelief, saying that even top professionals would have a hard time pulling off work this good. The Duke grimly watched most crafters churn out garbage. Yet Miyabi could outshine even the best small artisans, armed with nothing but that extra-dimensional storage space in her inventory. Miyabi had forged alliances with the most powerful Duke houses in the land. The Duke sat there, grinding his thoughts, wondering how Miyabi looked to Zahn, and then he declared that Adventure Miyabi would be the real ace Angolim needs. From Angoline to the capital, the trip dragged on for about 150 Lasso. They had only 2 weeks to win their rivals. He trekked from the first light of dawn all the way to the burning edge of dusk, footsore and relentless. The group trudged on through non-stop rain, and every step turned the journey into a brutal grind. On the 6th day of their mission, the rain came down again, right on cue, and the Mindors vanished right in its wake. Chiffon started to panic. What if they couldn't make it to the capital in time? Liz swallowed her pride, apologized, and told them they had to hit the pause button for now. Miyabi leaned in and asked, "Will school start before we even get there?" Liz couldn't shake the fear that she'd fall behind in school if things didn't change fast. Liz admitted her excuses probably sounded flimsy as soon as they left her mouth. Back in Angela, she threw herself into keeping control of the lands and rubbing elbows with powerful guilds and nobles, because as the feudal lord's daughter with hair meant to draw attention, her job was pure politics. Those long winter breaks threw everything off, so when students finally came back, teachers slammed them with extra assignments to cram the lost time back in. Liz was terrified that when she finally got there, she'd get hit with back-to-back late-night study marathons. She asked what topics she'd have to hit, and Liz shot back that she already knew everyone. Her cheeks went hot. Liz leaned in and offered to tutor her, like, "If you're open to it, I've got you." Still, shock flickered across her face. Then she nodded and they dove into studying together. While they talked, Miyabi and Laura just stood there, totally baffled, like their brains couldn't catch up. Miyabi froze in disbelief when Laura didn't even follow along with the spellbook strapped to her waist. Laura shoved the book's contents in front of him and said, "You'd think an adventurer carrying a tome would know magical theory cold?" Then admitted with a grim little laugh, "That's not my strength." And she had no talent for teaching theory to a noble girl. As Laura stared at Liz, she couldn't ignore it. Liz reminded her of her father in ways that hit way too close to home. She stared at Liz's crazy talent and blurted out, "Where did you learn that?" Liz grinned and said, "I taught myself." And that answer totally shocked Shivan. Who would have guessed Wise had trained her from the start? Liz hesitated to ask the Wise for help with tuition, so she took a job at the Adventurers Guild and then dug into study time in their library. Chiffon couldn't believe it. How could they actually befriend a woman this incredible? Liz's eyes went wide. She played it cool, saying all she did was recite theory, and just as the conversation was picking up, Laura's sneeze cut it off with a sudden, "Echo!" Liz practically begged Laura to throw on a shirt that warned of the strange weather, and with it being way too early for the rainy season, Liz couldn't stop wondering what was really causing it. Dart burst in and demanded an urgent meeting right then. He'd slipped into a nearby village where the locals warned him the weird weather had been clinging for a full week. The village's Adventurers Guild handed Liz 5 years of weather reports, and she dove into them, reading every last detail. The rainy season hit way too early, and everyone knew the downpour wasn't letting up anytime soon. Snow smothered the royal capital while towering peaks stood like a fortress, and as they climbed out of the valley, the air turned harsher and colder with every step. But if they'd pushed themselves faster, they might have dodged the worst of those snowstorms on the way. Starting tomorrow, Liz and Miyabi have to ride out together in the carriage. Liz snapped whether Dart was saying they'd get handled like baggage, and he shot back that they had to double their pace then sprint for 8 straight hours every day, while Dart looked unconvinced they could actually keep that brutal tempo up. Miyabi finally realized that even with his gear cranking up his strength and endurance, there was no way he could force his way through. Liz's cheeks burned with humiliation as she dropped her gaze and blurted out, "I can't do that." Liz and the group agreed she'd take over the scouting duties. On the 7th day, they finally launched their journey. But then a giant tree barreled across their path and Dart snapped, "Miyavi, help!" So Miyavi moved in fast, clearing it out and opening the road ahead. At lunch, Luana slid up to Miyabi and spilled that she might rewrite their meal plan. Cold nights were draining their energy faster than ever. Liz leaned in and told Miyabi he was downright impressive, saying that in Redcliffe, everyone already counted on him, and then he threw praise at her scouting skills too. Laura's earlier compliments still rang in her head because her flawless magical control let her lock onto the enemy count at any distance with scary precision. As Miyabi kept talking, he never noticed Liz go completely quiet. Liz couldn't ignore it. Miyabi's skill blew everyone away the moment they met him, and his rare abilities made him impossible to overlook. She couldn't stop thinking about one thing: what she could do that would make her stand out from everyone else. The next chapter kicks off with Sid watching Karen mutter under her breath, like she's trying to cast a spell with her words, cutting him off when he suddenly looked off like something was seriously wrong. Karen leaned in and told Sid he was back at it training with his inventory. On the last day of the renovations, Miyabi handed him a custom training plan, and Karen hounded it step by step to make sure she kept up. Sid remembered Miyabi's massive inventory space, nodded along, and felt his wish flare up. He wanted in with Miyabi. But Wise already told Miyabi days ago that she'd left for the capital. Karen threw him a bright, heartfelt goodbye, wherever Miyabi ended up going next. Meanwhile, Miyabi couldn't shake the worry about Liz, because ever since the day before, she looked worn out, even as she was acting like everything was totally fine. She realized the carriage felt like a vacation compared to slogging through all day, and Miyabi made sure to clock him trying to look totally unbothered. But he could tell Dart's plan hit her like a punch, deeply upsetting her, yet they both knew it was the only thing that could keep everyone safe. Still, it didn't feel fair at all. Before she even set out, Liz poured an entire day into the library, mapping routes and drilling monster intel because she took being mission leader deadly seriously. But when everything started falling apart, Tata stepped up like a natural leader, so now Liz was left crushed by what he'd done. Out of nowhere, Liz and Miyabi got yanked by a dark voice that shouted their names. He pointed out a jaw-dropping statue that carved the borderlines between territories. Beyond that, jagged red-tinted mountains rose up like a warning sign, guiding the way straight into the royal capital. Suddenly, danger blared. He warned the whole group about a monster hovering overhead at the 4 o'clock spot on Pinyat. 3 monsters were about 15 meters off, and they burst toward Liz, vanishing to her left in a flash. She flicked an ice needle sharp as a winter blade. Even when Miyabi believed they dodged it, the needle snapped around and wiped out the leader. Liz's strike landed on the leader, and that single hit jolted the others into fleeing for their lives. Back at the carriage, Chiffon grilled Liz, asking if she'd really used the elemental ice needle spell, and Liz nodded, confirming it. Chiffon couldn't believe how weird it felt, as the ice needle usually sketched ambient moisture into razor shards that shot straight ahead. She was still convinced she'd seen it suddenly veer off course like it had shifted its path in her face, mid-attack. She demanded to know how it happened, and Liz leaned in and said it was all thanks to a razor-precise magic control technique. Liz could tweak the needle's targets from miles away, something she'd mastered through relentless practice, drill after drill. Chiffon was absolutely bursting with excitement. Liz said she'd teach her later, and she snapped up the offer without even hesitating. Dart prayed the skies would stay kind for 5 straight nights while they finally got to rest. Chiffon and Liz got to work on the ice needle, hands moving fast as the tension built. Chiffon fought to steer her needles, but they kept smacking into every obstacle, and Liz quickly told her, "Don't worry, it's always this tough at first." She slid over some cookies, and Yabi had baked them herself. Chiffon, even after hearing her father's stories, somehow still managed to ignore how brutal the journey felt while she traveled. When the rain wouldn't quit, Miyabi threw up covers for the walkways. Then during study sessions, he set out blackboards and desks for everyone. Liz kept chasing new ways to blow Chiffon away, and Chiffon couldn't help wondering how Liz and Miyabi even first met until Liz told her the truth. They ran into each other when he was wandering lost in the woods near Angela. She led him into town, but he had 0 money, and somehow their party just clicked into place. Chiffon leaned in and asked Liz straight up, "Don't you already have a crew?" Liz noticed something was off. No rearguard mage ever worked alone like this. Shifter quickly pivoted and grilled Chiffon on how much magic manipulation training she'd done. Then Chiffon shrugged and admitted she hadn't done much at all, as our studies shoved us straight into mastering the most advanced magic. Liz couldn't ignore it. Chiffon was brimming with serious magical power, and Liz knew real talent like that isn't just luck. And Liz finally confessed she just didn't have it. To truly master magic, you needed 3 things: the know-how of magic theory and construction, the skill to shape it, the power to bend magic for any task, and the raw magical energy that fuels it all. Magical power was everything, unlike theory or skills. It couldn't just be studied away, because it was decided at birth. Like a muscle, it could have grown stronger with use, but no matter what Liz tried, every training method hit the same wall, and her progress stalled for a full year. She pushed her limited power to the limit, drilling it until every move landed with razor-sharp precision. She hunted for a way to pull off stronger moves with way less magic, and then dove headfirst into deep, mind-bending magical theory. But the ones with raw talent kept surging forward, blazing past her and leaving her stranded in their wake. No matter how hard he pushed, sheer effort couldn't close that gap. As Liz thought it over, doubt crashed into her, and she started feeling small. Like she didn't matter. She knew whining wouldn't change a thing, so she clenched her focus and threw herself into training. She demanded Yuffin show her his hand. He explained that magic pours straight from the palm like it's alive. Liz synced her Efan's magic with her own, then told herself to remember that exact feeling so she could drill it later. As Liz had taught her, Chiffon remembered her father showing her the exact same lesson. Meanwhile, Miyabi took a deep breath and knocked on Dart's door, ready to speak with him. Tyson snapped back, "Dart is a rest," and then he guessed it had something to do with Liz. Miyabi got welcomed in, and Hago slid over a steaming cup of herbal tea. As they drank, Tyson leaned in and asked how Liz was doing, and Miyabi admitted Liz looked absolutely crushed, especially after that carriage ride. Tyson nodded right away, and he couldn't miss what Lizzie was signaling. Those motions were crystal clear. He asked straight up whether the carriage mess was what Miyabi wanted to talk about with Dart, because with nothing else on the table, that was the only thing they could really do. Miyabi straight up admitted he was worried about those connected problems. Redcliffe picked Liz as the mission leader, but Liz couldn't shake the feeling that someone was quietly undercutting her every step. He backed Redcliffe's plan right away, but he couldn't shake the question: could they really let Liz take the lead like they promised? Tyson pushed, asking if Liz wasn't just as experienced as they were. Miyabi spotted Tyson's eyes well up, and Tyson admitted he thought he was ready. Then the moment Liz hit as grown-up, it crushed him. He hurried to apologize for the distraction, but dread sank in as he realized bringing up the dart now would only make everything worse. He leaned in and told Miyabi to drop the whole thing and stay out of it. Tyson leaned in and pushed Miyabi to rally Redcliffe's people and make sure Liz wasn't left alone. Miyabi snatched up the job without hesitation, because it perfectly matched where he was trying to go. Seeing Tyson's raw dedication hit him again. Tears burned in his eyes. 2 days later, right on their 10th day, the story snaps back into motion. Miyabi felt Tyson hadn't forgotten their talk and was probably waiting for the perfect moment. Then Liz burst in and said they'd arrived, and Miyabi, still thrown off, followed her pointing finger and looked up, realizing they'd stumbled straight into the Dragon's Valley. Stunned, Miyabi drilled into Liz's words these dragons weren't monsters at all. They lived in peace alongside humans. They realized the nesting season had kicked in, when dragons turned territorial and ferocious right along the breeding grounds road which had been shut for months. Alicia asked what they should do, and Dart shot back that the smart move was to hunt for a detour. The nearest detour chewed around the mountain and spit them back onto the highway on the far side, costing them a brutal extra 4 or 5 days to reach their destination. As Alicia and Dart kept butting heads, Liz stepped in with a bold new idea. He decided to blast through with Miyabi's skills and carve a shortcut. Soon, they burst into the cave and sprinted through it. They slammed into a dead end inside the cave waterfall, roaring ahead, and every path forward was gone. Miyabi pointed out a smarter move: backtrack and dig for a whole new angle. As he stepped forward, danger screamed in his gut. Then he looked up in time to see a massive slime drop out of nowhere, almost crushing him. Nell moved in a blur, sliced the slime apart, and saved Miyabi. They snapped up their defenses and started sweeping the area for more enemies while Liz just froze, stunned that they'd already checked every rock crevice. Something starts to emerge then, in the next breath, they finally realize what's happening. They squirmed into a slimy nest, skin crawling the whole time. Once the initial shock finally cracked, Miyabi snapped into focus and started thinking straight. They realized this was way worse than the underground fight. Water pinned them in place, and they had no clue what monsters were hiding under its surface. Null hacked through the slimes, one after another, like he was cutting through a wave that wouldn't stop. She barked orders at the group to hunt down an exit route. Liz tore through the room searching for an exit, but there wasn't one. Then Null stepped in and told her to build a way out. Her talent earned everyone's respect, so the slimes didn't even need to be targeted. Slimes unleashed their monsters, and with a twisted, one-of-a-kind attack, they melt flesh and bone away. Slimes crawl along, their cores sitting dead center like a bullseye, and their weak point is right there. 1 or 2 barely mattered at all, but in huge numbers packed into a tight space, they became deadly fast. The carriage offered 0 safety. Slimes could ooze right through the wooden cracks, and defending it in that cramped mess would be brutal. Liz hesitated, torn between what she should do next. Guilt felt a pressure crush down on her the moment she proposed the mountain route. Drowned in self-blame, she froze, and right then a slime struck, forcing the dart to sacrifice his arm to shield her. Dark stayed calm, betting on Laura's skills. Then Laura snapped, shut it, and shoved all her focus into the spell. She slams down a glowing healing circle, and the magic spills out to mend everything in its path. And Dart's Armoon started healing on the spot. Every trace of that acid damage disappeared in seconds, because that kind of wide-area healing and magic didn't just take effort, it demanded an insane amount of magical power. Liz clocked Laura's insane elven magic skills the second she saw them, but Laura refused to sit back and do nothing still. Liz couldn't shake the guilt, because she felt responsible for Dart's wound, even if Laura could heal it. She was determined to prove she deserved to be there. She gripped an ice needle and aimed it at the slimes right before they closed the distance. Dart slammed his power down, and the ground instantly buckled upward like it was alive. Liz watched his A-rank strength smash everything, and all she could feel was useless, like she couldn't contribute a single thing. As Dart's power fizzled out, Miyabi stared in shock. Every slime was completely erased right in front of him, and he blurted, "So, is it my turn now?" But the brawl wasn't finished yet. Laura blurted out to Liz, "Do you remember the way your father fought?" She gripped Liz's hand and poured her magical power straight into the moment. Laura recalled Liz's dad mulling over which magical attribute would fit Liz best. She chose to trust magical guidance and locked in a truly intuitive, unforgettable technique. Laura lays it out. Real powerful magic isn't luck, it comes from razor-precise control and total mastery of what you're doing. She watched the slime slip through the tiniest cracks, then grilled her on what to do if brute force didn't work. She was sure Liz could crack it. Laura pushed her to focus on what was left once the impossible paths were gone. Liz had been thinking about this for a while. If the gaps were the problem, then the ceiling was the answer, and with all that water nearby, she was sure she could make the whole thing work. She couldn't believe she hadn't figured it out earlier. She vividly remembered the day she taught Lady Chiffon. As you drilled the same rules every night, you tweak the spell midair, reshaping its magic particles so its path bends somewhere new. From the moment the spell was cast, there was supposed to be full control all the way until it finally activated. So Liz managed to twist Laura's magic mid-cast messy, dangerous, and way more complicated than it sounded. Laura and Liz unleashed their flash freeze, pouring every last bit of effort into it, which Dart had uncovered, her father's own technique. But Liz never even got the chance to hear him. Miyabi stared in shock as every single slime got frozen solid, stacked from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. He saw something up ahead and fired a question at Dart. What was it? Dart squinted and said it was light, like the river right here ran straight out to the outside. Their escape route was right there in the opening. Dart warned them that ice and snow would slam their speed to a crawl, but with Miyabi's power, digging a tunnel might be the fastest move of all. Miyabi snapped his fingers and called everyone over, demanding they watch his next move. He slammed a stencil onto the sheet metal cutout and locked in the base shape. He slipped in a tiny bevel along the edge, then smoothed the bottom blade like it was meant to cut perfectly. And they churned, rinsed, and did it all over again and again for mass production. Then he snapped them onto everyone's shoes. Miyabi forged a pair of ice skate shoes with her own hands, but he honestly confessed he didn't have a clue how to skate. Dart was sure he could master it, even if he couldn't stand how the carriage felt. But Miyabi slapped on sleigh treads and made it work like a charm. With everything walked in and ready, they finally geared up and hit the road. But the slime's gooey, gelatinous bodies clued them in no matter how much water they hit. The slimes wouldn't dissolve. They bolted out of the tunnel and didn't look back. Liz Bowdney rushed to Chiffon and apologized for the whole nightmare, blaming herself for pushing that shortcut that almost got her killed. Chiffon didn't just ignore Liz's apology. She slammed it down and crushed Liz's piece all over again. She slammed the point home. They had to reach the capital fast. Liz made the smartest call with what she knew, and even then nobody saw the road closure coming. And a detour was unavoidable, but Chiffon gave Liz full credit for her lightning-fast thinking that smashed through the obstacle. She flashed a warm smile at Liz, telling her everything was okay and there was no need to apologize. Alright, let's go apologize again like right now. But Chiffon snapped in, saying the only thing that mattered was results. Watching Liz's distress ripple through her, Chiffon warned her to stop spiraling over every tiny mistake because perfectionism can turn toxic fast. Liz finally cracked. Her relentless chase for perfection wasn't helping her at all. Alicia's heart buckled when Chiffon showed her kindness. Then Chiffon headed back to her carriage. Dart and Laura roast Liz like they always do, and they're genuinely blown away by how calm she stays. As Liz battled shoulder to shoulder with Laura, they finally saw. She had fully leveled up and matured right before their eyes. Dart snapped, "It's time to speak up," and pulled Liz into a hug, telling her they missed their fourth member, and pushed her to seriously consider joining Red Cliff. Meanwhile, the guildmaster went full detective on Miyabi, questioning everyone and calling every guild branch in Angela, only to hit a wall. There was zero record of anyone named Miyabi in 48. Almost every job in the world had to be cleared by a guild first. At 12 years old, the real grind kicked off. Kids got tossed into apprenticeships, usually signing up through merchants, adventurers, or the production guilds. The guildmaster smashed every one of the 3 guilds' records, yet still came up empty. Without guild registration, your only real paths narrowed to 3 brutal choices: cash, family inheritance, or a foreign origin. After the Duke's latest words, he couldn't shake one thought: could Miyabi be a spy? Back on the road, Liz tossed out pondering darts that hit like a warning. Miyabi's eyes locked onto her troubled face, and when he asked why she drifted away, she admitted she needed a moment alone to think. Miyabi fretted that their tunnel sits too close to the surface, so a break there is risky. Then Liz shot back that slimes hate dry, sunny air and won't show up in the open. A brutal, awkward silence hung there. Then Miyabi finally blurted out, "What's going on?" because something was clearly eating at her. Liz froze in shock that he could read her face, and Miyabi just shrugged like it was painfully obvious. She hesitated, wondering if he even wanted to hear what she was about to say. Miyabi reassured her he wasn't pushing her at all. Then he turned to go. Liz yanked his shirt and demanded he listen, because this was about him and everyone was going to know it. Right after they finally settled down, Liz dropped the bombshell. Redcliffe invited her to join their party. Miyabi was stunned and blurted out what she'd replied, and Liz admitted she told them she needed a little time to think it over. Redcliffe came straight up to her the moment she first picked up her adventurer's life, but she refused, and by the time she turned 10, she was convinced she'd only slow their rank evaluation down, so she chose to blaze her own trail and earn her independence. Even now, doubt gnaws at her. She can't believe she deserves them, but she's terrified that if she turns them down again, she'll lose her shot at that rank for good. Rage and hope wrestled inside her, and she couldn't choose a side. To make it even messier, Redcliffe also pulled Miyabi into the mix. Even with his D-ranked venturer title, Miyabi's skills hit like an A-ranker, so Redcliffe steps up, offering him the perfect shot at real wealth and instant fame. After a quick pause, Liz straight up asked him what the best decision was. Miyagi shrugged and said he honestly didn't care which way it went. He could make it anywhere, and he didn't care about rankings or money at all. His focus was somewhere else. Flustered, Liz realized she was the only one locked onto those goals then. Miyabi snapped in fast and made it clear he wasn't calling her out. He remembered telling her right before they left town he wanted her to live for the adventure and feel at ease doing it, because seeing her happy was the same as being happy himself. That warning hit hard because any move could unleash regret. Those rough times made her question everything, like maybe taking a different road would have been the smarter choice. Miyabi's only real regret was getting stuck in the past, because once he faced the truth that his future was born from his own choices, he finally pushed forward. Whenever Liz made up her mind, he backed her with zero doubts and no second thoughts. Liz burst out laughing, saying Miyabi sounded just like her father for a second, then her tone cooled as she thanked him and promised she'd keep chewing on it. Back at camp, Miyabi caught Alicia scrubbing dishes, and before he could step in, she snapped that cleaning was her job, so he backed off. Miyabi gripped herself and packed everything with brutal precision because any exposed food could lure deadly creatures straight to them. Right on time, those unexpected visitors burst in and totally startled the whole group. They looked harmless until an old man stepped forward and blurted an apology for the scare, then introduced himself as Dominic, the leader of Brando's Monastery. They were chasing a traveling show, but the mouth-watering smell tugged at them so hard they mistook the camp for some fancy mountain restaurant. Dominic looked at Miyabi's crew and figured they were her bodyguards. Noble Dharma stepped forward and introduced himself. Dominic was completely caught off guard. A Redcliffe fan who couldn't stop admiring their monster stampede eddies and all. Overwhelmed to the brink, Dominic nearly crumpled, then Dirt grabbed him and demanded, "You okay?" Dominic just laughed it off, saying it was all his emotions going wild. Dominic told them his troop was blazing out of enemy territory for a performance in Angela. The stormy downpours slammed the road and tossed their whole plan into a delay. He tore their supplies to pieces and stranded them without food for days. Desperate, they begged for a little extra food and supplies, pushing toward the village at Dragon Valley Space to finally restock and breathe again. Darden snapped his plan into place. Turns out Dragon Valley was sealed for the wildlife's breeding season, so he whipped up a detour on the spot, adding 4 to 5 wild days to their journey. When Dart finally caught up with the crew again, Liz stepped in and offered to lead the performers back their way, only for Dart to shut it down hard and refuse. He admitted he couldn't even keep tabs on that many people all at once, and their mission hit the top of the priority list. No question, no debate. Laura checked their food stash and realized after the escort needs, they had a full extra week of supplies stacked up. With more than 20 troop members, there was no way that plan could possibly be enough. With his bigger storage trick, Miyabi pushed the idea, shove all the food in there now, even if it'll spoil without the right storage. Then grimaced and remembered their Black Hawk jerky was there, but not nearly enough. Dart snapped at Miyabi to start unpacking their huge bags, revealing wheels of cheese and bowls of nuts, which the performers were the first ones to get offered. Chiffon stayed quiet until this moment. Then he ordered the whole start to patrol while the troops finally caught their breath. While they ate, Miyabi noticed Dart had secretly tossed in extra supplies, just in case he couldn't keep up. And that's what made Miyabi start eyeing Redcliffe like, yeah, this could be my shot. while Liz's dream of joining the guild finally clicked into place, shooting her straight to A rank and promising that every step with her would be an absolute blast. After thanking them over and over, the performers finally slipped away, overwhelmed with gratitude. Miyabi swore she'd never let Liz drown in sadness again. That night, Tyson confronted Dart, demanding why he'd invited Liz and Miyabi, because he was sure they'd agreed to stay put until the mission was over, only for Dart to admit Miyabi cornered him and made him do it. Even with all his awkwardness, Miyabi proved he was still a goldmine of support, so Laura pushed hard that they couldn't survive without Liz, the rearguard who somehow felt painfully alone. Miyabi had already proven he was the real deal, and with years of hard-earned leadership guiding noble houses, both Liz and Miyabi were the perfect fit to lead Redcliffe. After hanging out with them, Tyson sat with it for a moment, and suddenly his whole stance started to wobble. He wasn't even sure anymore whether joining Redcliffe was the right move for Liz. Dart leaned in and demanded, "What's wrong?" Tyson told me that 8 years back, it burst to life coming out of Liz. At the very least, they just wanted her to live a life full of joy. From that moment on, they swore they'd do whatever it took to keep her smiling and make her happy. They kept their eyes locked on Liz as Tyson leaned in and demanded if they'd noticed anything. He'd always been convinced that Redcliffe was the dream Liz carried in her heart. But the second it was just the three of them with Liz, her grin vanished. They tried to protest, but Tyson pressed them with one question. Did they really catch her smiling during the trip? They paused just long enough to think, and Dart replayed every second, screaming inside when Liz finally realized he never once caught her expressions. Liz being unhappy crushed him so hard it kept him tossing and turning all night. The very next day, he tried to convince himself that Tyson was just overreacting. When Liz flashed Miyabi that smile, he felt it in his bones. Tyson's worries were totally wrong. But the moment Liz spotted Dart, her smile vanished, and she demanded to know why he was up at that hour. Next, Dart shoved everything aside and locked on to the mission. Everything was going great, with just 20 kilometers left before the next rest stop. He turned to Miyabi and demanded, "What are you doing?" And Miyabi grinned while she finished her coat, built to keep her snug in the chilly weather. Miyabi practically begged for a break the second they finally stopped. He hauled in fleece-lined cushions like a secret weapon for comfort. The moment he stepped into the mountains, he clocked that Chiffon had already gotten a name. Mel's stare popped into view from the carriage window, and that startled Dart so hard he froze. Then he spotted her laughing it up with Miyabi, right there in the middle of the commotion. Tyson clocked Liz's dazzling smile, but when Dart, desperate to prove he could care too, threw his scarf at her, it didn't light her up at all. Liz snapped at him for keeping it from Laura when she was dressed way too lightly. She even begged them to dial it back on their antics, saying it was a favor just for her. Dart told himself it was just a fluke, nothing more, just a cruel coincidence. Liz came crashing back into my mind as this bright, cheerful girl who practically sparkled. As they pushed on, snow just kept hammering down so thick it forced them to slam the brakes and stop. Miyabi held up a hand and demanded a moment to get ready. But Dart wouldn't back down. He swore they could still move, so they pressed on while the snow kept threatening to fall all night, because once it got worse, they'd be stuck digging themselves out. If they kept pounding forward for 3 solid hours, they'd finally crest the cliff near the capital, where the snow looked almost lighter. So, for safety and speed, the dirt beneath them practically demanded they keep moving. But Liz slammed in right then, insisting they stop and camp for the night. Charging through the freezing dark would drain them, fast slipping on bad ground, barely seeing a thing, and with monsters closing in, so staying on that path was a death wish. Dart can't stand when plans get flipped at the last second. They grieved the fact that waiting would stretch their journey, doubling the time for the exact same distance. Even though he understood he had to back off, grit and dirt kept grinding into him. Liz nodded at his logic, then hit him with the truth. They still had Miyabi in the game. On day 12, she jabbed Dart with a reminder Miyabi could slice right through rock, so those snowbanks didn't stand a chance. Once the snow was gone, they could finally roll across the flat land still. Miyabi had to carve the way, dragging their speed down. But they'd still make it to the capital side before nightfall. Liz blurted, asking if she'd made the right call, and Darda locked in, calmly nodding to her balanced progress and tight energy conservation. He hailed it as the clear, undeniable best option. For the first time, Liz burst into real laughter, and Dart finally looked genuinely happy. Dart couldn't stop wondering. Was it his praise lighting her up, or was she just chasing the spotlight? Later, Tyson and Laura teamed up with him as Dirt tore the way wide open. Rise is the beating heart of Redcliffe, the lone wolf stepped in and brought Laura together with him. She tore through a tough crowd while Tyson, the late bloomer, finally caught up. When Rise died, Liz became the living legacy he left behind. Dart felt completely stupid. Turns out he'd been chasing her smile the whole time. As he kept staring at her, he somehow missed the truth staring right back. He couldn't wait to link up with his friends and argue passionately about the best way to honor her the right way. Next up, Mel leaned in and demanded another heaping serving of food. She kept leaning into that Black Orch barbecue brisket sub, like it was her absolute favorite. Liz said beastmen burn through food way faster because they're packed with muscle, so their metabolism goes full throttle. She had to chomp down quicker just to keep up. After their talk, Miyabi figured Tyson must have brought it up with everyone, but he couldn't shake the feeling he didn't know the exact words. But ever since that snowy day, Dart showed up looking way calmer than before. Their trek had been brutal and bone-tiring, but at last, on day 14 of their mission, the royal capital finally burst into view. That same day, Liz felt uneasy, like something was off, and she couldn't stop second-guessing what to do next. Miyabi leaned in and asked straight up if you were still stuck on that red cliff problem. Liz confessed it was stressing her out, but the Duke pushed his "I'm proving your worth" line like that was the real reason behind all this. Miyabi shrugged off the idea, saying value is personal, and in the end it all comes down to the Duke's choice still. He believed the group did brilliantly overall. Liz shot Miyabi a hard look, convinced she hadn't done a damn thing worth the trip, and wondering what his attitude even meant. Miyabi shot back that he'd been there the whole time and that she'd already handled plenty, and the only reason they hit their destination on schedule was because she insisted. Liz shot back that he'd spit out the exact same idea 5 minutes later. Then he praised her brilliant idea to tunnel through the mountains buying them time until she snapped back that it would spell a slime attack. And a furious Miyabi practically demanded she just take the compliment. She confessed she always tells herself the exact same advice over and over. Miyabi froze, realizing she'd been dragging herself straight into self-doubt again. And it hit her hard. Was her mind really wired to do that all the time? When he looked back, he finally clocked the warning signs everywhere, and the way she talked about herself gave it all away. Suddenly, Liz blurted out, "So, is it wrong to want more?" Lady Chiffon warned them that chasing perfection by zeroing in on every little flaw can poison your mind. But Liz wasn't built that way. She set her sights on a brutal high standard and started wondering if she'd gone too far. Miyabi shot back a blunt, no-nonsense answer, and that was all it took. He told her straight up that his biggest worry wasn't what she'd hear it, was how seriously she'd take every word. He leaned in and demanded she just listen, no arguing, no debate, then snapped that she was being way too harsh on herself, and when he saw her shock, he pivoted to a fresh approach. He leaned in and asked what she crushed at. She shot back that studying was her thing because she couldn't just keep enjoying it and call it skill, because loving it didn't mean she was actually good. Miyabi cut him off, pointing and shouting that he was doing it again. Then he snapped on his glasses. And then he started laying it all out, boosting self-esteem like it was the key to everything. He ordered her to brace for round 2, and she stammered that her mind was totally blank until he leaned in and soothed her, telling her there was nothing to fear. Love surged like a force of nature, strong enough to move mountains. He muttered that he knew a trustworthy guy. He hauled her to him and checked her hand himself, and the man told her she was only just starting her journey of self-discovery, then clocked that she always watched everything closely and mapped out what was around her. Miyabi then shot up her courage and boldly declared, "I love studying." Even after the lesson, Liz couldn't help but feel mortified. The very next day, Chiffon leaned in and told everyone she'd truly loved what happened the night before. Confused Liz realized their wild courtroom blow-up chaos and all had been overheard beyond the courtroom walls. Still, Chiffon couldn't help but notice Liz looked way happier. On day 15, they burst into the royal capital at full speed. 2 weeks had blown by since leading Angeline, and after non-stop grit, they finally rolled in safely. Schiff even voiced their thanks for everyone's hard work on the escort mission. After her speech, Alicia leaned in and told her, "Your chambers are all set. If you want to rest, come on." She realized Chiffon hadn't budged an inch. Meanwhile, Redcliffe froze in place as Liz and Dart leaned in, desperate for her answer. Then he pushed again, asking if she'd finally join their group. Liz told me she'd been locking herself in her own thoughts for days, figuring out what she really wanted and how she wanted to live her life. She leaned in and told Laura, "I taught you to fight the way your father did, and I'll never be able to truly repay you for what you've become." She couldn't believe she'd ever see someone pull off a feat that huge. When they cast that advanced spell as a team, pure joy lit up her like a firework. Then an image wouldn't leave her head standing right beside Laura, filling in for her father, and she had no clue if she could even survive it. She saw her own childish stubborn streak for what it was, but she wouldn't try to replace her father, no way. She'd burn that bridge and blaze her own path. Clutching Miyazaki's hand, she used her skills and magic to blaze through her goals, determined to make them proud of everything she'd accomplished. She flat out declared, "We're not joining Redcliffe." Miyabi spun out in a rush and warned her that pulling something like that could light the fuse for even more misunderstandings. Dart and the crew nodded along with Liz's decision without a fight, because deep down, they already saw this coming, and offered to take care of the report for the Adventurers Guild, then strolled away like it was nothing. Dart also told them to stop stressing over fancy details because their story was going to get checked against Lady Chiffon's report anyway. When it came to handling the nobility's demands, the final call landed in Duke Boldini's hands. Liz asked if he'd try to talk her out of it, but he shrugged. He saw absolutely no reason to. Miyabi and Liz locked in together and turned into an unstoppable team. Laura couldn't shake the thought that they still needed a Vanguard member, so now the big question is, would Liz reconsider? They exchanged goodbyes and took off, while Liz forced her shock down and stared ahead, ready for whatever came next. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he looked back one last time and said goodbye to Chiffon. Rushing toward her, he cut past the Redcliffe left behind, and realized she'd never run into Redcliffe before, so it felt like a fresh twist. She joked that parenting felt like a tangled maze, then let out a quiet laugh. She shot back, asking if they'd race back to Angela right away, and Liz grinned and said, "No, we're staying in town longer, because this chance like this doesn't come around twice." Because it's seldom visited, they decide to squeeze every last drop out of the chance to go. Chifarm leaned in and asked them for a tiny favor. While the clock kept ticking, the guildmaster dropped the devastating news to Duke Baldini. Every attempt to track down adventurer Miyabi had hit a dead end. He said he dug through every government file and tracked down Miyabi's known contacts before he even stepped into the city, and in the end, there wasn't a shred of proof he even existed. Baldini leaned in and demanded the guildmaster's verdict. The guildmaster pointed out that crafters barely ever join the Adventurers Guild. They usually sprint straight to the production guild to make their stuff. If Miyabi was just there to plug a support slot, nobody would have cared. But no one could ever pin down who he really was, and he even slipped into the Lord's residence without permission. Yet the proof was flimsy at best. In the worst-case scenario, she might be a foreign spy hiding in plain sight. Duke Boldini couldn't help it. He let out a sharp laugh, then jabbed at him with cruel, teasing words. He snapped that the guildmaster's textbook answer was all fluff and zero insight. He never even thought to see things the way Master Weiss did. If they wanted real espionage inside a duke's home, then pulling someone as well known as Master Weiss into it was the smartest move they could make. He prized sincerity and hard work above everything, and anyone hiding a scheme would get caught in the light. Only the ones who poured their hearts into the craft managed to win Wise's approval. The moment Wise laid eyes on Okamiyabi, he lit up with a warm, no-stops praise. So if the mission was to sniff out intel on a duke's household, posing as a crafter, Flop Georgie wasn't the only big official who sneered at craftsmen, and aristocrats took that prejudice to a whole new level. As long as the guy didn't look like a threat, Boldini wouldn't turn him away. Progress demands you gamble on the moment. If you play it safe, every chance you could have used slips away. He couldn't stop fixating on where Miyabi's power really came from, and everything else barely even registered to him. The guildmaster froze, totally shocked that Baldi's whole question zeroed in on one thing, where Miyabi's abilities originally came from. With nothing else standing a chance, the guildmaster gave it everything, then realized Liz wasn't a person to them at all, just a tool the Duke planned to use. He demanded to know whether Balding had finally cracked the very answer she'd seen. Boldini shot back, "Yeah, I didn't," but then shrugged it off because it didn't matter one bit, and his next moves were already locked in. Next, Chiffon snapped at Alicia to grab her journal from her luggage because she was about to write an entry and she wanted it right now. Hoshe pointed out they just stumbled in after a brutal trip and urged them to rest, but because it was just writing, it felt harmless. Alicia still pressed her to take a break. warning that the work might hit too hard too soon, and that if she wasn't ready, she shouldn't feel like she had to force herself forward. Chiffon shot back that not everyone can muscle through like an adventurer. Then she asked, "Are you worried Liz is gonna freak out if Alicia hears about it?" Alicia snapped that, as the pro, her feelings didn't matter. Only Chiffon's health and well-being did, and Chiffon nodded along. She promised everything would be fine and told her to rest up, then offered Alicia an open invite come with them tomorrow if she wanted. Alicia burst out of the room because she always had to get her journal writing done. Even with fear clawing at her, she couldn't ignore a direct order. Down the hallway, the maid kept her head low and her duty steady. Then she spotted her brother and shot him a clear, reassuring look. "I'm okay, I'm unharmed." Meanwhile, Liz was leaning into Miyabi, telling her they never even got a chance to say goodbye to Mel. Miyabi told her Mel slipped out while they were talking, and Liz tried to apologize for the chaos she caused, but she missed her chance. Miyabi even added that he left her stuck on the night shift. He also hoped you'd at least thank her for everything she did for you. Liz said she was hoping they could all celebrate together, and Miyabi realized the mission was done, but they still hadn't had their wrap party. He finally had it. Then he lunged to act, but Liz slammed the brakes on him. She cringed hard because he was ready to call everyone back after her emotional breakdown. He insisted he wasn't going to do that, but Liz still blocked him in every way, so he demanded, "Can we track down Mel?" Liz cooked up a simple lure and swore it would work, but Miyabi immediately shot it down, certain it wouldn't stand a chance, and it kicked in immediately. With that, Nell, Liz, and Miyabi clinked glasses and dug in, celebrating their successful escort mission in full swing. Spotting the food laid out, Nell shot Miyabi a grin and asked if she could grab whatever she wanted. Then Miyabi told her to take it all, and Nell snatched up their portions without hesitation. Then he leaned toward Liz and murmured, "Be honest, was it even smart to hoard when the feast is just about to start?" While Miyabi kept Mel entertained, Liz couldn't shake the feeling that something was up because Mel just smirked like a sneaky villain. Nell kept eating while he monologued, and then Nell blurted out that the place was downright charming. Miyabi told her they picked a spot they figured she'd love, and then she demanded to know why. And Liz told her, "You took a beating, especially with that Red Cliff mess," then thanked her for showing up and having her back. Now it finally clicked for her, and she didn't care even a little bit. Liz clocked it from day one. Mel had always been a sucker for anything cute. Nell insisted she chose the place because she actually liked it too, but Liz immediately teased, her saying she'd outgrown that whole vibe ages ago. Miyabi let out a warm chuckle at their teasing back and forth, like they'd been through a lifetime together, because Liz and Mel had first met right outside Weiss Smithy. It's a prize game where people bet to see an even tinier girl, and somehow she's the one demanding a knife at the shop. When they told Liz there were 0 freebies, she didn't hesitate, she sold that knife. Miyabi thought Mel had been through endless hardships, but Mel snapped back and set the record straight. Getting thrown out by her own family was just how things work for them. He asked if they could still be called childhood friends, but Liz shut it down. After everything, they never really hung out, and she handily outranked Mel in no time. Nobles and aristocrats are about to start sending invitations while their own assignments still roll in through the usual channels. No shortcuts. Miyabi leaned in, all fired up, asking if any swordsman of Nell's caliber could pull off something like that, but Nell? She was the rare exception. Even with all that fame, Redcliffe still got pulled in because the guild hired them anyway. Suddenly, Miyabi remembered Laura's warning about needing a vanguard, and the truth hit them hard. Mel was the vanguard. Both of them lit up right away, firing off excited questions, asking whether she'd been snagged by any party. And the second she said no, Miyabi grabbed her hand and pulled her in, asking her to join them right then. Now, he stared at their buzzing, fired-up expressions, and asked them to feed her while she settled in. And when they promised meals and that they'd handle requests together in her old cottage, she was all in. She said she didn't hate them. She just loved choosing where she'd rest, what she'd play, and how she'd live freely, all the way to the very end. Those were the rules she carved out for her life. And deep down, she knew they might not match the plans they had in mind. Miyabi froze for a second. He couldn't believe it when that guy said he understood. He blurted that he'd gotten carried away and then started daydreaming about how amazing it'd be if she joined him. It threw her straight back to her old party days, and she flashed them a smile that felt like a spark. After lunch, Liz and Miyabi hurried out to meet Chiffon only to spot Mel shadowing them. Miyabi snapped that Mel was supposed to be headed home. Mel smirked back, saying she'd go home whenever she felt like it. Chiffon blinked in shock when Mo showed up with them. Miyabi wasn't sure if Chiffon would feel at ease, but she didn't see a problem because roaming the city with this fun crew felt a whole lot better than going alone. Once the details were squared away, Chiffon declared that for today's sightseeing adventure, the more people they brought, the bigger the fun would be. Liz and Miyabi stared in disbelief, trying to make sense of how a damn sightseeing trip somehow got stamped as running errands. Chiffon said Liz made all this happen, and she just wanted to thank her. Liz stared back, utterly confused. So Chiffon hit her with every single thing she'd done for her during their whole journey. She dreamed of roaming this city for ages, but life kept stealing the time until now. And boy, was this their golden shot, because once everyone heard it like that, they had no choice but to agree. Their first stop hit straight in the heart. Liz and Miyabi led the way to the Holy of Stella Church, a place that mattered to them more than anything. As they stepped inside, Chiffon leaned in and told Miyabi this temple was dedicated to the mother of all gods in the Fourth Kingdom. Absolute must-see stuff if you're in the capital. And Miyabi stared at the church's insane grandeur in pure awe, so hard he started acting weird, which made Liz snap out a warning. Miyabi spotted everyone locked into an activity and blurted it to Liz. She told her it was a class appraisal. When he finally confessed he didn't get appraisals, she shot back. So you know classes aren't just split into combat and production, right? Things like inventory skills can basically spill the beans on what kind of person you are. But then it's split again into even more specific categories, and the exact details became a total pain to pin down. It demanded a special kind of magic stone, sparks, and pure instinct reacting to each person like a litmus test to decide their class, and Liz just shook her head like, I don't need any of that. Class-based magic didn't just appear. It was handed down from parents to children. A swordsman's kid became a swordsman, a wizard's kid turned into a wizard. Stuff like that was almost unheard of, and once they were old enough to start remembering, they just picked up their skills and somehow knew exactly how to use them. Before things exploded, parents rushed to get appraisals early so they could figure out which bloodline would come out on top. Tourists loved grabbing a certificate stamped with the church's authentic seal and official keepsake to take home. Liz, totally clueless about all that, started wondering if she'd somehow become some kind of plain country bumpkin. And while Miyabi thought a fancy certificate would be awesome, Liz shut him down before he wasted a single yen. Chiffon stepped in right then, offering to cover the bill as a tiny gift. And as she did, she brought her father's words back to the surface. And he demanded Miyabi tell him if he was really okay being the lone one with no appraisal. Right before the appraisal started, the church erupted in radiant light as the infant went through the ceremony, and the senior priest declared that the crimson hue marked a future swordsman, one with a bright, prosperous road ahead. The priest warned that this kind of power in a newborn was practically unheard of, and Miyabi noticed the child's parents couldn't stop smiling, like pure joy was exploding in them. And the priest laid it out clearly. If your magic was strong, especially in a fight-focused class, you'd walk straight into a life that actually felt successful and rewarding. Next up, Liz and Miyabi were sent for their appraisals. They treated it like a divine gift from the 12 goddesses, and after Liz begged for answers, they ordered her to press her hand onto the stone. As Liz rambled on about how she couldn't possibly keep up with an infant's power, the priest cut in, declaring that the mysterious purple glow meant she was, without a doubt, a magician. That lit a fire in Liz's curiosity. How strong was Miyabi's magic really? She was seconds away from finding out when Miyabi pressed his hand to the stone. Liz figured he'd be drowning in serious magic, but that light was so brutal and blinding that it snapped everyone's vision for a split second. Miyabi and the others were left scrambling, still stunned, trying to make sense of what just happened. The priest snapped into panic, swore that no one had ever recorded a magical reading for this very scale. Then, when they demanded its class, that blinding light swallowed the answer, and he demanded they wait while he figured it out. They made Miyabi press her hand to the stone again, and this time the priest's eyes caught it, leaving everyone stunned. Declared Miyabi a crafter, something they dismissed as a total letdown, because his insane magical power deserved way more, and the priest clocked their disappointment instantly. He calmed them, made it crystal clear that no class was less than, then told them to grab their certificates downstairs before they slipped away, and he sent them off with blessings. Miyabi's happiness died the moment she saw how everything turned out. But Liz's fury blindsided him. When he finally tried to talk, Liz swung and punched him straight in the face, while Chiffon scrambled to calm things down. Chiffon then asked Mel if she wanted an appraisal, but Mel shut it down and refused. Meanwhile, Alicia couldn't tear her eyes off that strange light they'd spotted, and from the moment the journey started, something about Miyabi had felt seriously off, and she couldn't help wondering if that strange light was the reason Chiffon showed up with them today as they headed off. From the church steps, the priest stared in silence. Then suddenly he noticed. The House of Boldini had dispatched a messenger early, and it hit him hard. Something truly extraordinary was about to arrive. After 50 years of appraisals, the elder priest had never felt anything like this. An overwhelming magical presence that even outshone newborns of royal blood. Still shaken, the younger priest blurted out what he thought might happen next, and the older priest, usually sharp as ever, always Birmingham, in insight, just admitted he didn't know, his voice wobbling with rare, helpless uncertainty. "I don't know," he confessed, and his voice trembled with this weird hesitation, like nothing I'd ever heard from him before. Meanwhile, Miyabi stared out at the sea, replaying that appraisal in his head, so used to weirdness now that it barely fazed him. And yet, this still hit like a punch. He dove into his imagination and built whatever wild idea hit him. After pouring every ounce of effort into mastering this world, he finally felt it like he'd truly become skilled enough to earn the praise he'd been chasing. With his mind drifting, Liz slid up and dropped a breathless comment on how stunning the ocean looked. It was the first time she'd ever laid eyes on it, so she leaned in and fired off the question. When did he see it for the very first time? Miyabi said he remembered seeing it as a kid. Then his mind raced. Was it a one-of-a-kind thing only the capital gets? So he quickly cut the conversation before the mystery swallowed him, fidgeting with guilt over the lie he was about to feed Liz. She said that 8 years ago, a monster stampede tore through the area like a living nightmare. People look downright joyful right now. So Chiffon slides in with a sharp question. Does Liz really expect the city's wounds to show? They've still gotten reports that spell out just how badly everything was wrecked. Liz's curiosity hit full blast, and Chiffon snapped that without the court mage's magical shields, the damage would have been absolutely catastrophic. These mages walking storms of wisdom and power serve the royal family with high-level magic, guarding the city, the port, and everything beyond it. Worst of all, the folks stuck just outside the outer wall, right beyond the Great Bridge, took the full brunt, and while downtown tried to push expansion, even after the rebuilding, Chiffon still heard progress come to a dead stop. She mourned the fact that once you drifted past the main road, the slums were crawling with danger and demanded caution, and Miyabi immediately asked Liz if that outer wall was where they'd camped the night before. Their conversation got slammed to a stop when a loud woman started ripping into someone for opening a shop. She slammed the Race Patrol Marketplace as where only the finest goods belong, claiming it was stocked by noble servants and reserved for the elite, top-tier treasures only. Her problem wasn't anything personal, it was the poor woman's goods, and when the accusation hit, the woman snapped back, insisting she'd paid for that spot fair and square. Miyabi's gut told her the capital wasn't nearly as safe as promised, and Liz couldn't hold her tongue a second longer. The man demanded she release the poor woman, and the shouting woman snapped, "Who is Liz?" Liz gave her one last chance to walk away, insisting adults could talk things out without violence. Then the woman completely misread it and thought Liz was coming for her. Miyabi Pinnock snapped to attention, but Chiffon stayed icy calm, asking for the list of, right as a giant brute lunged in to smash Liz with a strike. Alicia didn't just change, she morphed into an unstoppable, terrifying force. Saving Liz, she struck down a man way bigger than anyone should have been able to beat. And then Chiffon Conley dropped the bombshell. Alicia wasn't just a fighter, she was her own personal knight. Right as the aggressive woman demanded answers, Chiffon shot back a compliment about her vegetables. Her elegance, perfect poise, and that gentle voice convinced the woman in an instant this wasn't some nobody. This was the kind of noble daughter you couldn't fake. She couldn't stop questioning why she was there, and the one who'd been holding back finally snapped, calling out the other vendors' prices. Chiffon, still in phase, snapped that she'd take this vendor's setup any day over the other stall that shoved food out like mere decoration, because her taste is seriously refined. The guardians stormed in and hauled the aggressive woman away. Liz shot Alicia a grateful smile after the rescue, stunned by her raw power until Alicia shrugged and said she hadn't done it for Liz at all. The poor woman grabbed Liz's hands, thanking her for the rescue, then turned to Chiffon and asked, "Are you really sure you want to buy my goods?" Admitting they just didn't belong on a noble's table, Chiffon laid out two blunt reasons for why she chose them. She couldn't stop thinking about what was happening, and the carrot itself hit her with a scent so unusual it didn't even compare to the ordinary ones. The woman was absolutely thrilled, clutching her cloth, and she pointed out clear as day that her village sat halfway up the mountains. Even from that plain look, the plants kept pumping out sweet, juicy produce. Miyabi's eyes lit up because she knew they were snow carrots. It's like the carrot trick under heavy snow. They pack in more sugar, so maybe the same kind of magic is happening here too. They were totally baffled because all that was happening was rain. Then he snapped, "You don't get it. Those mountains have been capped in snow since autumn." Schiff couldn't help but wonder whether crops like that could actually thrive in Angoline's climate. Miyabi, clueless about farming, finally admitted, "I don't know," and that's when the person who overheard Angoline chimed in. She told me her daughter had just moved there for an apprenticeship, and honestly, running into them felt like fate. Miyabi reassured her that her daughter was probably thriving in Angoline. After snagging the carrots, he leaned toward Chiffon and asked if she was really sure this wouldn't blow up into a problem. Then Chiffon sheepishly admitted she might have gotten a little too carried away with the vegetable. It might have crushed even their best chefs. Then she suddenly sparked an idea. She told him, "I know a spot with tons of people who need fresh vegetables and it's right on the way home." Miyabi and Liz started panicking. Sure, the she meant the royal palace. And the moment they stepped into that massive building, their worst fears were proven right. A boy's eyes locked onto them the moment they stepped in. Next, Chiffon stared into the moment and thought about Alicia. She nailed the maid role so flawlessly, even though her warm, open heart made her read like a book to him. As she scribbled in her diary, Miyabi clung to her father's words. Her skills were too sharp for just a mere crafter. He demanded she check the truth. Was she really in his class? Or something bigger? She clocked her father's strange caution, and the moment felt like it begged for a fresh page in her diary. So she stopped right there for now because sure, her father had handed her a lot of knowledge, but some things couldn't be taught. In the end, she didn't belong to him. She was her own whole person, completely separate. As they stepped into the royal palace, she made it clear this was no mere favor. She was chasing her own wants too. A soldier stepped in and stopped them cold, saying they loved her veggie gift. But it just wasn't right for a lady like her to lug it all the way to the kitchen herself, and Liz immediately nodded, like, yeah, he was right. But it was so much that even a regular servant couldn't possibly keep up. While they were talking, the boy who'd been watching burst up, grinning from ear to ear when he finally spotted Chiffon. Hazy lunged to grab a hug, but she dodged aside, then he stumbled hard. Miyabi and Liz were stunned inside the royal palace, watching this boy move like he'd known a duke's daughter forever. Chiffon snapped, "Meet Crest Forchet, my fiancé, and the third prince of Forchet," and both of them froze in pure shock, then stumbled inside after the stunning reveal. Miyabi figured the duke's mansion would have desensitized him to luxury, but the palace still hit him like lightning, pure awe on his face, and now he couldn't stop wondering what's really going on between Crest and Chiffon. Crest shot her an apology, admitting that if he'd known she was coming, he'd have had treats from her favorite patisserie waiting just for her. As she watched their sweet back and forth, Miyabi's heart tangled up in confusion, unsure what kind of move to make with that kind of closeness. Liz was drenched in sweat when she blurted, "Wait, are we allowed to be here?" Crest rushed to apologize for blowing off his guests, then ordered Chiffon to step in and introduce them. She introduced Liz, Miyabi, and Mel and told them with a calm smile that they'd safely escorted her out of Angoline. Crest couldn't help but stare. They looked like they were practically the same age as Chiffon. He pressed them about that earlier chat with the guard, and Miyabi fumbled through it, telling him they'd shown up with carrots as gifts. But they still tried to slip toward the kitchens of Set the staff, and Chiffon snapped that it was a total waste of manpower because in Miyabi's inventory, those carrots barely weighed a thing. Crest leaned in and asked Miyabi if he was one of the production workers. Then it hit him. He wasn't built for raw fighting. He was an adventurer in a combat class. Miyabi cut in and set the record straight. He was a craftsman, usually stuck in the support lane. Crest's sudden shock exposed the twist. He wasn't just surviving out there. He was a secret crafter too. Miyabi's jaw dropped when she realized the prince wasn't just royalty, he was a crafter too. Jeff and laughed, then demanded, "So why was it shocking to find crafters hiding in royalty?" They pushed for answers, and she admitted she just thought it was too sensitive to toss around lightly. But her and Crest were totally okay with it. Liz leaned in and asked if it had come up during their cathedral talk, and Chiffon fired back that magical affinity runs in the family, so parent and child are almost never a surprise, and Miyabi just nodded, remembering Liz saying something just like that. Chiffon insisted that this power was built for one thing: stepping up in a national crisis and stopping the bloodshed before it starts. A creed passed down from their very first king, and that rule shaped everything. Noble houses flocked to fighters, sword and spell alike, because once your class was chosen, it was locked in. So she got why they were shocked. Miyabi realized that if this was real, it begged a bigger question. How in the world did a prince end up as a crafter? He hesitated to linger on it, even worrying they'd already learned too much once the consequences hit, but Crest wasn't the kind of person who'd ever turned that kind of fear against him. He swore he never hit his class, but he sure didn't brag about it either. Then, with a shaky hand, he admitted Miyabi and Liz would finally get why crafters get hit with that ugly stigma in noble circles. Chiffon leaned in and asked Miyabi if that cushion he carved for her in the mountains was still with him, and before she could blink, Miyabi hauled it back right away, and the chiffon landed in Cress's hands. He stared in shock at how flawless it felt, warm like it had a heartbeat, while Miyabi grinned and bragged that he packed it with fire enchantments. Cress couldn't believe how insanely talented the crafters were. Chiffon shot Crest a quick question: would he want to make items the way Miyabi did? Crest admitted it bluntly. Miyabi's skills were insane, but he'd never once used his own crafting powers. He kept saying he could measure up to Miyabi. Then Chiffon jumped in, voice sharp, and demanded he stop beating himself up because he promised her. Locking eyes with her sincere face, Crest threw out a heartfelt apology and swore he'd make good on it. Miyabi realized again how brutally society mistreated people who make things by hand. But that view was dead wrong. Crafting wasn't about flexing status at all. It was about the pure joy anyone could grab if they actually tried. Miyabi leaned in and urged Crest to start small, make Chiffon her first gift. He just realized making things felt the best when it was for someone he loved. So he pushed to craft a gift for his fiancée. He shot Crest a reminder about that earlier promise he'd made to make her happy. Then Crest flicked her eyes over at Chiffon and decided to make himself a cozy little lap blanket. He noticed her legs went cold at your last picnic, then the project got chosen. Miyabi couldn't wait to jump in right away, and later, we watched Miyabi clock Crest's crafting skills firsthand. No matter what Crest tried, his blanket kept crumbling into dust right in his hands. Crest froze in awe at how insanely good Miyabi's blanket looked. Its shine and feel were straight up royal linen. And yeah, that embroidery was ridiculously detailed. Miyabi figured he had to apologize for how Crest reacted. He figured it was just about tightening up the basics. But even at level 1, turning out a shapeless disaster was something way more messed up than usual. Miyabi didn't have enough clues to pin down the problem, so he grilled Crest about what handicrafts he could actually do, only for Crest to blankly admit he didn't even know what handicrafts were. So Miyabi hit reset and started from square one. Tell them crafters bring 3 killer skills to the table: crafting, handicrafts, and cooking. He told Crest that leveling up would take non-stop practice. So that same day, Crest threw himself into his handicraft, and just an hour later, he was so fed up he snapped, asking Miyabi if handicrafts were supposed to be this hard. Then yeah, his blanket was riddled with misstitched chaos. He can pour magic straight into those threads without breaking a sweat, but kept trying to picture every single stitch while forcing magic into the mix. Yet the whole thing crushed his mind. Miyabi tried to calm him down, saying they could stitch up what was missing by hand, but then she froze when Crest burst into tears. Crest snapped that he'd never ever hand Chiffon work this sloppy. Through his tears, Chiffon rushed in, seized his hand, and grabbed hold like she'd been waiting for him, and pushed him to treat that precious blanket with way more care. She made it crystal clear she never demanded anything fit for royalty. She didn't care about the flaws at all. What hit her was the thought and effort he poured into it, because all she wanted was the very first thing he'd made with his own hands. Cress's words hit straight in the chest, and the emotion just broke her into uncontrollable sobs. By the time the sun dipped, Crest had finished a proper lap blanket and proudly handed it to Chiffon. As Miyabi headed back to his room, Crest rushed to apologize for flashing his vulnerable side, then confessed, with a grin, that he'd absolutely enjoyed himself. He asked if they could meet again tomorrow so they could learn even more about crafting, and Miyabi practically bubbled with excitement. She was thrilled to help and even happier that Crest wanted to dive into it. Crest leaned in and told him to ditch the formalities and just use his name. Meanwhile, Alicia leaned in as Chiffon spoke to the whole group, holding everyone's attention. For once, Chiffon finally slipped out of her Duke's daughter armor, tossed aside her duties, and grabbed precious time with the people she truly cared about. Alicia actually loved seeing Chiffon like this. She practically couldn't believe it when they got swept inside the royal palace, because the prince was the shining center of Chiffon's whole heart, and Alicia couldn't stop smiling at the fact that she'd landed such a wonderful break. In the end, she was relieved. The adventurers stayed with her, because when the day finally wrapped up, she couldn't shake the feeling they'd never meet again. So she looked at Schiff and thanked everyone, right then and there, for coming along. She blurted out a quick apology for losing track and running late, then asked where they wanted her to drop them off for the night. They said they'd been talking about finding a hotel, and Chiffon started out panicking until she shot back with a plan. She basically dared them to drop whatever they had planned and come with her, and even Alicia couldn't believe the offer. As Chiffon broke it down, it finally made sense. Then Liz pushed, asking why you'd go to such wild lengths in the first place. Chiffon leaned in and pleaded for them to come with her to the Royal Academy, and Alicia couldn't help but stare, wondering what on earth triggered such a sudden choice. In the very next scene, they slammed their mission report down at the Adventurers Guild. Outside, Eleanor spotted the guildmaster standing there, puffing on a cigarette like he owned the night. He admitted he didn't want to quit, he just needed a break right now. She couldn't shake the thought that this high-profile, noble gig was frying her head, because ever since he asked her to investigate Miyabi, he'd been acting downright strange. The guildmaster clocked Eleanor's expression and demanded what was running through her head. Then she told him she had the complete mission report ready. He checked it was all correct and offered to send it straight to the Duke's estate. Then he slammed the brakes and stopped her. Helena grabbed the report, pressed him to swear it was his own doing, and watched as the chief, once a total ghost, finally handled a routine file himself. Then he just clammed up and went silent. Helen Ortiz told him, "If you're that bored, come eat with us." At the Royal Academy, Chiffon led Miyabi and Liz straight into their brand new resting quarters. While their travel clothes got washed, someone slid simple dinners to them. Yet the Royal Academy still had everyone on edge. Chiffon was pure joy. She even asked Liz if they could practice magical fine control after dinner, and then Alicia absolutely crushed it. She stormed back to her room, seething that she still had to treat them like honored guests. She could handle B-ranked missions and Miyabi just fine, but Liz's nepotism-powered leadership role, earned without any real qualifications, made her snap with fury. The more she replayed Liz's moves in her head, the hotter her rage burned. He declared her unfit for adventuring and seethed when Chiffon dismissed her. Meanwhile, Miyabi's door stayed completely untouched, no knock at all. Realizing they were alone in their rooms, Miyabi figured she was just bored and craving company. Then she quickly shot that idea down. Nell pulled out her plushie, Kitagawa Taro, and told Miyabi to stitch it some clothes since it was a bear. Miyabi grinned and agreed, but she couldn't help wondering why Nell asked right now. She told everyone she'd spotted dressed puppies stuffed in Chiffon's room, and Miyabi jumped in sketching designs on the spot so they could choose the best one next. And he stitched outfits for the plushie, then got ready for what came next. Now everyone was asking, "Can you make more clothes?" He spun up his skills on screen, telling her that for clothes and plushies, there were hardly any ready-made recipes. His skills were wild and versatile, but with no recipe to follow, his choices shrank fast. And yeah, low skill levels could spark brutal failures. As he tucked her in, he leaned close and swore that handcrafting something makes it a reship in his hands, so he can recreate it forever on demand. Noel fell, stunned, mid-sentence. But he couldn't stop obsessing over his skills. He hauled over his whole recipe library and skill levels from Dreamworld, then slammed into the level cap early on. The real nightmare? Recipes were running out. He started to feel like the crafting class entry barriers were wildly unfair and totally out of balance, especially after everything Crochet went through. He snapped out of it and told himself there was no time left for getting lost in his feelings. Liz, exhausted. Even this secondary place still had a giant training hall like a peek into elite life, and man, so much had already happened. Her class appraisal held at Prince. With events so far from her usual life, it felt like she'd been dropped into someone else's story. All because Chiffon begged them to stay just a little longer. She couldn't stop thinking about the prince. But he gave up on deep thinking and crashed into sleep because it was already way past time. Next morning, Miyabi shot awake feeling brand new and laughing inside, but Liz? He was absolutely not on the same page. Panic swallowed her, and she blurted out, "So how'd you end up lying there on that cot in your room?" He told her it felt a bit firmer than he was used to, but honestly, not bad. Liz couldn't believe that. She insisted the Duke's villa had to house custom-made cats, fit for pure luxury. Then she jabbed at the few tons as her proof, bragging that the down was 1.5 times denser than the kind they were using before. The cotton felt silky smooth, and the duvet's thick, cozy weight screamed real craftsmanship, like someone poured care into every single stitch. And yet, she couldn't figure it out. Why did they both feel so empty inside? Like the comfort didn't reach at all? Miyabi just waited, calm and steady. Then he tore into her for her bad manners, saying that when you're invited to someone's home, you don't nitpick the mattress, so Liz snapped the blame right back onto Miyabi. Their shouting didn't let up as Mal sprawled on the roof, taking it all in. After their petty argument, they finally packed it up and headed out. Miyabi rushed off to teach Cress, and Chiffon lit up over their overnight stay sad they couldn't stay longer, while Liz kept thinking about how kind he'd been. She hauled Miyabi straight to Cress's mansion, then went back to get him later that evening. The moment he stepped into the mansion, Crest rolled right up to him, flanked by two tough-looking men. Miyabi clocked the tighter security the moment she stepped out today. Crest then told her he'd grilled his bodyguards the day before, but their patience finally snapped, and he couldn't wait to show Miyabi something first thing that morning. It dragged him into a room crammed to the brim with crafting materials. He told the staff to grab everything they needed, stash it in his room, and leave it there on the spot. Then Miyabi stared at the mountain of supplies, stunned, and even more shocked they'd been dumped straight into Crescent's own personal space. Crest revealed that Chiffon adored his gift, yet his heart wouldn't stop. He still craved to make something breathtakingly more beautiful for the woman he loved. Miyabi's cheeks flared pink at Cress's unwavering devotion to Chiffon, and when Cress stumbled before, he came back to demand Miyabi's help again, this time to prove he could redeem himself. They sat shoulder to shoulder, and Crest realized knitting yarn was a nightmare, so he decided to start with ready-made fabrics and tackle simple sewing instead. Miyabi's jaw dropped when she realized Crest had studied on his own, so for now, he urged her to redo yesterday's project. Crest started stitching the lap blanket, and even with a few rough spots still there, it stayed together way better because it didn't keep unraveling. Karen's hammer was close enough, so Miyabi didn't dig into it at all. Because for him, hammer crafting was just something he'd already done 100 times in the game. In the game, you could auto-craft basic items with one button, but this world forces you to scavenge raw materials, build the basics from scratch, and hunt quests just to unlock recipes for the good stuff. And if you don't know a recipe's fundamentals, your output hits a hard ceiling. This is why Crest kept getting crushed, even with Miyabi throwing out every explanation she had. When Crest finally ran out of yarn, Miyabi figured his inventory was capped again and tore through the area to find more. Spotting a spilled gas mess in the corner, he blurted out in panic. Then Crest slammed the moment down, saying he'd kept it hidden, and right that morning, he pushed his crafting skill for all it was worth. Miyabi's fiery fire enchantment surged to mind, like sparks jumping off that cushion. He figured a cozy warming blanket would feel perfect, but it burst into flames, and Miyabi realized the fabric went up like kindling way too fast. Crest tried to cast it, but the material just didn't match the magical attribute still. With fine-tuned control, he could lessen the damage a bit. Crest sliced through the air, hinting at a sneaky workaround somehow. He could cast magic even with his skill level. Miyabi wiped away the chaos and snapped everything back to perfect condition, and Crest just stood there in awe, staring at his razor-precise repairs and craftsmanship like it was magic, so curious that he picked up a book on the very skills Miyabi used. Miyabi couldn't stand it, so she cut into Cressy's reading and shoved the talk back to the idea Cressy brought up earlier. Crest leaned in and revealed his brilliant plan to pour fire attribute magic into cloth without needing insane control. Then Miyabi's eyes widened as she demanded, "How is that even possible?" Crest explained that the enchanting difficulty would swing depending on the spell's attitude and how well the materials matched the enchantment. Because the fabric was basically tinder, even the smallest mistake with fire magic could spiral out of control fast. Crest suggested stuffing flame-retardant metal-like material into the fabric first, then enchanting it to make it fireproof. He imagined stitching 2 fabric pieces into a pouch, leaving one seam gaping so the metal could light up the wires inside an electric blanket. Miyabi saw Crest's idea the moment it hit the table, and it was pure genius. He tackled 2 issues at once, left a smooth, comfy feel, and proved it could handle the outdoors. He pitched rodent fur for the outer fabric-soft, fluffy socks that still hit hard with durability, and a chainmail inner layer to spread the weight evenly across his lap. Heavy as it was, they could still lighten the burden. After Cressalot finished his explanation, Miyabi gave her feedback. She even said it could be heavier than a normal electric blanket. But it made sense because it worked on the same kind of principles. Cressy practically burst with joy at Miyabi's approval, and he couldn't wait to jump into it right away. Crest figured he'd have to churn out raw materials, but Miyabi flipped the script and stalked him instead. So, in a full-on panic, he blurted out a simpler way. It all starts with a mid-gauge metal wire wrapped tight around a normal-width pole, then it's sliced lengthwise to split it into rings, popping out a whole stack of identical circles. All that was left was to put them together, and Miyabi warned that sure, it could be done, but it would be a lot tougher than anyone wanted to admit. The more tangled the item, the harder the enchantment got. Like chainmail packed with thousands of tiny links might be way beyond their skill. Too much to enchant all at once. Crest asked if there was an easier way, but Miyabi shoved him to figure it out on his own. After a quick, adrenaline-fueled brainstorm, Crest blurted out the idea: cast enchantments on the rings before they even get linked. Miyabi spotted the thick calluses on Crescent's hands. Crest said it all started with sword practice, the royal obligation they couldn't dodge, and even now, he still had to keep training in swordsmanship. He admitted that making things was way more fun than he ever expected. Asamet admitted he'd never even thought about making something himself before, and Miyabi guessed it was because of his royal status. Until Krez dropped the real reason. His crafting class didn't just fail him. It left deep scars on everyone he loved. He could grind himself into better shape for their sake, but it still felt like a desperate cover for his own failure. He tried to swallow the storm of emotions, but seeing Shiffin beam with happiness over his gift made his chest feel heavy, like warmth turned to a weight, igniting a burning drive to make it real. Miyabi figured Crest wasn't being literal, just speaking in metaphors. But a real inferno burst up behind him, and they scrambled to smother the flames. But the table got engulfed in flames. Crest's eyes widened as he wondered if some hidden heat source set it off while the Guardians strained to hear their frantic shouts. They burst in, and the moment the room choked on depleted oxygen and caught fire, they had no choice but to sprint out right now, before it swallowed them. Meanwhile, Liz couldn't shake the worry. Was Miyabi really holding it together all by herself? She joined mostly because turning down a noble's invitation felt impossible, and yeah, she was shaking with nerves. She figured Chiffin just wanted a girl her age around, so she brushed off the rules she didn't care about while Liz fretted that Abby would deal with it way better before they got expelled. Right as she started to fade off, Chiffon blurted out that the main gates were finally within view. They tore into Maida Allah, the Royal Academy of Magical Sciences, like they owned the place. Inside, No clocked the halls packed with students, every last one a noble. Shiv stepped in and laid it out. The academy was built by nobility. Then she rushed to apologize to Mel, admitting this wasn't even what she cared about. But it looked like Liz was absolutely tearing it up. Chiffon told Alicia to grab the luggage, and Alicia stormed off after firing a deadly glare at Lizzie. Liz could practically taste the sweet sting of dislike from Chiffon's list. But she couldn't pin down why, and when she asked, Chiffon snapped that their behavior was completely unwarranted. Liz was her friend, and she wanted to hang out with her. While that news clearly annoyed Alicia, Liz had a bad feeling this wasn't just friendship, and Chiffon bet she'd just move on like it was nothing. But Alicia needed someone to rein her in. Then she swept Liz through the Magic Academy, and Liz just stood there stunned, overwhelmed by how grand it was. Strolling through the halls, she clocked famous faces staring back from the portraits like She'd stumbled into a celebrity parade and Chiffon practically burst with joy when she saw Liz having the time of her life. Liz admitted it felt terrifying to roam that place so exposed, all while wishing she had an inventory. Chiffon finally clocked just how fiercely Liz was obsessed with the magical sciences. Curiosity lit up her eyes, and she demanded to know what ignited her love for magic in the first place. Liz admitted she'd never even thought about it, then shot back like, "Do I really need a reason to love something?" Chiffon finally admitted she'd never once found magic fun. When she called ambition poison before, she wasn't just ranting. She was speaking from her childhood, where political science, sociology, and even magic were used to forge her into some perfect weapon with a hollow goal. Liz poured her soul into her studies every single day and still kept loving the road that got her there. Chiffon held deep respect in her heart for her. Liz's face burned as she realized she'd misjudged Chiffon. Then she hurried to thank her, because she'd always longed for someone to see the real her, and Chiffon was the first. Chiffon cut in fast, saying she didn't drag Liz all this way just for a tour right as Liz opened her mouth to ask why. An explosion tore loose behind her and a man got blasted into the sky. Chiffon calmly greeted the man Coraline and Coraline answered with a totally casual vibe even while he was upside down. In the professor's room, Mel fiddled with the staff while everyone else carried on with the meeting like it was totally normal. Professor Coco Coraline, just a magic researcher, stepped in, introduced himself, and motioned them to sit, but the room was so cramped they could barely move an inch. Liz didn't recognize his name at first, like he could have been new. But the moment she clocked his surname, everything clicked, turning it into something that counted as family. He handed over the tea and declared, "Here, we're all equals." Coraline clocked that Liz didn't look like a student, so she immediately asked, and Liz shot back that she was an adventurer. Chiffon leaned in and told Liz she'd dragged her over to show Coraline something. Outside, Liz busted out her incredible skills, and the professor was completely electrified. He tried to copy them, but every single attempt crashed and burned. Liz broke down her technique for steering someone else's magic particles, and Coraline knew she was witnessing a breakthrough, something nobody had proven before, and something that would shake the whole world of magic. Liz told me her dad built it for this as a practical tool training adventurers who couldn't read magic texts. She found Coraline downright eccentric, but you could still feel the brilliance blazing underneath. Coraline agreed that grabbing the true feel was the toughest first step, and she could already see how huge the learning payoff could be for her method, though Liz was stuck on one strange hitch. And he saw his opening, so he hunted down an expert and asked if it could actually be used for combat. The battlefield stretched wide, but Coraline couldn't shake the feeling it was all show and no real use. He leaned in and told her to imagine using someone else's magic right there on the battlefield. Keeping physical contact was the problem. Battlefield conditions could flip in a heartbeat, and you needed full freedom of movement to survive. Period. Coraline told him, flat out, that he'd be better off learning to cast magic by himself. He insisted on making it himself. Maybe that was just his angle, then warned, "You never know what weird characters might be lurking out there." And Liz didn't bat an eye, because high magic combat classes always think like that. That's why she leaned in and demanded to know the production class magic. Coraline shot it down instantly, like there was no way it could be true. He could see that wasn't what she wanted, so he laid it out: magic between classes just can't mesh, the same way oil and water refuse to mix. Mages turned raw magic into blazing fire or razor-sharp ice, while production classes slammed magic into the world to reshape what was already there. Combat class magical resonance could latch onto living beings like you were taming wild creatures, because in the real world, that was pretty much all it could do. Production classes rattled with the same materials and tools used in repairs and enchantments, but once it came to resonating with living beings, that was a hard wall. They physically couldn't do it, crushing her plans so hard it became completely impossible. Coraline thought everyone knew this already, until she remembered her dad was on a whole different level. Liz dug in, refusing to back down, insisting that the whole magic charging power came straight from enchantment techniques. She screamed that even with all that trouble, she wouldn't back down. People swore magically made gear couldn't be upgraded, but somehow it twisted Mithril's properties, and the whole magical penetration theory started making waves. Some magic rules were still a mystery, but the real mechanisms never got fully cracked. Yet she refused to swallow his cold, final rejection. Their debate ignited. Liz snapped that people like Miyabi don't make sense. Some tamers already mastered columns and set the bar, so she pressed Coraline on where he even draws the line between anime and lifeless stuff. Coraline matched her fire, admitted he didn't know Miyabi, but said he'd been toying with the same thought. Then he conceded that recent studies finding microscopic organisms in golden soil meant gallons could, in theory, peem the old way, yet Liz had caught something he missed. Her confirmation bias kept her readings tilted, but still, Liz refused to quit on advanced magic just because it was hard. The debate died the second Liz realized she'd lost, scrambling to put her thoughts back in order while Coraline just smirked. Because her sources were so outdated, they were basically obsolete. He praised her smarts and leaned in, asking what school she went to. Then when she said she was self-taught, his jaw dropped in total shock. He tore into her for chasing adventure instead of going for career counseling. Lies fired back that private schools weren't free, and she had work to get done, while Coraline brushed it off like the obvious choice. Her magic was so weak she couldn't even think about adventuring, so when he asked why she still stuck to that doomed life, Liz froze in shock, and he realized why the moment their hands brushed earlier. After years of digging into magic, he finally clicked into it, perfectly attuned, while quietly admitting that private schools are all about exclusive doors, and reminded her that their doors were wide open for talent like hers, because she was more than qualified. As Chiffon shut the door on Coraline's room, she spilled that the Royal Academy was funded by the public. But to get into general admission, you had to haul in a letter from a major guild or a noble family and tack on a recommendation from a tenured professor, because for magical research, nothing else in the whole country even came close. Liz pressed, "So that's why you brought me." And Chiffon didn't even try to deny it. Liz chose to trust Chiffon's intentions and clung to the faith that she could be something more. She told Chiffon, "I don't get it. Why do you push this far to help me, knowing there's no way I could ever repay you?" Then she couldn't help but wonder if this was all for Cress's sake. Chiffon looked totally lost, so Liz laid it out that the whole Miyabi situation felt planned to shove them toward each other. Chiffon didn't even try to deny it. Liz just stared, wondering what joining that academy would really cost her. Guild licenses expired, and somehow juggling student coursework with adventuring and even life itself, plus Angeline felt totally impossible. Enrolling would tear the party apart and shove Miyabi back into freelancing, and Liz felt like she had no real choice at all. She finally admitted she'd been a little too obsessed with money. She craved luxury feasting and gourmet magic, but without Miyabi, she couldn't chase it. So she dove headfirst into magical research, because turning it down would have been pure foolishness when this was everything she wanted. And still, she swore she'd never quit adventuring watching Miyabi's back. She couldn't help thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Risking their lives to save others, that's what shaped her and defined what growing up meant. She told Chiffon, "Just say the word if you ever need me," and Chiffon froze in shock. Given that Liz's non-stop topic flips hit so fast, she nearly lost her balance and started spinning. Chiffon finally admitted she'd been hiding a few things, and she knew Liz was still nursing trust issues. But he swore her feelings hadn't changed a bit, pushing Liz to trust him and use it however she wanted. Liz's gut screamed that Chiffon was the real deal, genuine, trustworthy, no games. Meanwhile, Miyabi and Cress slammed out the flames, but the fire still left a brutal trail of damage. Captain Cavalry thundered in to escort Miyabi. Miyabi pressed Krezen for the truth, and Krezen didn't hesitate, he confirmed it. He was Lish's older brother, and when Miyabi saw him, she froze, because their intense stares felt disturbingly alike. Cavalry bowed in gratitude to Miyabi after she saved his clueless sister. Cress shot a question to the Royal Guard captain: was he really on squirting duty? And the cavalry answered, straight up confirmed. Cavalry burst in and said, "Your master has a message for Cress." Crest leaned in and asked Miyabi if he was really coming back to Angeline. Miyabi just shrugged it off, saying they were flexible and saw nothing to worry about. Crest prayed Miyabi would teach him more crafting while time still let him. But once Miyabi left, panic hit. He hadn't even told Liz what comes next. But he wasn't worried at all, already expecting they'd have plenty of time to chat on the way back. At the very end, Liz spilled that she'd won a full-ride scholarship. Miyabi totally lost it. He burst in and immediately congratulated her. Liz pressed, "So that's it?" And he grinned, joking about baking a cake until Liz snapped back that she meant the party's future. Miyabi's breath caught, pinned in place as she scrambled for her next move, and Liz shot back that she wanted to keep adventuring with him even while they went to school. Then asked straight up if he'd stay in the capital. Seeing her stress, Miyabi froze in confusion because he just wouldn't refuse her, no matter what. Liz looked shell-shocked at how casually he shrugged it off. Pruning their base wasn't some easy click, it took real skill, and messing it up could spark major problems. Miyabi leaned in and asked if she was really okay leading Angeline, because she wondered if Masterwise Eleanor and Redcliffe had the right setup, and Liz just wasn't all that keen to leave them behind. Miyabi suddenly realized he never once said goodbye to the workshop crew, and Liz freaked out thinking his ties to them might force them to disband. So Miyabi bopped her on the head to snap her out of it. That 590-kilometer run from the capital to Angeline took 2 weeks each way, and it just couldn't be done year-round. He pitched the idea of becoming an adventurer in Angeline and a student in the capital, but Liz shot it down. She didn't think it would ever work. Miyabi's mind snapped, then a wild epiphany hit her. A train, something totally alien to this world. Liz froze in disbelief as the hashword train barreled on. Miyabi called it courseless transport, and somehow that name made it hit even harder. It was like telling Liz to picture a rail stretching straight from A to B, and then watching a metal box glide along it. Only her imagination couldn't keep up, and she got completely overwhelmed. Miyabi figured it'd hit harder if she just showed it. He was busy crafting a tiny model, his first time ever seeing one around here, even though these little things were a regular sight in dwarven cities. Miyabi said that once she got the idea, things would explode forward, and he swore that a rail-powered cart could zip from Angeline straight to the capital underground. Liz was absolutely stunned, and then he broke it down. Bug rounds roam wrist towns and spawn monsters, which is why the underground is the perfect move. Liz was straight up stunned, like her brain could still get rocked, and she wrestled with the idea. Even knowing it was just structures and mechanisms, the scale was something she'd never seen before. Miyabi reminded her they'd already burrowed through a mountain before, so this wasn't totally unfamiliar. His crafts always landed on something practical. That thought hit her like instinct, lighting a question in her mind: was this pure, spontaneous genius? Miyabi confessed the scary truth. A huge obstacle still stood in the way of making it real. He asked if they could just run ahead without her, but Liz shut that down hard. She pointed out that the production guild owned infrastructure and roads, so pulling off something this huge with land him locked up and without approval was straight up forbidden. Miyabi finally realized that raw skill alone wouldn't cut it. Meanwhile, Nell Eve's shopping caught up with them, then Chiffon dropped the bombshell that the duchy's head had the final say over every single guild. Once they won Duke Trent Boldini's approval, the whole project finally stood a chance. They were totally baffled since none of them had shared their plan until Chiffon snapped back that she was only doing what Mel asked about their underground transport plan linking Angeline to the capital, only for it to stall out and grind to a halt. Miyabi went pale. Mel was on her like a storm, and when Nullquipped fired off that, when it gets rough, dump it on a noble line. Miyabi couldn't even believe it, because she was sure only Mel could pull something that wild off. He couldn't believe it. Chiffon, of all people, stepped in that fast. They're forming a tight bond fast, and Melastin thanks them by crafting a brand new toy. Chiffon locked in on one mission: keep Liz's adventure license active while she's stuck at the academy. Mel's details were fuzzy as hell, but Chiffon finally caught the whole plan. Miyabi leaned in, demanding to know how the impossible was even doable. Chiffon told them, "The production guild wants public works, but my father already proved how these projects should be done, so with Duke Baldini on our side, the whole path gets cleared." Liz shot White Chiffon a worried question. Was this really safe to go after? Or were they about to walk into danger with all this help? That selfish request from a commoner felt way too much, but Chiffon insisted she was only trying to back up their strengths. But people kept realizing just how hard it was to trust her. She set out to help teach the lizards, and she finally got her adventure license, though it was held up with the secondary. Her real play was simple: she wanted Angeline to profit. The land was starving for resources, and every shipment hit the same wall-broken logistics day after day. She understood the trade misery between Angeline and the capital better than anyone. She swallowed her pride and admitted interactions weren't just for their sake. Liz loved that Chiffon was being straight with her, and she could feel how much trust Chiffon had in her. But when Chiffon saw Liz's reaction, surprise hit hard, and for a second, she was completely lost. Once it was settled, Miyabi laid out the project scope and drove it all with hard data from the very start. From the capital to Angeline, it's about 600 kilometers, and if you take the underground subway, it cuts straight through on the fastest route. Mel, totally lost in the subway maze, grabbed Miyabi and begged her to show him a scale model. He proudly showed off the machine's body and swore it would keep running on schedule, no horses needed. The only thing anywhere close to a modern engine was a steam engine, but the game offered 0 recipes, so he had to improvise with nothing but scraps of knowledge. He pitched a wind magic enchanted block as the perfect replacement. The pieces locked into place with a sharp snap, and the model set way slid along the track all on its own. With an effect prolongation enchantment, it can run for a full 24 hours straight, and if you crank up the wind power, it can smash past human speed. Shifan leaned in and demanded, "So how long is this trip gonna take?" And Miyabi guessed it would take about 12 hours. After that brutal 2-week trek, Shifan couldn't help but get genuinely impressed. Liz's eyes bulged like they were about to fly out, and Miyabi's name hit her like a punch. He keeps her calm going, so when he loves her, his exaggerated reactions spill out like they can't be contained. Shifan chalked up her calm to the wild, unconventional way her father raised her. Normally, lordship slid to the sons, but her father hand-picked her instead, and every lesser family instantly erupted in controversy. Non-stop complaints kept spilling out, and somehow she got used to rolling with the weirdness. Shifan instantly got the whole picture she'd written that recommendation letter for Liz and was ready to turn it in along with her other report. They thanked her, and Miyabi nodded yep, they were ready to head back to Angoulême. Liz squeezed in one last thing she still had to finish. Shifan told Liz to brace herself for the spring entrance exams and pushed her to stay right in the capital. General admission required a report on the independent research results, and it kept Liz busy for a while. Liz leaned in and asked Miyabi, "Can you hold on and wait until spring?" After thinking it over, Miyabi told her he'd probably head back soon, and he urged her to keep in touch. Liz fretted over him, but he brushed it off. There was nothing much for him to handle in the capital until spring. His whole mission was to kick off the subway project, and now he had to bring him along to make sure he stayed safe. Liz asked if they could push their departure back just a little. Shifan leaned in and told Miyabi she'd probably have to sit down and negotiate with her father. Subway's admin rights needed a clear answer, and the dupshi pushed for a payoff in return, so Miyabi understood her point, but his stomach still tied up in knots about taking the whole thing on himself. Shifan grabbed his attention and urged him to put his priorities under a harsh spotlight before they pushed the project forward. In high society, every single person played their own game some sync with his plans, and others plotted straight against him. Miyabi thanked her for the advice, and that included every single bit right down to her own. Right before he left, he couldn't help noticing how the room suddenly felt weirdly empty in the best, mouth-watering way. Shifan dropped the bombshell that Alicia had just been stripped of her attendant duties that very day. A month later, after parting ways with Liz in the capital, Miyabi and Mel hit the road and storms of trouble kept crashing into them non-stop. They finally tear their way to Angoulême at last. Miyabi shot Mel a grateful look for tagging along on that brutal long trip. Now, danger surged, but the Mel didn't even blink. The delays traced back to one thing: Miyabi just couldn't ride a horse. He got blindsided by the brutal snow his very first winter in Angoulême, and it hit hard. Nell told him it always happens like clockwork every year, and this time somehow she managed to stay warm. Thanks to her adorable outfit, Miyabi leaned in and asked her where she planned to go next, and she dropped the Duke's residence on him, planning to crash for a nap and slip out on him. Miyabi seized her in a panic, begging her to stay so he could keep her safe. Then Nell snapped that her escort was only meant for the trip, and seeing Miyabi falling apart, she groaned, then reluctantly agreed to babysit him. They barreled toward the nobles' district, checking every step of their progress as they went. Miyabi had his whole presentation memorized, but he never expected guards to come closing in, so he forced himself to stay calm. And the second he stepped through the gate, he froze in shock. The once beautiful garden was left looking like a sea of vinyl greenhouses, all washed in that sharp fake green. He couldn't believe what was happening when something clamped onto his leg, and fear screamed that an evil spirit was near. Then it hit him just Karen. Exhaustion washed over her, and his whole situation crashed right back to square one. Maladjusted Miyabi's face tightened, his annoyance practically blasted off the way he looked at the other guy. Karen's jaw dropped when she spotted Mel standing there with his master. They met up a lot at the workshop, but Mel couldn't place him at all, so Miyabi snapped, asking why Karen was hanging around the Duke's residence. Karen leaned in and reminded him, "We built the Duke's baiting facilities together." The Duke was so blown away by their greenhouses that he ordered more land, then made sure the whole project had proper care from start to finish. Miyabi couldn't believe Karen pulled it off. Solo, she looked wrecked, and the tears kept spilling as Miyabi stared in shock. Karen admitted she'd squeezed in help during their spare time, but there was no way they could meet Miyabi's inventory expansion quotas, and on top of that, they were drowning in undeliverables, unable to stop Karen from breaking down. Nell slapped her hand on his shoulder and told him, "Don't you cry." Then hit him with, "You're a professional, use your time for better things than this." Karen, fired up by her own blunt words, swore she'd prove what his hands could build, and Miyabi couldn't believe the way Karen had grown in just 2 months. But he bragged too early because Karen started begging for help right then. Miyabi worked for a solid hour until the only thing left was the water heater connection. He couldn't stop asking himself whether a single, centralized heater feeding distributed heat would run circles around slapping a heater on every building. Karen thought about it, then shut it down because the client demanded that exact setup. Suddenly, Duke Baldini burst onto the scene, and Miyabi instantly wondered why he'd shown up. The Duke smirked, saying he was about to ask the very same thing. He'd already been announced, yet he hadn't arrived, even after waiting, and then Karen turned to Miyabi and asked, "So am I supposed to treat you as his client?" The Duke grinned when he heard Miyabi had crushed her escort mission, then praised him for going above and beyond on the extra task he'd been given. He couldn't wait to see what Miyabi's future held, and when Miyabi thanked him, he wondered honestly if they'd truly shown their worth. The Duke blinked in shock that Miyabi had spun off on a detour like that, especially since everyone else had been standing there, waiting. Inside the Adventurers Guild Director's Den, Production Guild boss Georgie and Merchant Guild boss Elda Oatid stood there, while Duke Baldingdi demanded to know why Miyabi looked like she'd just seen a ghost. So big and bold, his proposal demanded a whole crowd to match it. That tense room crushed Miyabi's nerves, and sweat poured as her hands shook, while the Duke leaned in, hooked by her plan. Elder said Swift wanted to chase the Merchant Guild dream by traveling to nearby cities, but he still doubted whether it was even possible. Georgie, the guild's production boss, slammed the plan as a total waste and shut it down. He kept the same teasing bite unchanged, and while they kept squabbling, Miyabi couldn't shake the feeling. Why did they assume that would cost them a fortune? Just as he was about to explain, the Duke cut in and agreed with both of them. Has the Elder warned that this bold new tech is under a spotlight where every mistake could wreck both public trust and private fortunes, while research, development, materials, and labor costs pile up at lightning speed? The Duke leaned in and demanded Miyabi's blueprints for the train car's body then. With no specs to show, Miyabi finally admitted he didn't have them. The Duke leaned in and demanded a timeline, and Miyabi didn't flinch. She said 6 months. Aldini demanded a full prototype in just 3 months, and only then would he even think about approving his request. The Duke set a 1-kilometer track deadline for just 3 months, demanding fully working tunnel rails and a train car ready to roll. To get the Engel and Cleopatra recorder connection approved, you had to slap in a public work status first. Miyabi had hoped for a super easy schedule. But 3 months? That was flat out impossible for him. John rushed in to back Miyabi up, but the Duke shut it down. This wasn't something any single person could handle, and they'd have to go ask Master Lewis for help. Georgie demanded to know why the test run was suddenly turning into an angling setup. A House of Lords resolution slammed down hard rules. Every project had to pass rigorous testing before the Territorial Coalition could even link up with the capital, and with no proof to back it, the Duke couldn't greenlight it. Still, Georgie compared landing that contract to a dwarf-sized disaster during the home renovation, and Elda cut in. They'd lock in the Merchant Guild's use rights if the project pulled off its big success and went public, no matter the tiny details. Georgie sneered, chasing only money, but Elda snapped that nothing mattered more than what she was fighting for. Land rights across the country were ruled by the 5 mighty ducal houses, and for our public works project, the House of Baldini, holding total control, now claims every single last shred of those rights. Today's talk was all about one transport option anyone could use, even when you couldn't get the carriages dry, and how it was instantly siphoning profits from the Merchant Guild. From Eldistown, Miyabi felt the mood curdle, and he knew he needed control over how it was used right now, because he'd fully expected the Duke to call the shots, and that twist genuinely blindsided him. The Duke nodded at the eldest point and admitted the meeting was all about logistics. Then Miyabi snapped, "Do I even matter here?" He needed to make it crystal clear. His only mission was getting Liz to school. He thought about bringing it up with the Duke later in private, but he knew he couldn't. And when he started to look that stressed, Nell kicked his leg. She pushed him to finally speak up, reminding him this week didn't belong here. Since he designed and built the subway, he earned the right to proudly ride it. Miyabi agreed with Mel. This bold plan was all for Liz, and he had to speak up, because that was the only way he could do his job right. He thrust his hand up and roared that he wanted his rights. His outburst stunned the whole room. Miyabi admitted he first had personal reasons in mind, but the idea just kept blowing up bigger and bigger. But Zion cut him off, barking that it was state property and accusing him of overstepping the second he claimed it for himself. He basically told him, "You went way too far." Miyabi snapped back, saying the whole project was pointless if he couldn't use it. Spitting threats, he warned he'd storm off and leave them to deal with it. The Duke jumped in and demanded a prototype that actually works, because if it does, the contract is worth 10 years of wages for the average person. With stakes this brutal, the Duke demanded to know if Miyabi would still move forward, and Miyabi slammed back, dead certain. "I'm walking." He didn't care about money at all. He just needed the power to hop on the subway whenever it mattered. The Duke leaned in, listened, and agreed to slip that right into the terms. John pressed, asking if he was sure, but the Duke stared him down and said there was no other way. Saying they'd be totally stuck without Miyabi, he snapped that if the prototype flopped, the contract would get wiped out. Miyabi shot them a confident grin and promised it would work then. After thanking everyone, the meeting wrapped up fast and the crowd scattered. Miyabi sprinted toward Master Weiss's place. Then was the destination waiting ahead. Before Weiss could even recount the meeting, he snapped that something had to come first, so they hauled out food and Weiss practically shoved them to eat. Zan claimed he'd only come to talk about the meeting, but Weiss snapped at him to shut up and eat. Then Sid slid a plate over to Miyabi, telling everyone he cooked today. Then he dug into the meal like it was the main event. Miyabi finally snapped to the truth. He'd leaned on his skills for so long, he'd forgotten what home food even tasted like. Just simple veggies and a hit of salt. And the moment he tasted it, instant relief crashed through him like a wave. Meanwhile, the Duke was stewing over the headache his daughter had caused. In the next scene, the guildmaster's assistant was losing it, sobbing like there was no stopping the tears. Worried to the core, Eleanor demanded, "What's wrong?" And the assistant snapped back that the guildmaster still hadn't come back. At noon, a message came from the Lord's Manor, and it promised he'd be back before nightfall. But he couldn't because that team's horse was already waiting, and there was no way he could get back in time. Eleanor calmly suggested they write the branch manager to make sure he got the word. She shoved the papers aside for later and told them, straight up, this would buy them the time they needed. Meanwhile, Miyabi and the guildmaster snatched for the last piece of food like their lives depended on it. Miyabi swallowed her pride and insisted the guildmaster take it, even as he hesitated. When he finally accepted, the room fell into a quiet thanks. Zan replayed Duke Baldy's words in his mind, and it hit hard. Baldy brushed off every suspicion that Miyabi was a spy. Back then, Zan snapped to his lord's orders and didn't waste a second thinking twice. Miyabi was wildly liked and looked harmless at first glance, so Zion couldn't stop wondering, was there something darker hiding behind that smile? Zan leaned in and demanded to know why Miyabi turned into an adventurer, because he'd already seen her doing her thing at the Duke's manor. Zan realized with that kind of skill, he didn't have to hang back as support. He could cash in big with the production guild, and Miyabi, still not sure that was the perfect reason, told him how he ended up as an adventurer. Xian snapped with irritation when he learned Miyabi couldn't pay a simple toll, so she'd had to scramble for a loan. Zan dubbed it fatless, and Miyabi nodded flat out, saying he'd be in serious trouble if Liz hadn't been there. Zan leaned in and demanded to know, did he come to Angeline for work, or was there another reason he had to leave home? Miyabi spilled that his parents died when he was little, so relatives raised him. Then he declared he was on his own now, and he wasn't about to send wages home. Zun leaned in and asked if he'd come from another territory, and the Abbey gave a half-answers kind of agreement. When Zion got asked if that was rare, he shot back that it wasn't. Most migrants didn't stray far from their home territory. Curious as hell, he pressed, how long has the Abbey been training with skills like this? Miyabi couldn't stop herself from wondering if that move had set off alarm bells. It just grew the natural way with every use, and he always had a real love for crafting. This history sounded totally unreal, yet Zian didn't look like he was making it up. Then Weiss cut in, snapping him back because she had something important to talk about. Zion showed Miyabi's train project to the workshop and begged for their feedback. When the workshop heard about the huge order, they lit up with excitement. Weiss lauded Miyabi's bold streak, basically saying he could tell the kid had real grit. Then Zahn doubted the whole project would even work, and Weiss just shut him down. He was about to say real men chase huge dreams when Weiss immediately started talking about the workshop. He caught his workers eavesdropping, then roared at them to shut it and get back to work. Miyabi told Weiss he didn't owe anyone anything. If he was slammed, he could step back because Miyabi planned to take it on solo. The workers overheard it and snapped him a warning. Don't you dare underestimate how brutal these projects get, because they feared Miyabi would push herself until she broke. Sid pointed out they had a light winter schedule and could shuffle things around for 2 or 3 months, but Weiss snapped that they had to start right now if they wanted to hit the deadline. Days later, Sid the apprentice's blacksmith kept getting yanked into weird little jobs, while Karen, fresh off the greenhouse project, finally slid in to join the chaos. Miyabi practically beamed that they were here and immediately introduced Mel as their escort. Then they thanked her and moved on. He sprinted through the forest toward the prototype construction site. Miyabi stared at the fluffy snow. Sid's brows shot up because to Sid, no true adventurer should be acting so polished. Trying to set the tone, he got blindsided when Miyabi erased a giant tree in the blink of an eye. Karen, unsettled by Sid's outburst, demanded he stop yelling and asked if he was copying a howler monkey. Then Sid shot back, furious, questioning how Karen somehow kept her cool. With a terrifying glare, Karen snarled at Miyabi, calling him a monster and claiming those feats were nothing special. Then Miyabi snapped back, asking Karen about his inventory training. Karen swaggered and claimed he could finally stash a whole month of lunchboxes, and Miyabi couldn't help but be genuinely impressed by how far Karen had come. Then Karen straight up admitted that Miyabi was right. Scraping up little pebbles and roadside weeds was all it took to bulk up his inventory, and that's when Sid realized Karen's weird public antics weren't random. They were training. He asked if the tree disappeared because Miyagi stashed it in his inventory, and Miyagi shot back a confident yes, confirming it. Miyabi said training didn't just level up your inventory, it sharpened your honing skills too. Then he dangled the chance for Sid and Karen to try it right there. Spent to the bone from work, they crumpled to the ground, staring at the sky like, why am I even here? Sid tried to remember why they were here for the subway, but nothing was moving. Then Miyabi shrugged and said he'd just finished digging the tunnel. He showed it to them, and when Sid looked at it, he just froze and blurted, how'd you dig this up in 1 day? Without even answering, Miyagi leaned in and told him he'd kick things off with the train car tomorrow. With a quick flash of memory, he declared they'd stay the night, turning the tunnel into a cozy little house. Then he waved Karen and Sid over as they all settled in. Admitted he had underestimated Miyabi. Karen had shoved the word monster at him, but Sid didn't truly believe it until this moment. Then it hit him. Why was Miyabi on a renovation job when nobody ever mentioned her? And even Weiss seemed to give him respect. Sid, the black steel name on his back, snapped and refused to let Miyagi steal the spotlight. He wouldn't buy the idea that Miyagi was some kind of genius. The next morning, Miyabi jolted awake to loud noises pounding outside her house. He burst in and found Sid working, then demanded what he was up to. Sid said he was placing distance markers, because guessing by eye wouldn't cut it for a real prototype. He was tying up the rope now so future rescue wouldn't cost them a second. Miyabi nodded along, but her face still screamed, wait, what just happened? Sid confessed he couldn't picture the train car in his head, but he refused to waste a single second. Miyabi was itching to reach the core work, so he tried to answer, but Sid shot back that he'd never let anything stop him from silencing him. Nell asked if they were keeping score, and Sid shot back that he wasn't playing for numbers, he was in it for the thrill, begging her not to crush his hype. Karen shot awake and asked if they were working on the train car today, and with time running thin, he grilled him about Miyabi's plan. Miyabi admitted it was packed with challenges, but said the prototype's job was simple. Prove the tech actually works, making sure it could launch and shut off right on cue, because if they pulled that off, they were finally safe. Phase 1 was all about cracking the power source, and the Model X test vehicle built from Production Guild materials was where they put it to the test. Karen leaned in and asked about the rear attachment, and Abby snapped back that it was a propulsion block wrapped in a metal housing, so by forcing the airflow one way, it would push itself forward. He grieved them in silence, then stepped back and prodded the Iron Hulk. but it jerked forward and slammed him and the whole structure straight to the tunnel's end. Nell's lightning-fast rescue yanked disaster back from the edge before it could strike. Karen's panic hit hard. She thought Miyabi was toast. Nell snapped them out of it, pushing Miyabi to grab his toy right away. He learned to fire up low first, then crank the power higher only when he had to on his second try. He inched the train forward a few tense inches, moving like one wrong move could set everything off. Scared out of their minds but buzzing with joy, they clung to Mel. Karen leaned in and blurted, "Okay, what happens next?" They'd nailed the go condition, but still couldn't stop it from happening. Miyabi's boldest move was to reabsorb that infused magic right back into himself. Karen figured if it lost power, it wouldn't budge. They shoved back, but it didn't shut down right away, and Miyabi, who saw this coming, barely even flinched, while Karen was the one who looked genuinely stunned. Friction from the wheels kept stealing its power, and once the juice stopped flowing, it would grind to a halt fasto. Right now, it was basically a fancy bike, and once it pushed into higher speeds, keeping control became the real nightmare. He knew he needed brakes, but he straight up admitted he didn't know the first thing about mechanical engineering. He couldn't stop wondering why the game never had modern tech recipes, then got stuck on how those ancient trains ever managed to break down and survive. He tried to steady his nerves, thinking maybe he'd made it way too complicated. Friction was slowing things down, so he could use that slowdown to his advantage. That plan died fast, too. He shoved a stick against the tire, trying to crank up the friction like it would magically act as brakes, but it didn't work. It finally calmed down, but that whole ordeal left Karen and Miyabi shaking with real trauma. Sid rolled up, and even with zero subway know-how, he instantly clocked that slowing it down like this was a straight-up death trap. Miyabi dug into brainstorming, but normal train and car brakes felt impossible to picture right now. Then he snapped to bikes, imagined it for real, and started sketching his ideas to see if they'd actually work. What he drew was so hazy it barely counted as an idea, and he had no clue if it would even work. It was the one thing he relied on every single day, so when everything hit, that's all his mind could cling to. He just wanted something physical to point to, and Sid asked, "Are the brakes on those horse-drawn carriages really not enough?" Miyabi had zero clue. Then Sid showed him the carriage's secret. It had brakes, and when he pressed down, they bit into the tires, and Miyabi's jaw dropped in pure amazement. Karen was honestly impressed. Sid even knew how a carriage worked. He joked that out in the countryside you barely saw any, but in downtown Angeline he said you couldn't swing a cat without hitting 5 of them. Miyabi insisted they start with his jaw-dropping powers of observation, and Karen just stared like, "What are you even talking about?" But Miyabi cut her off and said no ordinary person could pull that off. Now that Miyabi thought about it, something felt off. He'd never once marked it down on purpose, like it wasn't even there at all. In his eyes, carriages weren't important at all. Just painted scenery, background noise in the scene, not just horse-drawn carriages. The whole place was stitched with gorgeous architecture and tiny details, and he got so caught up staring at it that he completely missed what was happening. To the pieces, not just the whole. Miyabi admitted that Sid could see the world way clearer than he ever could, and he practically floated from joy at getting praise in that slick, cool-sounding way. He tried to play it cool and claimed that sharp observational skills were the real foundation of an artist's talent from day one. Miyabi didn't even hear him brag. She just wondered whether they'd really rage if they stole the carriage. In the next scene, Sid shoved it all to a halt because they'd been grinding through countless test runs again and again. They managed to stop just fine, but when R&D went to brake, hit a few snags. Too much vibration rattled everything when they applied the brakes. Once he got the carriage brake blueprints in hand, he figured they'd finally smash the biggest wall, only to discover that every material they tried for the brake pads cranked up the friction, then shoved too much force straight into the metal, and the metal kept snapping clean off the brake pads. After just 2 runs, the stuff they used got worn to nothing, barely hanging on so it wouldn't snap completely. Just long enough to keep the damage from going off the rails, and yeah, it was past time for him to finally admit it to himself. Miles from anything useful, he finally crashed at the end of that brutal whole day and soaked in a hot spring just to unwind. Honestly, it felt wild to have this kind of luxury on a job site. So Sid leaned in and asked, "What's the plan?" They'd been locked into this for a month and a half already, and that was only the testing phase. Miyabi insisted their whole plan was the real problem, but he couldn't come up with a single alternative. so Sid snapped at him with a pathetic look, promising he'd make him feel worse, because the brake design was his idea. He asked if they could just drop the wind power and slow down, since even an underground route would beat regular travel, but he hated that it would kill all the fun, so he refused to go that way. Right in the middle of their thoughts, a single leaf fluttered down and splashed onto the water. Sid launched the move straight at Miyabi, then kept the pressure on, blasting through the air until the leaves around him swirled wildly. And he started clowning them, saying they looked like bagworms. Then Miyabi snapped, grabbed his tools, and went in to blast everything right back at him. Then, they burst out laughing at how clueless they'd been. Once they finally stopped relaxing, Sid told him, "You can't bully inspiration, an idea will smack you sooner or later." He got it, but damn, there was no way to predict when, or even if, it would show up. 2 weeks later, Miyabi showed up at Hank's place like she was on a mission. He got word that he'd actually finished everything Miyabi demanded, so he admitted he'd shoved it through at full speed, then wrapped it up first thing this morning. As he cracked the door open, he bragged that this gadget he wanted could move exactly the way he specified. But he still can't shake the question. Could he really tell him what he had planned to use it for that very day? Crest burst out of bed and greeted everyone with a grin, but the maids' faces fell because he wasn't even resting in his room. But he insisted his Cochrane recreation plan was going off without a hitch. And honestly, it's hard to swallow that those words came straight from a prince to an entire nation. Even after he got his workshop all set, they still pressed him like, "Buddy, did you really forget what day it is?" Today, the capital erupted into the Versailles Festival, all to ring in the arrival of spring. The day he finally tore away from everything and set off for Angoulême. His father pulled him into a tight hug and wished him a safe, smooth journey. Cress couldn't help but think, "At least I'm getting some kind of send-off. I should be grateful." Everyone was lined up holding their breath. Then he stepped outside. He spotted Duke Greenvile of the Brow. 5 great ducal houses stood ready to serve the royal family, so when Cress saw the head of the most powerful one in this place, she nearly froze in shock. He said he hadn't heard he was in town, and Greenvale lit up, telling him he felt truly honored to be invited to this year's festival. He fired off, "So where are you going again?" before Crest even finished answering. He chuckled to himself, relieved to see him stay put and not bolt out of town. While his duchy might have been dull, monster hunting was all the rage, and the angling roads were packed with chances to rack up real combat experience. Crest snapped that he was way too unskilled for something like that, and that he better learn from masters like Duke Trenton, while Greenvale just went quiet, thinking a change of scenery might do him some good. And if you're steering the ship, you don't just talk, you shed blood for your country. Because he told him to keep working on himself, or else he'd end up a disgrace to the royal family. After he tossed that insult, he bolted from Crest while the guards seethed over him, crossing the line. But even with that fury, they couldn't do a thing or speak a word. The Baldeni Ducal House's guard captain came charging in Raven cavalry style and welcomes them with open arms. Alicia watched her brother stride in to greet the royal family while she hustled to pack the carriage. She overheard them whispering about her, saying they were sure she'd get stripped of her service post and shipped back to the duchy. She snapped the goods into the carriage in pure fury, and right then her brother burst in, asking what the hell she was doing. She said she was loading up the cart and asked if there was a problem, and Raven snapped that she shouldn't be so rough or she'd smear the Boldingi family's dignity, so she fired back that if he really cared about keeping the car safe, he'd stack everything in crates, not sacks. That's exactly what she'd do if she were Captain Raven. Shot back that it wasn't that she couldn't see how brutal it was to manage the garrison soldiers. The cavalry family backed the ducal house not with brute force, but with pure, unshakable loyalty. They played double duty as guards and maids for the direct family, but Alicia stopped him dead and told him she understood that all too well. But it still made zero sense. Why would she go somewhere she couldn't even shield her lady? Raven didn't flinch at her outburst. He just coldly told her to go home. He leaned in and warned her, either serve your master like you mean it, or marry up and carry the lineage forward. And he insisted, loud and clear, that he was only saying it for her own good. The prototype test run finally hit. Zion and Georgie, Zelda, and Duke Baldini all rolled in together. The Duke ordered me to let them witness what he carved out in the last 3 months. They couldn't stop themselves from feeling that brutal wind, and once they realized it wasn't going anywhere, they understood there was nothing they could do. The Abbey broke it down like this was the whole deal built right into the specs from the start. The Guardians figured an escort would help, but Baldini shut that down fast. He insisted he knew self-defense techniques inside and out. The deeper they went, the wind roared louder until it hit full force the moment they arrived. Everyone froze in shock. But the design wouldn't give them an easy shot at the train. Zion immediately realized there was no horse anywhere, just like Miyabi had claimed. Miyabi turns to every single one of them and thanks them all for riding with her today. They swore they were about to leave on a brand new run, kicking off an excursion from Angoulême West Station. Right on cue, the whistle shrieked and the moment detonated. The train burst into motion at breakneck speed and everyone's just left staring in pure amazement. Georgia was losing her mind because that train wouldn't stop moving. Its shaking was so brutal that Zion had to ask if they were really safe, and Miyabi snapped back that they absolutely shouldn't open a single window. Elder couldn't help but wonder just how much quicker this thing was than a horse-drawn carriage. Meanwhile, Aldini stayed stone calm, like he'd done this 100 times, and told Miyabi to sit right beside him. Miyabi sat down and told us the train didn't run on engines at all. It was powered by wind magic. Elder couldn't believe it. Wind alone had shoved him to this kind of speed. He said the whole mechanism was built with blocks laced in wind magic, driving the design to life. It looked like a hulking iron box riddled with holes, and Baldini couldn't help wondering what kind of madness this contraption was, until Miyabi showed them the trick, and the train started to bleed speed, grinding down harder and harder, all brakes, no mercy. Once the train hit full speed, things started falling apart fast, so he made a brutal choice: crank up the wind power, but blow it the opposite way. When he had to surge forward, he flipped the rear block on, and when he needed to ease off, he slammed the front one instead, all powered by one tiny gap carved into the engine. He made it sound like a walk in the park, but trust me, you'd still need help to pull off both lever mechanisms. They slammed the brakes with reverse thrust, back it up with mechanical braking too, and make the whole system redundant for safety. Even after they got off the train, the crowd was still sitting there in stunned silence. Miyabi couldn't really blame them. This world's speed rules were basically written by horses, and yeah, they just hit a bit faster than he expected. Balding confessed that when he first read through his own proposal, he barely even trusted it would work. But Miyabi pulled off an incredible feat, and you could feel it. This wasn't just a win, it was a giant leap toward the country's future. The Duke snapped that he wouldn't touch the investment. Miyabi froze in shock. Then he started freaking out. He wondered if it was the wind or the rattling throwing them off, and that was enough to make them bump into each other a little. The Duke soothed him on the spot, saying, "Only I can use it." Then he explained the truth: his enchantment smothers the wind blocks for a long time, but it won't last forever. One day, the magic and the M will run dry, and the whole world will screech to a stop. It was the exact same worry he'd carried into the greenhouse project, so Miyabi leaned in and demanded to know what it all meant. He said it didn't matter if you meant squeezing out more steaming hot water than anyone could haul, or dragging that huge iron box's weight around. The setup was doomed unless some wizard-level magic power could outmatch him. He leaned in and asked, "So what happens in 10 years or 50 years when I'm not here to keep everything running?" No point tossing money at it. At best, it just turned into some dusty relic, so he slapped an extra condition right into the contract term. After this point, every last bit of construction has to be handled by the chair and by yourself.